The abyss is a place without boundaries, where many monsters and constellations lurked, and where our hero was flying for many years. The young man was strong and fearless. He had long been accustomed to such an environment and was not at all nervous, even when the flight through the abyss took place in close proximity to such a monster as the ferocious seven-headed dragon. The guy had special fighting skills and was already preparing to deliver his signature punch. This strike allowed several targets to be hit at once, so the dragon did not even realize that all 7 of its heads were being attacked almost simultaneously. The glow from the blows delivered by the hero was so strong that he himself was simply not visible. He was so fast. When the dragon was almost finished, something caught the young man's attention, and he looked back warily. The planet-eater Vulcan, another dangerous monster of the abyss, was slowly approaching him, defeating which was a task with an asterisk. Taking advantage of the guy's hesitation, the dragon also became active, and now the hero was holding back 2 powerful monsters at once, controlling their territories in the abyss. Another moment and both monsters froze in a cry of despair. Some kind of red glow, like a thread, began to squeeze and immobilize them. It is very rare to meet 2 such monsters, but a third creature joined this fight, a huge spider, the ruler of the spatial cave of the arachnids Adio. Our hero found himself entangled in his red web just as tightly as the monsters he had to fight before. The boy's eyes flashed with a bright light. He realized that this was a challenge, that the very situation he found himself in was the best training. When it was all over, the young man took a deep breath and thought that the battle had lasted more than 300 years. But it was worth it. The young man understood that if he had met each of the monsters separately, everything would have ended faster, but then his combat skills would not have improved so well. The mechanical voice announced that the hero had reached the level of an invincible training master, and the world resonated with him, while the guy was only thinking about how to quickly return to Earth. The same voice reported that his presence had become more noticeable, and that as a constellation the hero had become stronger. He needed to get used to the fact that he was no longer a man, but a constellation. When the Earth was first connected with the abyss, mankind learned that mythology is not just a product of the imagination. The beings called constellations were what might previously have been called deities, and they blessed people and increased the number of their followers. As the number of followers grew, the authority of the constellation also rose, but not all of them were white and fluffy. The Earth, with almost 10 billion souls, became a tasty morsel for which the most powerful of the constellations fought in order to select more followers for themselves. Among them were also evil creatures who did not give blessings, but used only brute force and fear. Our hero, Choi Yun-seong, was a man who was chosen by the good constellations to stop violence and chaos. And to do so, he too had to become one of the constellations, which is what happened. The invincible training master left behind the memories of the past. Now he needed to eat. It was time to turn the meat over in the pan. A cautious question came from over his shoulder about what kind of frying pan the gentleman was using. The voice was quiet and uncertain. The question was asked by the ruler of the Goblin Kingdom of Ephesus, the wizard Odagon, and the answer was that the frying pan was made of adamantium, and the meat of a bear that devours planets was cooked in it. Even the constellations are wary of this. Odagon took a closer look and clarified what kind of oil the hero was using. It contained magical energy of enormous power. The young man answered his follower that not long ago he came across a constellation of a cow that gave him milk in exchange for freedom. The goblin ruler asked him why he attacked the cow, to which the young man replied that he simply wanted some normal food. The hero added that the top priority back then was getting food, as cooking had been his hobby in the abyss for several millennia. The guy clarified that this was a valuable ingredient, since he was eating meat for the first time in 300 years. He could not be greedy. The utensils were also not simple, but made of orichalcum, which made the product fresh upon contact. Odagon was amazed that instead of killing the constellation for the sake of territory, our hero defeated it and asked only for milk as payment. While the boy was enjoying the taste of the prepared dish, the goblin noted that his master was indeed very different from the other constellations. The boy invited the follower to join the meal, and the wizard could not believe that he would be able to try such a rare ingredient as butter. Before Odagon could thank him for the treat, a mechanical voice announced that he had eaten a constellation steak, after which beams of light energy simply splashed out of the goblin's eyes and mouth. The power of adamantium preserved the umami in the meat with the help of magical power. It was a colossal charge of energy. The voice said that the wizard's magic circle was activated. The meat from the mystical constellation raised it by 1 level. As the voice announced that this was a new mana circle, the goblin continued to happily thank the master for such an incredible treat. Watching his ecstasy, the young man thought that he didn't understand goblins at all. He couldn't understand why the wizard had such a reaction to the steak. Our hero sat right on the rocks and suddenly raised his head up, looking at the sky and the stars of the abyss, which were completely different. The guy sighed and muttered that he missed Earth incredibly, and then his thoughts were completely devoted to memories of the past, 10,000 years before, by the standards of the abyss. The first thing the hero remembered was how pleasant it was to strain his muscles with simple physical exercises, like dumbbells and a barbell. One day, a teacher asked Choi Yong-seong why he lifted weights, and our hero replied that it was only to become stronger. The man sighed and clarified that he had meant something else. The guy had a literature lesson scheduled, but he preferred sports. One of the other students asked to leave Choi Yong-seong alone, as all the other teachers had already done, when our hero was still an ordinary person. Before becoming a star, an invincible master of training, the young man was simply obsessed with sports and physical strength. As an orphan with no one to rely on, he quickly realized that he could protect himself by becoming strong. Otherwise, he would be reduced to a pile of bones. He trained for many hours a day, many days in a row, and Choi Yong-seong was unwavering in his determination to become the strongest. But no matter how much effort a guy puts in, no matter how many hours he trains with a barbell, the human body has a physical limit to its strength. His statistics showed that Choi Yong-seong was still at the level of a C+ rank hunter, and he was still a human. Hunter, it was one of the newest professions at that time. It was the first one that appeared after the activation of the abyss. It was an honorable profession, the task of which was to protect humanity from monsters and the dangers of the dungeons. Choi Yong-seong had nothing to lose, so he chose it. The boss was strange. But the man liked the guy, so he often calmed his enthusiasm, for example. That time he dissuaded him from the idea of going into a dungeon with B-rank monsters. Sweating, the guy listened to how his limit for now was C-rank dungeons, no higher. There was no point in forcing things. The boss reminded that even C-rank hunters suffer heavy losses in C dungeons, and one must soberly assess one's strength. The young man didn't listen to him, but thought that magic, skills, dungeons, and artifacts were too great to give up. But then the thought struck him that even with such input, people remain too weak, and they need to choose more difficult dungeons to become stronger. The boss was puzzled and asked if Choi Yong-seong really didn't care about his life. Didn't he have a girlfriend? The man asked. The guy told her that they broke up. He told her that all his time was spent on training. Then she sent him on a date with a monster. The man grabbed his head and muttered that Janssen was hopeless, while the young man continued that he had no disagreements with the girl and that the breakup had been peaceful. Our hero finally went to the C-rank dungeon, and there a huge, strong monster attacked him. His comrade warned him about the danger, but it was too late. With a terrible roar and an open mouth, the monster pounced on Choi Yong-seong, and it seemed that in another moment the young man would be torn to pieces. But our hero did not feel fear. He took a defensive position and began to calculate the trajectory of the blow. Concentrating all his energy on his fingertips, the guy delivered a crushing blow with both hands straight into the monster's solar plexus. One blow was followed by another, and it seemed as if the young man's hands were simply melting in the air and burning with fire. He struck again and again. His companions looked on and did not risk interfering, only noting that martial arts masters have it hard. They are durable, but their damage is not comparable to the damage that the magician does. The men asked why the guy chose the direction of martial arts, and received the answer that it was by accident. The young man took down the monster with his bare hands, his eyes burning with fire. He calmly continued to explain that during the farming, he had received a martial arts scroll that no one else wanted to study. Choi Yong-seong clenched his fists and pompously said that he didn't care what others thought. Personally, he was satisfied with everything in martial arts. It's a simple but honest skill. The guy liked the principle that you get exactly as much as you train hard. He trained with full dedication and was pleased with the result, especially since Choi Yong-seong had nothing to lose anyway. In addition, no one has canceled the absence of regrets and the desire to achieve more. Our hero worked on his form constantly. It didn't matter whether it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 2 o'clock in the morning. The young man continued to improve his skills. And yet it seemed to him that the efforts expended were not enough, that he needed to do more and more. He often fell down from fatigue, but consoled himself with the thought that he had achieved C+ rank through hard training. But there were masters who had achieved more. At such moments, the hero thought that in order to become the strongest, he needed to train even more and harder. He needed to train better, more often, even in his sleep. One day, when the guy was dreaming about how he was improving his skills, an unfamiliar voice asked him if he often trained in his sleep. The young man replied that this was indeed the case, and continued to perform the exercise, to which the voice thoughtfully said that in this way, Choi Young-seong was awake in his sleep. The young man objected that this was not entirely true, but what was happening could probably be considered spiritual training. It dawned on Choi that this was suspicious. He didn't understand who he was making excuses to, and he asked who he had the honor of communicating with. An image of a goddess appeared before him, rather vague, which informed him that the one with whom he had the honor of speaking was Mr. Choi Young-seong. But not only that. The next moment, the goddess appeared in all her glory. Her eyes were bandaged, her arms were spread out to the sides, and behind her back, two huge scales of justice were visible. The glow that emanated from the woman was so bright, and she herself became so huge that our hero was forced to bend down a little to the ground, covering his face. The goddess then went on to say that she was the constellation of the abyss, which left the young man frightened and extremely surprised. Rising slightly above the boy, the woman majestically proclaimed that she was also a virtuous goddess of scales. She added that she understood if he was shocked, but it was time to get to the point, as they were running out of time. The goddess explained that she wanted to make a deal with the young man. It was clear from the hero's face that he was interested, albeit a little scared. The constellation prepared to explain at length that people usually ask a lot of questions in such cases, but Choi Young-sung immediately replied that he agreed without listening to the end. Here the goddess realized what had happened and asked again, puzzled, whether she had imagined it, and whether the hero had really just agreed, without even knowing what exactly. The guy confirmed and asked whether he would receive more power as a result of the deal. The constellation thought about it and answered in the affirmative. Choi Young-sung said that in that case he would agree to everything, but he only asked why the choice fell on him, since there were hunters with a higher rating. The goddess raised her hand up, a glow appeared. Her voice became majestic, and the woman said that she was a virtuous goddess of scales and had the gift of seeing the future. The glow from the hand began to spread to everything around, becoming blindingly bright, and the constellation proclaimed its prophecy. The goddess said that in a few years, special bloodthirsty and very evil monster constellations would appear. Raising her hand higher, the woman showed part of the vision, and it became clear that a great danger would fall upon the earth. The goddess continued that when these evil constellations show their full power, people will realize that all the previous monsters and dungeons were just childish babble. The constellation rose into the air and lifted Choi Young-seong up with it, showing him the land engulfed in fire and blood. The goddess explained that it was our hero who was the key to preventing this from happening, and the young man asked in surprise why. The woman replied that he would find out about this later, but for now she promised to make the young man stronger. The guy's jaw dropped when he heard that this would happen through long, painful, and inhumane training. In fact, the goddess was no less afraid at that moment, because only a real madman could agree to the contract she was offering, and she offered to become her avatar. For this, in fact, these long, painful, and inhuman trainings were necessary. The virtuous goddess of scales seemed to extend a helping hand to our hero, but in reality it was she who needed help. The guy stood and tried to figure out what was going on. For a while he was just silent, trying to digest what he had heard. The constellation continued to extend its hand to him, and the longer it went on, the more difficult it became to understand what was best to do. The pause dragged on. To offer such a deal to a hunter was an unprecedented audacity, and the goddess understood that her chances were not great. This contract was completely unfair and illogical. By signing a contract with a constellation, a person became an avatar. Choi Young-sung gave his consent and was blinded by a flash. The guy heard a voice that said that because his soul was attached to the constellation, he would have to live with a bunch of restrictions. But there was a reward ahead, an instant increase in rank, enormous power, and an additional supply of magic. Our hero, without knowing it, completely changed his whole life, finally and irrevocably, receiving both a gift and a punishment at the same time. He had already begun to suspect that the constellations were very impatient and were ready to do a lot to get an avatar. The goddess confirmed his fears, saying that many constellations were ready to fight for such a chance, a fact well known among hunters. Choi Yong-seong was far from the most outstanding hunter, but all the boy was interested in at that moment was the upcoming training. The goddess majestically extended her hands and announced that she had prepared a special training facility in the abyss for the young man, reminding him that time flows differently there and on Earth. The boy listened with horror to the fact that he would have to train alone for several hundred, or maybe even thousands of years. The constellation ended with the fact that even if the young man changes his mind during the process, he will not be able to go back. Our hero wasn't too smart, but he was a little puzzled, figuring that this was something like that room in Dragon Ball. The young man began to think that this was how the other hunters became stronger. Otherwise, it would simply not be fair. The goddess noticed this, but did not comment. Choi Young-sung decided that since others had already signed a contract with the constellation, he was no worse. But the guy did not know that he was deeply mistaken. He thought that the others had become stronger the moment they made the contract, completely unaware that the reason was completely different. The hero leaned forward and clenched his fists. The goddess interpreted this gesture as a decision to refuse and take everything back, because she said that she understood how difficult it was for a person. For these reasons, she decided to give the young man a week to think it over and cancel it if necessary, when suddenly he blurted out that he still agreed. The woman reminded us once again that once our hero finds himself in the abyss, it will be impossible to undo everything. The young man said that he had nothing to lose, and this was a great opportunity to become stronger, and at the same time save the world, so he agreed, but wanted to leave a letter. While the guy was saying all this, the goddess could not believe that everything had gone so easily. She had heard rumors that people were cunning and greedy. She added that she was very glad that she was wrong, and now her prophecy was destined to come true. The young man exclaimed, "How could this be? Had she been wrong before, so why didn't she report it right away?" Then the goddess raised her hands to the sky again. Flashes and streams of energy appeared. She commanded to think about the letter that the hero wants to leave, and she, with the help of her power, materializes it. The young man was taken aback. Firstly, he did not expect such special effects, and secondly, he was not prepared for the fact that he would be given an ultimatum. A portal to the abyss opened right in front of our hero, and the constellation commanded him to pass the test immediately. Then she would accept him as her avatar. Choi Young-seong extended his hand towards the portal, but it had no effect. The sensations were normal. Then the guy decided to move his hand to the other side, and his fingers sank into the barrier. It was as if it was made of liquid. When almost the entire hand was on the other side, blinding streams of energy appeared from under the fingers. Then the young man no longer had control over his body. The magical force began to drag him deeper. At that very moment, strange sounds like crackling air were heard in the room among the sports equipment that Choi Young-sung usually worked with. The next moment, a letter appeared out of nowhere, right under the barbell, with a red seal and the words, "For everyone," on it. The hero at this time landed on the other side of the portal. His arms were crossed on his chest. During the flight, he had to group himself. The guy thought that there was a strange concentration of magic in the new place. Green fragments of rock were flying from the sky, creating the impression that it was some kind of cosmic storm. The young man looked around and muttered that this was a rather strange test. He was in an unfamiliar rocky area. It was an abyss. Our hero noted that it looked like an earthly dungeon, and he was almost right. Scientists considered the dungeons to be a broken-off part of the abyss. Choi Young-seong wondered why there was absolutely nothing around. Most likely, this was also part of the test, he decided. The young man thought that since he had found himself at a training facility, it was high time to use it for its intended purpose, and began practicing his strikes with loud shouts. The goddess at this time returned to her retinue and watched what was happening, after which she interrupted the vision with the words that this time she was confident of success. The angels looked at each other and confirmed that the candidate had been chosen well, but there was doubt in their voices, because the goddess of scales sometimes made mistakes in her predictions. The thing is that the goddess could see only part of the future. The rest was just speculation and assumptions, but she decided to try. Her first vision was of Choi Young-sung training in the abyss, training very hard and with determination. The second vision showed how our hero successfully suppressed the rebellion of the evil and bloodthirsty constellations. The goddess thought it would be nice to make such a person her avatar, and imagined the guy swearing allegiance to her. The woman told the angels that this was the perfect plan, turned around, and walked down the hallway, the girls whispering that they were now starting to get really worried. Choi Young-seong continued training on the ground prepared by the goddess, when suddenly a tornado appeared behind him. The young man looked back, trying to understand what was happening and why the storm was starting. Having looked at the riot of the elements, the guy came to the conclusion that it looked very dangerous, and perhaps this was the test prepared for him by the goddess. Our hero even sighed with admiration, since he had absolutely no idea that his survival skills were rated so highly by the constellation. The young man clenched his fists, anticipating how difficult it would be to cope with the elements. He thought that it was impossible to become stronger without facing danger. The hurricane wall was getting closer and closer, and Choi Young-sung was gaining confidence that this was not a mistake, but a test from the goddess, and therefore, it definitely had meaning. The wind blew so hard that our hero thought his body might just be torn apart, but he continued to stay on his feet. The guy gathered his resolve, convincing himself that he had to endure the test no matter what. The next moment he was lifted off the ground, the wind picked up the young man, and he realized that he could no longer influence anything. It was panic. The magical storm was so strong that the illusion magic covering the Libra goddess's territory in the abyss was destroyed. But before Choi Young-sung could realize it, the magical storm raged again, this time unintentionally. The goddess froze in anticipation. She did not know about the repeated storm and could not foresee it. The woman expected her avatar to enter their tower any minute. The angels also froze in anticipation, but time dragged on, and the young man still did not enter the room where they were waiting for him. The Libra goddess panicked and exclaimed that she couldn't sense Choi Young-sung's presence, even though she should have been able to the moment he entered the training ground. The fortune teller almost cried that she left him only 10 meters from the citadel. Was it really so difficult to wander a little and find the entrance? The constellation began to think that Earthlings were generally incapable of acting independently, but she had prepared everything the guy needed for training, and even for rest, so that the young man could quickly regain his strength for new activities. It was the least that could be done for a hunter who had agreed to such unfair conditions. A muttering was heard outside the window, and a winged shadow flew away from the tower. After some time, the winged man returned and reported that he had carefully examined the period, but did not find Choi Young-sung anywhere. It was the angel Arakvaniel, and the goddess pounced on him, reproaching him that this was simply impossible. Hearing the cries that she had definitely sent the boy there, Arakvaniel assumed that the repeated magical storm of the abyss had thrown him back. Traces of this storm were found all around the citadel, and they were far more destructive than originally planned. The goddess did not lose her optimism and gave the order to find our hero at all costs. The angel nodded and promised to do everything possible. But this was not enough for the constellation. She continued to shout loudly and demand that the order be carried out immediately and that the avatar be found. The goddess insisted that the hero must be found and saved. He could not be left to wander alone in the abyss. Arakvaniel watched her panic and could not understand what would happen if an earthling simply died from the teeth of some monster. But still, an order is an order, and the angel once again assured his mistress that her order would be carried out. He promised to find Choi Young-sen at any cost, and went into the abyss to search for the young man. The problem was that the abyss is an endless void. Even the constellations have mastered only part of it, so the search could take a very long time. While Arakvaniel carried out the instructions, the goddess increasingly indulged in thoughts about the impossibility of finding the man who was carried away by the magical storm. The turbulent flow of mana could have simply destroyed his body, but our hero was lucky and managed to survive. True, it cost him a lot of effort. The young man felt as if he had dived deep underwater and had to hold his breath for a long time. Highly concentrated magical power circulates through breathing, so inhaling and exhaling had to be done as rarely as possible. The divine magic art converted the magic power into ki, thus greatly strengthening Choi Young-sung's body without damaging it. Our hero's bones and muscles also became significantly stronger, although his plans were simply to survive. The young man endured, methodically inhaling and exhaling, tensing his muscles. He was warmed by the thought that this was a test and he had to pass it. Heading in the flow of a magical storm in an unknown direction, the guy thought that, as expected, the task was very difficult. Not everyone can become an avatar of a constellation. And so, after several weeks, the magical energy ran out and Choi Young-sung finally landed on solid ground with a loud cry. Rising up on all fours, our hero joyfully thought that that was it. The test was passed. Trying to look around, the guy was already imagining what his next task might be. The place where the magical storm brought our hero was a deserted corner of the abyss, the territory of which did not belong to any constellation. But there was still someone there. Gradually, a huge monster rose from the pile of stones, and Choi Young-seong thought that the next task for training was to defeat the monster. Looking at the monster's snake head, the young man noticed that it looked like Onyx from Pokemon, but was most likely an A-rank creature. The thought immediately crept in that the goddess was overestimating him again, because the young man was only a C-rank hunter. But the guy was still confident that the goddess had planned everything carefully, so he set to work with excitement. Having taken a good running start, our hero prepared to fight the huge stone snake with his bare hands. The very first blow was so powerful that it left flashes of energy around the spot in the stone where Choi Young-seong's fist had sunk. The guy was clearly in pain, but he remembered that through pain and patience one can achieve success, so he did not retreat. The blow left no scratches or cracks. It seems that one could have fought with Onyx for a long time and tediously, but to no avail. The young man raised his hand and tried to scratch the stone with his nails. The idea was not very wise, but it proved that no damage could be caused. At this time, the monster opened its mouth and screamed piercingly, apparently not from pain, but from indignation at the man's impudence. Our hero could hardly bear the volume of the sound. But he had no intention of retreating. He just needed to gather his strength. A second later, he began to attack the monster again, promising to smash it into rubble. While striking the stone, Choi Young-seong began to reminisce about the times when he had not yet joined the hunters, but was a student, and he heard his comrades talking in the locker room. The boy heard one of them say that he received the book Divine Space Art as a gift at the auction. It was a D-rank skill. This martial art helped to cultivate ki. A comrade offered the book to anyone who wanted it, and our hero decided to take advantage of the offer. Choi Young-seong said that he always liked reading Murim, and accepted the gift after hearing that it was a strange hobby for his age. Everyone knew that cultivating ki took a very long time, so people preferred to go the other way, but not our hero. If mana was a prerequisite for increasing the power of a magician, then chi was the same for any martial artist. Since the damage varied depending on the amount of ki, it was no wonder that divine space art was not very popular. After reading this, Young-seong thought that this method suited him, and it was also a chance to learn another martial art. Our hero was so interested in comprehending the divine cosmic art that he forgot about everything else for a long time. Having forgotten about everything except the stone snake, the young man used the same methods of increasing ki that he had learned from the book. Day after day, week after week, he struck his blows at the enemy, knowing neither rest nor disappointment. The specific method for cultivating chi was not described in detail, but what Choi Young-seong was doing now was a working method. In the process, the young man mastered many new skills in striking, including the space fist, the moonwalk, and many others. Each subsequent blow with the hand made the hands stronger and the movements more precise. As soon as the fist got tired, it was the turn of the second. When the second fist got tired, the legs came into play, practicing more and more new types of strikes, becoming stronger and more resilient. Kai permeated every movement of our hero, and then came out in the form of a blow, but was not lost, but returned back to the body, accumulating more and more. With repeated repetition, the amount of ki gradually increased, accumulating approximately in the solar plexus area. At some point, Choi Young-seong realized that if this training was repeated endlessly, at some point, he would turn from an inexperienced youth into a martial arts master. Of course, in theory, it looked tempting, but not everyone is capable of such training. The protective bandages on the young man's hands were wearing out, but the hands themselves remained intact, and they were also becoming stronger. Clenching his fist, our hero felt his power grow, and the ki energy spread throughout his body to the very tips of his fingers. Choi Young-seong once thought that he had no talent, but now he began to realize that he was deeply mistaken about himself. He had an incredible talent for enduring fatigue and not sparing his body, achieving success through perseverance and endless work. That is why the guy was able to withstand the repetition of the same task for 100 years, which earned the respect of even the stone snake. The monster watched in amazement as the hero mastered more and more new skills. C rank changed to B rank, and the guy still did not stop. Choi Young-seong only stopped when a mechanical voice announced that he had reached a new level in his mastery of the divine cosmic art. When it reached the advanced martial artist level, the monster's stone body began to crumble. Our hero was proud of himself. The fact that he was now a B-rank hunter and also an advanced martial artist amazed him. The young man climbed onto a pile of stones, but gradually the joy evaporated, and the realization came that the effort expended was incomparably greater than the success achieved. The boy thought that hunter Li Xiaowan was able to become an A-rank martial artist. He was a hunter from China, the only martial artist who managed to reach A rank. In an interview, Li revealed that he had become an A-rank martial artist, which is roughly equivalent to a six-circle mage. The female journalist then asked Xiaowan whether he was going to raise his rank further, to which she received the answer that this was indeed the case. The young man clenched his fists and announced that he planned to become the only S-rank martial artist in history. Choi Yong-sung thought that at this rate he would reach the level of his Chinese counterpart in 1,000 years, not earlier. Suddenly, our hero heard a strange sound reminiscent of a quoquan, or something similar to the clucking of a chicken. This sound was made by a stone snake. It turned out that it was not dead, but only wounded. Therefore, it did not lose the ability to think. The young man looked at him and said that the fight was fair, so the monster had no reason to blame him. But then he thought that the stone snake didn't just ignore the blows. After 10 years, the monster began to receive ki damage, but did not respond with a blow. Now the snake looked pitifully at Choi Yong-sung and kept repeating quoquan, as if reproaching him for his cruelty. The young man imagined that the monster's eyes were filled with tears and a plea for mercy, since the monster never made its attack, so our hero promised that he would not kill the snake. He admitted that he had unfairly chosen the stone snake as a training dummy and turned to leave. All that remained was to decide where. The young man thought he was on a training ground and therefore decided he could go anywhere, at which point the snake made a maneuver and the boy ended up on his head. When the monster started moving, Choi Young-sung was glad that he could ride it, since just walking was boring. Suddenly the young man, who was already anticipating a pleasant walk, became alert. He heard a sound, the same as 100 years ago when he came to this place. Looking carefully at the horizon, the boy realized that it was indeed a magical storm and it was approaching. The hero took the storm as a gift from the goddess, which would carry him to the second test. The snake had great doubts about this. If he could curse, he would do so immediately. Yongsun noticed the monster's fear, but insisted that they should go straight into the eye of the hurricane. Even the strongest monsters are afraid of the magical elements. The stone snake was no exception, but for some reason, it obeyed the man sitting on its head. Soon the huge monster, like a small worm, rose into the air along with a powerful stream of magic. The countdown stopped, but after a couple of days, the storm began to subside, and they felt the ground under their feet again. The monster asked if all people moved like this through the abyss. The young man was incredibly pleased with their way of traveling, and having reached an advanced level, he no longer felt discomfort inside the storm. It seems that this is not a test, but the best means of transport. The hero voiced his thoughts with admiration. The storm is simply incredible. Choi Yong-seong explained that the magic filled him with mana, and now there was no trace of fatigue left after 100 years of training. This is an incredible lesson in restoring your body. The guy decided that the constellations were very powerful. Since they controlled such power, his respect for the goddess grew, but even the stone snake understood that the hero was very wrong. It was pure luck that the guy didn't die immediately when the magical storm caught him. If he hadn't grouped himself together, preparing for the test, the hero would have been torn to pieces. The young man went forward to explore the area, thinking that he had not eaten for over 100 years, and yet he did not feel very hungry. But he needed to chew something. Choi Yongsun's stomach began to rumble, and the young man developed a slight appetite. While he was wondering where to get food, the snake offered him his services. He said that theoretically his body is flesh, and therefore the stone can be eaten. The monster already had a suitable piece in his teeth, and showed with his whole appearance that he was treating our hero with all his heart. But still, for the young man it looked like cannibalism. He did not accept the offer, but simply thanked his new friend. Besides, he had absolutely no idea how it was possible to eat a stone that he had been trying to break for 100 years. It was completely impossible. But the monster seemed to really want to treat Choi Yong-seong. He continued to look at him sweetly, and wait for the hero to appreciate the treat. It seemed he had no malicious intent. The guy smiled gratefully. He was pleased with such generosity. He raised the stone up, showing that he accepted the gift so that the stone snake would not be offended, but he would not eat it out of friendly feelings. The monster gradually began to resemble a four-legged pet, and the young man really wanted at least some company in the abyss. While Choi Young-sung was hugging the monster that had become so cute, a mechanical voice announced that our hero had completely mastered the stone snake and had mastered a skill based on its movements. It was a blow from a stone snake, and the boy realized that the power of this skill allows him to break through even the strongest barrier. The young man assumed a fighting stance and felt that he would now be able to break through rocks and earth if necessary. At the same time, the youth's body became flexible like a snake, so flexible that, like water, it could flow around obstacles and evade attacks. Advanced Master Choi Yongseong did not miss the opportunity to immediately try out a new skill and used the Stone Serpent Fist technique. He thought that he wouldn't stop using the divine space arts, but this was also quite good. Our hero realized that, having mastered this skill, he began to understand martial arts much more. The guy immediately thought about what the next training would be like. While wondering where he would train next, Choi Yongseong looked ahead and suddenly noticed something that resembled an ocean, and the snake gave an encouraging croak. Having decided that the new training should take place underwater, the boy warned Onyx not to follow him. He was made of stone and could drown. Leaving his friend to wait on the shore, our hero began to carefully descend along the rocky shore to the water. When it was no longer possible to get any closer, the young man dived into the abyss without the slightest hesitation. At that time, he did not yet understand that he had acted somewhat rashly. The water in the ocean of the abyss affected his body differently than ordinary water. The boy felt with horror that the poisonous substance was beginning to penetrate the body through the skin. The mechanical voice reported that due to the poisonous water, the chi accumulated during the practice of divine space art was being depleted. Our hero realized that if all the Kai ran out, his life would be in danger, but there was another threat ahead: sea monsters. One of the monster fish quickly swam up to the young man and sank its teeth into his hand. A mechanical voice announced that a new poison was entering the body. Choi Yongseong was afraid that he would die now, but this did not happen. The voice added that the resistance to the poison had increased. It seemed pretty simple, but other killer fish swam up to the guy, and their poison most likely had a different composition. On a high rocky bank, a stone snake curled up in anticipation. It was waiting for our hero to appear and was a little worried. But then some movement appeared on the surface of the ocean, and it became obvious that someone or something was rising to the surface. Before the monster could understand what exactly, a whole column of water and spray rose into the air from the depths. It was a spectacular appearance of a guy who not only survived, but found the opportunity to try the poisons of all fish and adapt to them. Jumping out onto the shore, he was pleased. But he was also a little tired. The young man had never seen the ocean before, so the ocean of the abyss struck his imagination. Besides the fish and various monsters, Choi Yong-sung was intrigued by some kind of glow at the very bottom. He stood on the shore and thought that he did not know how he would sail across the ocean to reach the luminous object. But if this was a test from the goddess, then there was a way. Our hero began to think about what he should do. He didn't know that this was not a test, and therefore he was sure that it was worth the risk. Looking at his friend, the guy decided that he just needed to try. The way would be found in the process itself. But before starting the plan, it was necessary to prepare, accumulate enough ki energy to gain resistance to poison. It was necessary to work hard with the fist. And not only with his fist, many monotonous trainings of divine space art could help to increase the amount of ki. The young man began to work. Swimming across the ocean is not that easy, so it took a lot of time to prepare. Trying not to lose track of time, the young man made special marks on the rock in order to later count the number of training sessions. His fist worked incessantly, day after day. Gradually, the ki became more and more, so the bandages wore out, but the body remained unharmed, becoming stronger. 200 years after he made the decision to reach the luminous object by swimming across the ocean, Choi Yong-seong finally accumulated the required amount of Kai. He was glad, but he didn't understand why it took so long. Time flowed differently in the abyss, and yet, the snake was also nervous. The guy noticed that he was eating more stones than before and asked if he liked it. The answer was a satisfied croak. Our hero decided that he also needed to have some food. Thanks to the mana, he did not feel hungry, but his appetite was awakened. The young man sighed that without food, his life was somehow empty, and began to think about what he could eat. Here he saw that one of the ocean killer fish began to evolve and crawled onto land. The poison ocean monster looked completely unappetizing, but it was the only source of protein in sight. The guy consulted with his friend and decided that since the monster lived in the ocean, then theoretically, it could be considered a fish. The young man's eyes lit up. All that was left was to cook the fish correctly, and that was an interesting task. The young man was full of excitement. He already understood that it was possible to cook the monster, but whether he would be able to eat it later was a big question. It was a challenge, and as we all know, Choi Young-sung was exactly the kind of person for whom a challenge became a motivation for action. The guy looked at the monster fish again and figured he would have to try really hard to eat it. He noticed a rock nearby, which obviously contained metal, as it had a characteristic gleam, and our hero went straight there. Using his fist, the guy broke a piece of rock into smaller pieces. His idea was quite interesting. None of the pieces of stone contained enough metal to accomplish the intended task, so the hero struck again at a nearby section of the rock and began to look for a suitable piece. Finally, the young man's face lit up with joy. It seemed that Choi Young-sung got what he wanted. It was pure luck. The young man, through some machinations, carved a knife out of a lucky piece of stone and metal. Well, he could start cutting up the fish. The kitchen utensils turned out to be quite good, full of determination. The guy raised the knife over the monster, wondering where to start. But as soon as he stuck the tip into the fish, such amazing things began to happen that even the stone snake began to stir. The monster's poison was so strong that it simply melted the stone along with the metal. The guy looked at it and thought that now it was unclear how to cook the fish. He decided to try to eat it raw, like sashimi, which caused shock in the snake. The stone monster puffed out its cheeks comically, and it was clear that some processes were happening inside its body. Since the monster fed on stones, it could help its friend. Finally, Onyx burped out some piece of metal alloy and offered our hero to use it. Taking the metal in his hands, Choi Young-sung realized that it was pure adamantium, a true treasure, highly prized by both humans and monsters, and even constellations. The young man tried to use the metal and realized that the fish poison did not dissolve it. The hero joyfully exclaimed that now he could make not only a knife, but also a cutting board. The guy didn't expect at all that by training in the abyss, he would be able to obtain such unique kitchen utensils. And after all, cooking was his hobby in his past life. The hero remembered how his boss once said with aplomb that every person should have a hobby. But he thought that, in addition to playing sports, he only liked to eat delicious food. Choi Young-sung has a plan that he can kill two birds with one stone. If he makes kitchen utensils and learns how to cook monsters, he will get food that will make him stronger. The mutant fish steak looked like tuna, and the hero was pleased with the result. Thinking that we only live once, the young man boldly and decisively bit into the dish he had prepared. He was not picky about food even back in the days when he lived on Earth. He preferred a rather ascetic diet, but he knew how to cook, which surprised his comrades. It took a while to figure out what the monster tasted like. A sharp smell and toxic fumes filled Choi Young-sung's mouth. Chewing and swallowing the biomass turned out to be not so easy. A mechanical voice reported that a deadly poison had entered the guy's body. The stone snake began to scream in horror that everything was lost. He was very worried and repeated his quang. Our hero doubled over in fear and disgust. A mechanical voice reported that with the help of divine cosmic ki energy, the poison had been successfully neutralized. Choi Young-sung continued to hold the steak in his hands when he heard that the amount of ki in his body had not decreased, but increased. The young man noted that the taste was not so bad. If you ignore the stench, you can increase your ki reserve even more. Not bad. He looked at the monster and thought that the food supply was quite large, and since the poison was converted into ki, he couldn't miss such an opportunity. A new plan matured in the young man's mind. He decided that consuming poison with food was also a kind of training. The guy intended to eat every single one of the monsters in the ocean of the abyss. It was time to go hunting. The very next moment, our hero jumped into the water with some pleasure. Now his body was immune to the poisonous waves of the ocean, so his skin no longer burned. After a while, Choi Young-sung was already walking towards the shore, holding a dead monster fish in each hand. He spent the next few centuries catching monsters and eating them, and the entire shore was covered with fish skeletons. During this time, both the guy's mind and body changed greatly. He already calmly responded to the voice's messages about the deadly poison in his body and did not pay any attention to taste and smell. Our hero simply continued to eat and listen to his body increase its resistance to poison until this ability became maximum. After listening to the statistics, the young man realized that he had gained resistance to many types of poison, thus reaching the A rank of Poison Immunity Master. Not only did the poison no longer affect him, Choi Young-sung gained the ability to produce it and release it. In addition, the guy's level of divine space mastery increased to the expert level. Our hero sat down on the stones near the rock with the marks and thought that a lot of time had passed, and the goddess still hadn't called him. He had reached A rank. He had never even dreamed of such a thing on Earth. The guy remembered that A rank hunters are strategic weapons and are under the control of the state, which means that this is not enough. He needs to continue training. The young man approached the stone snake and stroked it, saying that now their paths would diverge because things would only get more dangerous from here on out. Since the pet was made of stones, it could not follow the hero into the water. In the ocean, it would simply lie on the bottom. Choi Yong-sung waved goodbye to Onyx, thanked him for his company, and advised him to return home. After this, the young man dived and began to swim underwater. Due to his complete resistance to poisons, nothing could stop him now. Yongsun became the emperor of this ocean, and the monsters had no choice but to swim away in terror. The guy swam for a very long time, and was already beginning to think that the glow he had noticed earlier, on the very first day, had disappeared. But this was not the case. After a few weeks, a mysterious energy source appeared in the distance. Our hero was glad that he could finally look at it up close. He decided that it was a portal left by the goddess, which would lead him to the place of new training. Without thinking, he jumped into the portal and hung for a few seconds in the space between two different territories. At this time, a mechanical voice warned that all of his chi reserves had been activated, as the divine cosmic energy foresaw an imminent battle, and there were many enemies nearby. When the young man landed on the rocks on the other side of the portal, he was completely ready to fight, ki bolts from his body sparking through the air. It came as a surprise to the young man that the body of a person who had reached the expert level would independently prepare itself to meet danger when it sensed hostility. However, you didn't have to be an expert to understand that the monsters on the other side of the portal were thirsty for blood, and as much of it as possible. These were godlike beings, the very same constellations that would pose the main threat to Earth in the future. The biggest one asked Choi Yong-seong what race this little pie friend was, his voice mocking. Our hero proudly replied that he was a man, although he did not specify that he was not the most simple man, but a very well-trained one. The monster leaned towards him and began to explain that since he was a human, he most likely found himself here for the first and last time in his life. The constellation added that newbies always have to be explained in practice, and a magical portal with a pink glow appeared in his chest. The next moment, the monster plunged his fingers into it, and it became obvious that this place was intended for summoning weapons. And this weapon was a huge sword. Even the constellation itself could not reach it, and hold it in its hand without difficulty. The monster then stated that the heads of the newcomers needed to be cut off so that they would know that this territory was ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles. The guy got into a fighting stance and thought that the Lord of Blood and Battles was something quite unexpected, as for a test invented by a goddess. Choi Yong-seong looked around and was ready for battle. He no longer cared that this training ground had such a bloody theme. The horned monster swung and demonstrated that it could, in fact, wield its huge sword quite quickly. Our hero had an answer to this too. The guy clenched his fist and concentrated a huge reserve of Kai energy for the blow. This energy was enough to knock down all the monsters at once, although they didn't suspect it yet. Besides, the guy had another plan. Just like he destroyed the stone cliffs, Janssen decided to destroy the main threat, the sword of the bloodthirsty monster. Concentrating his ki energy and striking with his ki fist, the young man shattered the sword into pieces, a turn of events that the constellation did not expect. While the monster was struggling with surprise, our hero jumped high to deliver the next blow. This time the legs came into play, and the horned monster even croaked when the blow landed on his jaw. He simply fell on his back with his feet up, and the young man calmly landed on his feet and began to prepare for the next attack. True, he was not the only one preparing for the attack. All the monsters present received the command to attack, and this command was given to them by Choi Yong-seong himself, informing the constellations that he had come here to take a test. They laughed maliciously and asked what kind of test this was. It seemed that a little more, and the young man's confidence would melt away like snow. One of the creatures suggested that this was a test to get the human to attract the attention of the monster lord. The constellations were amused that some little man intended to catch the eye of the Lord of Blood and Battles himself. Our hero was very excited, but not because the monsters with loud kekeke intended to kill him, and not even because there were threats to dismember him into pieces. The whole point was that the young man had never fought several monsters at the same time. Choi Yong-seong had thought out his battle tactics well, so his strikes were lightning fast and did not allow the monsters to surround the guy. They received blow after blow, screamed, were surprised, but did not retreat from their intentions. The young man was so fast that it was difficult to notice him, let alone avoid a blow. But some monsters fell, and new ones came in their place. Our hero's signature kick was called the Milky Kick, and it could neutralize an opponent in one go. But even this technique wasn't good enough. The boy began to understand that no matter how effectively he fought, more and more creatures appeared, as if out of nowhere. It was hard to fight in the open with so many opponents, and the young man realized that something needed to change. At this time, one of the constellations brought several dog monsters and shouted that this man was fighting like a dog and would die from the teeth of dogs. These creatures were ready to devour anyone, whether a person, a sea monster, or their own master. It made no difference. Looking at the ferocious mouths and shining eyes of the monsters, Yongsan became a little tense, but decided that since the goddess had such a plan, everything would be fine. The dogs began to attack, and our hero realized that if he didn't want to become food for them, he had to work hard. He dealt blow after blow, throwing his opponents back, but new monster dogs came in their place, stopping and covering his face with his hands. The guy thought that they would never end. But then the dogs launched a new attack, and the young man had to use all his strength to repel it. In the territory under the influence of this constellation, the attribute was the second law of nature. It stated that a person should always be ready to defend himself. In the territory ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles, all of his avatars had to endlessly fight each other. Choi Young-seong didn't know this, but he was already beginning to guess. Eventually, the enemy pressure died down, and our hero noticed a one-story building nearby. He kicked the door open and burst in, saying that he intended to borrow the house from its owner for a short time. The guy expected to see another monster, but in front of him was a smiling mutant with a whole cauldron of fresh soup, who cordially invited our hero to the table. Yongsan was surprised. He didn't expect that there were restaurants in such a place, to which the tavern owner replied that in order to fight well, one must eat well. The young man was puzzled. He apologized for the broken door and asked if he could eat there. He had not had the opportunity to get normal food for a long time. The horned monster smiled sweetly and replied that of course everything that was available would now appear on the table. The next second, he poured the entire contents of the pot right into Choi Young-seong's face and asked him about the poisonous steamed stew. Watching as the green liquid began to slowly flow down, the monster asked in a satisfied tone if the guest liked the treat. A joyful affirmative answer sounded, and the horned monster's jaw literally dropped. He didn't expect that a person would survive after that. The streams of hovering poison seemed not to touch the hero's skin. He freely spread them with his fingers without experiencing the slightest discomfort. The mechanical voice announced that Choi Young-seong had gained absolute immunity to any type of poison and could control them. There was no longer any poison that could harm him. The voice also added that the poison he had just absorbed had been transformed into Kai, and our hero thought that this was excellent training and praised the eatery out loud. The monster asked what kind of creature the guy was. At that moment, other monsters from the street burst into the door. They were extremely aggressive and determined to kill the young man at any cost. Our hero just smiled. He already understood that he had nothing to fear from these constellations. None of them were stronger than himself. The tavern owner continued to look at what was happening in surprise. He was interested in what would happen next. At that moment, the guy thanked him for the dinner and left a great tip in the form of a knee right in the nose. Next came the kitchen utensils and furniture, and the first to fly at the monsters was a huge oak table. Armed with a chair, the young man invited everyone present not to waste time and to approach him quickly, preferably one at a time. For some reason, the constellations were in no hurry. They cursed loudly and threatened the man with violence, but did not move from their place. The young man held the chair tightly and said that he could fight for eternity, so why was he still waiting for an opponent? The guy decided to use his own move called Yongsan's Rush Hour. He decided to deal with several monsters first and raised a chair over his head to hit. The demon tried to repel the attack with his sword, but for some reason the metal did not cut through the chair our hero was wielding. But the piece of furniture itself dealt quite a decent amount of damage to the monsters. Most likely, the hero's Kai was transferred to it. The mechanical voice announced that Choi Young-seong had acquired a new skill, Jushitsu, which is like jujitsu, but using a chair. It was a B-rank skill, and the boy happily continued the battle. He realized that the best level up was created by deadly situations. While our hero thanked the goddess for the test prepared for him, the goddess of scales herself, with her hands folded in prayer, waited for at least some news about her avatar. Adekvaniel had not yet returned. He was very exhausted, but he continued searching for the man in the abyss. Meanwhile, the rows of monsters on the floor of the tavern grew and grew, and it was already difficult to move around there. The guy stopped and sighed. It seemed that all he was interested in was how many more times he would have to repeat the battle. The monsters' bodies evaporated, and the young man noticed a cauldron lying on the floor, from which he was treated to steam poison. Due to the active comprehension of combat skills, the young man became more sensitive to magic. He felt a flow of some kind of energy from the vessel. It was something supernatural, but it was still difficult for the hero to understand what exactly he thought about it. There was something extraordinary and powerful in this cauldron, but the guy was distracted. The owner of the tavern grabbed his ankle. The monster croaked that he wouldn't let him take the dishes. The guy had no idea how he got them, to which Choi Young-sung replied that he only cared about why the innkeeper was still alive. The cook explained that the Lord of Blood and Battles wants the battles to continue incessantly, so he resurrects monsters every time they die. The monster asked for mercy. He had to go through all the circles of hell to get this adamantine cauldron, but the guy just kicked him with his foot, saying that these were just battles. The young man stepped on the monster's face and did not give him the opportunity to take away the precious vessel. The man got excited and started shouting that the winner takes it all, including this cauldron and everything around it. And even this restaurant, or rather eatery, now belonged to Choi Young-sung by full right of the winner. While tidying up the premises, the young man remembered that he had once read a story about a retired martial artist who also opened his own small restaurant. While hammering nails during repairs, the hero reflected on how he had come here in search of a place to fight, but had received an unexpected gift. He named his restaurant Kiri Kiri and was extremely excited to become its owner. The former owner crawled to the threshold, saying that it was his property, to which he received the answer that it was no longer his, and that he should try to take it back if he dared. Choi Young-sung reminded that in this territory everything is arranged exactly this way, so he is right. After the kitchen was tidied up, the guy assessed both the room itself and the kitchen utensils. The hero again remembered the boss's words about the hobby and how he had to eat raw sea creatures like sashimi. Now he had normal ingredients and utensils and even a kitchen, and it seemed it was time for culinary experiments. The guy decided to check the products and took a piece of meat in his hand. It was dense and appetizing, but it was unclear what kind of animal it was. Without thinking twice, our hero bit off a fairly large piece and began to chew it thoroughly, trying to discern the taste. The mechanical voice said that poison had entered the body and the chi had increased again. Choi Young-sung hoped that he wouldn't hear anything like that this time. The young man cursed, wondering where the poison in the restaurant came from, and picked up the next product. It was some kind of blue fruit. He again took a huge, juicy bite with pleasure and heard the information about poison and ki that had become boring. Then they started using mushrooms, leaves, and some roots, but each time the same old story about poison in the body was repeated. The guy grabbed his head. He thought, what kind of restaurant is this? Why so much poison? Is this really the only way demons feed? In the end, Choi Young-sung decided that he would eat everything raw himself, at least to increase the level of chi in his body and be thankful for that. But then a brilliant idea struck him. The young man remembered that the poison had no effect on him at all and did not cause harm. Our hero realized that this meant he could be used simply as one of the ingredients in cooking, and the young man's eyes lit up with joy. It was brilliant logic. From that moment on, the young man fought monsters to level up and accumulate kai during the day. Well, at night he happily indulged in a variety of culinary experiments, and so his life continued in the diner for several hundred years. For a change, the guy did not disdain cleaning. One of the most ordinary weekdays, a young man heard a suspiciously familiar voice from behind the door. Soon the monster who used to be the owner of the establishment appeared on the doorstep, saying that he had returned. A whole crowd of supporters burst into the tavern with him. The monster said that he was bored, and now it was time to return what was stolen. Choi Young-sung was surprised but not taken aback. He said that he was not going to return anything because it was now a pub and not some ill-fated eatery. The next moment, he dealt the visitors a whole series of his signature blows, which had been greatly enhanced by hundreds of years of experience in fighting monsters. The monster master did not expect such a turn of events at all. He did not even have time to touch the enemy with his knives. Soon all the uninvited guests were thrown out, accompanied by shouts that they should never think of entering the pub again. Back inside, our hero decided to stretch a bit after the battle, but before he could lift his leg, he heard a message that he had obtained an A-rank skill through countless battles. The skill was called Harmony of Body and Mind, and meant that divine cosmic arts became more natural. Choi Yong-sung even felt like he was slightly raised above the floor. The circulation of qi in his body increased so much. The skill of harmony of body and mind has been known since ancient times. It meant that the body now moves faster, like thought. And although many martial arts masters have tried to acquire such mastery, only a few have succeeded in achieving it. The thing is that magical skills were more accessible and easy to obtain. You just need to buy and read the necessary scroll. But due to popularity, not all artifacts can be obtained. The scroll of harmony of mind and body was so rare that it was easier to win the lottery than to get it, even in the dungeon. Our hero was delighted. He himself did not understand how he managed to obtain such a valuable skill simply by fighting monsters. Well, not simply, but over the course of hundreds of years. But still, the boy knew that if he ever managed to return to Earth, all the martial arts masters would rush to try to fight him. At this moment, the horned shadow of the Lord of endless bloody battles flew over the abyss. It was better for everyone who received his blessing not to disappoint the Lord. No one could understand how it was even possible that an army of demons could not defeat a single person for a century. More and more monsters came to the doors of the tavern, but the result was always the same. Choi Yong-sun dealt with each one in a couple of seconds. Our hero sat on the table and wondered who had ever thought of building a building in the abyss. Since being there, he limited the flow of attackers, and thus could remain invincible. The flow of thoughts did not bring results. No matter how hard the young man strained his brain, he could not come up with an answer. The building was also strong. The monsters could have destroyed it if the walls had given in to the blows even a little. By the time the demons realized that their strategy wasn't working, Choi Yong-sung realized that he himself wanted to change something. Looking at his bandaged hands, the guy had long noticed that his progress in martial arts had stopped after acquiring the skill of harmony of body and mind. He now only received ki from the poisons in the food he ate, not from fighting demons. Moreover, having tried to test this skill, Yong-sun realized with horror that it was now also unavailable to him. How this could have happened was incomprehensible. He looked out the window and saw that there were adamantine nuggets lying around on the street, and a lot of meat as well. The newly arrived monsters were also holding several ingots and pieces of meat in their hands, and this sight whetted our hero's appetite. The monsters were shouting that such treats would instantly increase their stats, and the guy realized that these idiots wanted to lure him outside. The demons finally came to an agreement. They stopped fighting among themselves and breaking into the tavern. Now, in a single impulse, they all tried to motivate the man to leave. Choi Yong-sung was not one to be shy, so he decided to talk. He opened the doors wide and stood at the threshold. Then the guy stepped forward and said that it was time to end the production. The monsters looked and could not believe their eyes. Our hero came out of hiding. The young man looked around calmly, assessing the situation. Not a single muscle moved on his face. Standing in the doorway, the young man was completely open to attack. But for the first few seconds, none of the monsters dared to touch him. Finally, the monsters mobilized, and one of them called on his comrades to immediately kill the little man. Although the pub was a refuge, it was also the cause of the young man's degradation. So before he spoke to the demons and left, he thought carefully. It was a great chance to play along with the monsters and finally get involved in a truly deadly battle to regain lost skills and gain new abilities. Choi Yong-sung unleashed his signature strikes, sending the attackers flying one after another, the next row of monsters cheering that they had the numerical advantage. In fact, the advantage was not only in quantity. After some time, the young man saw an incredibly huge monster. One of its legs was like the floor of the building. Judging by the size of the monster and the weapon it was armed with, the guy thought that this could be a problem. The horned giant laughed, deciding that the man was scared, and he was incredibly pleased with the effect produced. The monster screamed that today was the last day for the guy to pretend to be a hero, hiding behind the wall and rushing to attack. Our hero actually approached the wall, but not at all to hide. He had another plan. Rogach continued to talk about imminent death and the like, but Choi Yong-sun did not listen to him. He thought that the main problem was that at this rate, he would not advance in martial arts. The opponent talked more than he fought. The young man voiced these thoughts, and the monsters rushed at him in a gang, but then the guy used the skill of harmony of body and mind and became very fast. Li Xiaoan, the only A-rank martial artist, described his strength as confidence. It seems our hero understood what that meant. He realized this at the very moment when he concentrated all his kai for a strike and hit the huge monster in the solar plexus. With the next movement, the young man threw several monsters aside at once. Only after reaching the expert level did he feel his full power. Previously in battle, he felt like he was cornered. Now this feeling completely disappeared, and the guy rushed into another attack on the huge monster. He was completely calm, filled with self-confidence. His blows were now completely accurate and well-planned. As if the world was telling Choi Young-seong that he was much stronger than all the demons around him, a mechanical voice announced that another skill had been mastered. The boy managed to disperse the enemy's attack with the help of the divine space arts Kai. The voice added that the hero had mastered Kuzushi, that is, using the enemy's strength against himself, at which time the huge monster flew to the side from one move of Yonsen. The monster did not understand at all how this was possible. The demon began to rub his eyes vigorously in the hope that he was dreaming all of this. After the battle, the hero, pleased with having obtained an A-rank Kizushi skill, picked up the meat and the adamantium nugget, saying that he would never let such a treasure go to waste. The guy locked himself in his pub and thanked the monsters for the gifts, adding that if they wanted to fight him again, they were welcome. At first, the monsters promised revenge. But soon Choi Young-seong saw new gifts in front of the window. The demons were inviting him to battle. The young man walked out onto the threshold with a satisfied look, but there was no one and nothing there except gifts. As soon as the hero thought about it, a rather loud explosion thundered right in front of the pub, and nothing could be seen because of the flames. There were several demons hovering in the air at once. One of them commanded to continue shooting, since the man specializes in close combat. The demons decided to change tactics and finish off the young man with long-range attacks. They fired from all sides. Choi Young-seong stood unharmed in the midst of smoke and fire, completely unaware of what was happening. The mechanical voice reported that as a result of the attack, the body became even stronger and more resilient. All the shots were blocked with the help of divine cosmic energy Kai. Also, according to statistics, the hero gained immunity against demons and magic projectiles. Having received the skill of invulnerability, when it came to close combat, it was not long. The more attacks the demons made, the stronger Choi Young-seong became. The invulnerability skill was an A rank. Soon, there was not a single demon left who retained the strength and desire to fight the young man. Our hero looked around with satisfaction and said that this would be the end of it for now, and if they wanted, the guys could drop by later. After a while, a whole line of new people lined up in front of the doors, but the guy said that he was not in the mood for a fight yet. Some of the monsters began to complain that they had already waited a whole day to fight a human, so the young man began handing out tickets with numbers, making the process more organized. The most interesting thing is that the monsters agreed to this proposal and promised to obey. It was not easy to find such a strong opponent, especially a human. Our hero leaned against the table to rest and thought that he had become very close to the demons over several hundred years of fighting. In his hands, the boy held an A-rank hunter card, a magical item received upon first registering with the association. It showed the owner's stats, fueled by Kai. To be honest, our hero had completely forgotten about this thing and hadn't looked at it for a long time. Now he was very curious whether the training had been in vain. The information shocked Choi Young-seong so much that his vision went out of focus for a while, and he had to rub his eyes and look again. It stated that he had reached the expert stage in the martial arts specialization, and had also mastered a whole list of A-rank skills. Some of them were quite interesting. In addition to divine cosmic art, immunity to poison, harmony of body and mind, Kuzushi and invulnerability, the map also included Dantang harmony. The young man also saw that he had the skills of an A-rank martial arts specialist, martial arts master, and worldwide resonance. The last point puzzled him. Our hero thought that this status meant that he had collected too many A-rank skills, but he needed to study the card point in more detail. Choi Young-seong could have sworn that the last time he examined the card, the divine space art was at level B. The guy thought that he had never seen a rank rise so quickly, although how can one say quickly about several hundred years, because time flowed differently in the abyss. A-rank divine space art granted immunity to all types of poisons, control over poisons, and the ability to gain ki when consuming poisons. The same rank in the skill of harmony of body and mind gave the ability to control one's body at the speed of thought. Rank A Kuzushi allowed you to redirect the enemy's power back, even if it was many times greater than your own. At rank A Invulnerability, the skin became stronger than stone and allowed it to reflect any type of damage. The young man looked through the list again, and his attention was drawn to the skill of Dantian coordination. He had heard about it back on Earth. Hunters used ki or mana energy as a source of power. When the quality of the source dropped, the skill became ineffective. By obtaining a large amount of ki, one could reach the legendary level, creating the illusion of 3 colors during Kai meditation. This was the level of Dantian coordination. Our hero previously thought that such things were only available to those who had undergone special training in the Twilight Arts, or the divine art of yin-yang. Choi Yongseong didn't know that although the divine space art developed very slowly, it created ki stronger than any other martial art. And our hero diligently trained in this skill for more than 1,000 years, which is why he became who he is. A rank martial artist meant that the physique was ideal for combat. It was an innate skill and meant it was in complete harmony with ki. The young man noted that he never had any innate talents, so he most likely acquired this skill during a space storm. The guy once again thanked the goddess for her wonderful planning, not knowing that she was ready to tear her hair out in despair that she couldn't find him. Rank A martial artist meant that through numerous fights, one had developed the ability to repeat any blow one had seen, something Yongsun had never heard of. The young man thought that usually a person can master only one martial art perfectly, but with this skill he will learn them all, like a magician. The last thing on the list was resonance with the world, and even the rank of this skill was not indicated, the guy thought. The card explained that the world resonated with him because he had reached the peak of his existence, making it even more difficult to understand what it was. Choi Yeon-sung would learn the meaning later. While the young man was studying his stats, a very appetizing aroma spread through the kitchen, and someone forgot what they were cooking. A gorgeous soup was cooked with almost no participation from the cook. Now it was necessary to taste the dish. Without knowing it, our hero took the first step towards the birth of a constellation. At this time, a muttering came from somewhere outside that this man had become too strong. Soon, there were already several customers sitting in the restaurant. There was a conversation about the skills of the owner of the establishment. The monsters were also surprised by his story about the data in the card. At this time, the guy brought 2 more fresh dishes and said that one of the monsters had been fighting him for 500 years. He was a regular and therefore did not pay for lunch. Another demon came for the first time. He pounced on the treat and said that he would now have a snack, and then he would thoroughly kick the little man's ass. Testing new menu items has now become a daily routine at the pub, with Choi Young-sung constantly practicing his cooking. The demons liked this approach. They praised the meal and gave credit to the cook, as well as to the fighter. Sometimes there were unfortunate misunderstandings, and some visitors were served overcooked meat, and others died from poison. At least in this territory, the dead did not remain dead for long and quickly resurrected. After the blunders, our hero sometimes changed the recipe, but more often he simply apologized and never cooked the dish again. However, sometimes among the monsters there were interesting specimens, to which our hero paid a little more attention. For example, if someone was unhappy with the food, they would turn over the plate or start to complain that they had come here not to get poisoned, but to fight. What irritated the young man most was the food on the floor, and the excessive zeal for fighting at the wrong moment. No matter how strong and muscular the demon was, the result of such impudence always remained the same. The fist worked lightning fast, and he found himself on the floor in a split second, and also received a ban from visiting the establishment. And this was the most terrible thing for the monsters. The entire audience began to lecture the unlucky demon that rules are rules for a reason, so that they are not broken, and that he should not let others down with his rudeness. Choi Yongseong's fist worked equally well for everyone, and the threat of being banned from the pub even after resurrection was almost as effective. Then the guy usually turned to the other visitors with a sweet smile, and sowing panic, asked if everything was to their taste. Soon, the pub began to hear only positive reviews about both the food and the owner, as was originally intended. Our hero sometimes laughed out loud and wished the monsters a bon appetit in an unctuous voice, even when he wasn't trying hard enough to cook. On such days, it was far from easy for the demons to cope with the portion that stood on the table, but they no longer had a choice. One such day, a mechanical voice announced that the boy had tried many poisonous ingredients and created enough recipes to master the skill of a novice abyssal cook. After hearing this, Choi Young-sung remembered something and looked closely at his fist. Then the young man tried to do a few practice kicks, as if trying something out. At the end, the hero swung his fist again and thought that he had not imagined it. His martial arts skills had not improved. The young man began to think and realized that he had accumulated too much chi, it simply had nowhere else to increase. Now he has surpassed even Li Xiaowan, who was an expert. There is no role model left, except for the Lord of Bloody Battles, but this is not a fact. Then the hero decided that since there was no master above him, he himself had to destroy this wall and raise the bar. There was someone approaching the pub, but Choi Yun-seong didn't know about it yet. He was thinking that there was only one way to become stronger. Just when the guest was almost at the threshold, the young man muttered that this path was nothing but a battle with a new enemy. With an enemy that is many times stronger than these weak demons, with an enemy that is much stronger than Yongsan himself. There was a knock at the door, and a most unpleasant voice asked if it was possible to talk to the owner of the pub. The guy was distracted from his thoughts and invited the guest inside, saying that today he had just gotten hold of and cooked some excellent meat. He smiled radiantly and led the visitor to the table, promising that in just a minute he would bring the ordered meat without rice. But the guest who entered said that he was not hungry, and it seemed that he had not yet placed an order. He only wanted to talk. Then the demon finally took off his hood and approached the table, saying that if everything went well, he would try the local cuisine. It was an extremely tall and powerful demon who had never entered the pub before. Choi Yun-seong was both happy and wary at the same time. The demon bowed his head in greeting and said that he had heard a lot about our hero and would very much like to evaluate his skills. Having the skills of a martial artist, our hero was very tense because before showing the guest the table, he looked at his stats on the card. The demon was very strong, much stronger than Yongsan himself, in general stronger than anyone the young man knew about. His power was of a magical nature. But the guy was absolutely sure of his destiny and the good planning of the goddess. He decided that this was the beginning of a new stage of training. Externally, the pub, where the young man now ran it, had not changed at all. It still stood under the bloody sky of the abyss. But inside, a man was serving the visitor the dish of the day, meat without rice, and wondering whether he would survive the day. The demon was laconic, wise, and full of some kind of life wisdom. He behaved completely differently from the monsters Choi Yun-seong had seen before. The guy watched his movements carefully and realized that he was indeed a powerful and mighty person. The visitor demonstrated his status and the incredible power he was capable of with his entire appearance. After the plate was almost completely empty, the demon thanked him for the food and said that the owner of the establishment, as he had heard, had a weakness for precious metals. The next moment, the young man's heart sank, and his eyes involuntarily popped out of his head. He saw what the visitor had brought with him. It was an adamantium ingot of incredible size. The guest held it in his hand lightly, like a feather, but the guy knew that the weight of the nugget was commensurate with his own weight. He silently handed it over to the owner of the establishment, and Yongsan asked if the guest would like more, since he had paid a lot for the food. Our hero continued to stare at the treasure that had fallen into his hands, at which point the demon asked if the owner of the pub was really a man. Having received an affirmative answer, the visitor decided to introduce himself. His name was Verago, and he was the very first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles, the one who was given the bloody axe. The master, the Lord of Blood and Battles, has been watching our hero and now wants to make him an offer. He wants the man to become his avatar. Verago was absolutely sure that Choi Yun-seong would accept the offer. Even though he was from the outside world, he was not so crazy as to go against the will of the Constellation, especially if you're being offered the honor of becoming an avatar, but he didn't know the guy had already made a similar agreement. The demon's face expressed a whole range of emotions when he heard that our hero was forced to refuse the offer of the Lord of Bloody Battles. He grew in size and loomed over the young man full of anger, screaming how one could contradict the ruler, his master. Choi Yun-seong held the metal ingot in his hand and thought that only he, the very opponent he needed to level up, could exert such strong pressure. If everything goes according to plan, then today new skills will be in his pocket. This incredibly inspired the guy. The demon calmed down and said that he could not understand why, because the man had a talent that the ruler was able to appreciate on merit. Not hiding your fighting spirit in front of someone stronger than you is the very quality for which the Lord of Bloody Battles chose the young man. The demon grew in size and extended his clawed hands towards the hero, asking how he dared to refuse, to which he received the answer that the man had made a promise. The monster began to guess, but asked again why he did not feel the presence of another constellation in the guy, to which Yongsan replied that he was not an avatar yet, but would become one when he passed the goddess's test. The demon's face expressed extreme surprise. He was silent for a moment, and then asked if the man was sure that he had not been deceived. The hero replied that he had no doubts whatsoever, but if the demon wanted to fight, then he was completely okay with it. The monster was in no hurry to start the battle. He began to explain to the young man that his words looked very suspicious. Something didn't add up here. Constellations enter into a contract with their avatar of their own free will. No one will enter into a contract with someone unworthy. To be desired by one constellation means that other constellations of the abyss will desire you. Therefore, a contract is concluded immediately, and then you are trained on their territory. This is done just in case another constellation wants to intercept the avatar. If this happens, 10,000 years of ridicule is guaranteed. The demon ended by saying that useful avatars need to be protected. All the constellations know this, but the hero answered no. The boy explained to Varagoth that the constellation that chose him could see the future, which is why she chose this method of training the avatar. The demon noted that this was a rare and valuable skill, to which the young man confirmed that his goddess was also very brave, since she let him go to foreign territories. The hero then described in detail all the trials and training he had gone through over the thousands of years in the abyss after he had been caught up in the magical storm. Varago countered that there was little point in all this. A magical storm was an element that no known constellation could control. The guy tensed up and asked if there was at least one such constellation, to which he received the answer that if anyone were so strong, they would have already subjugated the entire abyss. The demon looked at the man and said that he was almost certain that it was not the constellation that sent him, but simply a cosmic storm that interfered with training in the required territory, taking the young man away. Streams of sweat ran down our hero's face from the strain. He began to think that Varagot's words could very well be true. The demon noticed the doubts and reminded him that it was not too late to accept the offer of the Lord of Blood and Battles, but the guy asked him to shut up. Choi Young-sung didn't think the demon was lying. The guy was just enjoying his progress so much that he couldn't accept the fact that now everything would change. The hero went out for some fresh air. He thought in a panic that he shouldn't have been so stupid. Why he shouldn't have thought of this earlier. The young man was ready to burst into tears, but he had to hold back. The hero reminded himself that every tear led to the depletion of his ki and his courage. The demon asked where the man was rushing to, noticing that the guy was going somewhere quickly, to which the hero replied that his plans had changed. This news pleased Varagoth. His eyes lit up with a promising orange flame. But in vain, the guy explained that he intended to return to Earth, because he had wasted 1,000 years, being sure that he was at a training facility. The young man almost burst into tears again when he heard that he would not be able to leave the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles. The next moment, Varagot grew to enormous size and blocked our hero's path. The demon gifted with the bloody axe revealed his true nature. The blessing of the Lord of Blood and Battle enveloped him. Spreading his enormous wings and soaring above the ground, Varagot proclaimed that he would be sorry to break such a precious gem as Choi Yeonseong. He asked the young man not to despair, because the master is generous. When the boy dies, he will bind his soul and resurrect him. Yongsan at this time successfully dodged the attacks. The man asked what kind of nonsense this was, and while striking his opponent, the guy said that he refused to play these games. The demon continued the battle and noted that the enemy had a special movement technique. He was faster than teleportation and did not use magic. Incredible. The guy explained that this was a technique of a divine cosmic martial art called the moonwalk. The demon noted that this was all very funny, and he understood the master's choice, but it was time to stop wasting his time. Varago used a technique called baptism of blood, and a special red smoke began to envelop everything. When he reached our hero's shoulder, the guy realized that this was a special condensed mana. He was curious about its properties. The hero realized that even with his invulnerability skill, he would not be able to hold out longer, since judging by the amount of mana, the enemy was incredibly strong. Growing even larger in size, the messenger of the Lord of Bloody Battles announced that man would now come to an end. A shower of crimson mana that destroyed everything it touched enveloped Choi Young-seong, and he heard Varagot announce that his master was waiting. This technique very well illustrated the difference between the magical power of a demon and the skills of a human mage, not in favor of the latter. The young man heard a mechanical voice announce that, thanks to the use of the mind-body harmony skill, his senses had become sharper. The martial arts specialist reduced the consumption of ki. The coordination of Dantians greatly increased the fighting skills. Yongsan was in great danger and reacted as successfully as possible. The The discomfort of being deceived for so long and wasting time receded. Every finger on his hand, every cell of the guy exuded confidence and calm. Choi Yeon-seong realized that in this situation, he should act the same way as in a magical storm, focus on the main goal, to survive. It wasn't the speed that was important, but the feeling of flow, and our hero felt it very well. He began to act accordingly. For a moment, his feet were firmly planted on the ground, and then they pushed off, never to touch it again. Making incredible movements in space, the young man managed to dodge every drop of bloody mana. The mechanical voice said that his martial arts proficiency had increased. But the guy already knew about it. He was standing in the red cloud and didn't receive any damage from it at all. It was standing, however, only at first glance. He received the S-rank skill Incredible Speed. This technique allowed him to move instantly to any place. Virago was taken aback. The demon was shocked to realize that the man had dodged the bloody baptism and expressed his respect to him. Choi Yeon-seong proudly listened to Varagoth confess that he had previously thought that martial arts were only for weaklings, how wrong he had been. The demon explained that in the abyss, magical skills are most popular since they consume mana, but here it can be taken from outside in huge quantities. As if to demonstrate this, the monster extended his arms forward again, and shining streams of bloody mana began to gather around him. On the other hand, martial arts require a lot of internal energy, he added, looking at the young man. And internal energy does have a limit. Virago admitted that only after meeting our hero did he begin to appreciate martial arts. It was incredible, and struck the monster to the depths of his demonic soul. Having collected a stream of energy in his hand, the demon reported that rumors had reached him that the slaves of one of the constellations had staged a stupid rebellion, an uprising. The next moment it became clear that this energy was the handle of a bloody axe. The monster continued that the slaves were deprived of the ability to use mana. It was suicide. But although their skills had been mostly magical up until then, defeating the rebels was not so easy. They managed to develop a new wonderful skill within themselves, not borrowing mana from outside, but generating it within themselves. Our hero listened to the story with interest and clarified that, judging by everything, it was martial arts. The boy asked what would happen if he repelled Varagoth's attack with magic, and the demon replied that his body would melt and his soul would belong to the Lord of Bloody Battles. At that very moment, the young man made an incredible leap and tried to attack the demon, taking advantage of the element of surprise. Saying that it should work, our hero struck more and more blows, as if training with a stone snake. The attack was repelled. The enemy said that the young man was indeed an extraordinary man, but he himself was Varagoth, gifted with a bloody axe, and therefore would not tolerate such a thing. The monster swung and made the first slashing blow. If Choi Yeon-seong hadn't dodged, it wouldn't have had a chance to survive. Several times the bloody sun of the abyss rose and fell over the horizon, and the battle between the man and the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles continued. The opponents used the maximum of their combat and magical abilities. The demon cast bloody fog again. He did not miss the opportunity to deliver sudden blows with an axe. He teleported. He cast spells, but the young man still remained alive. The boy's physical abilities and fighting skills were so high that most of the demon's tricks did not cause him serious damage. Virago began to fall into a rage. The guy was also quite angry by this point and started shouting that magic wasn't fair after all, and it would be better to continue the battle in close combat. The hero looked at the bloody axe, at the effect of the spells, at how the enemy reflected his blows, and thought that it couldn't be that magic was capable of everything. The demon enjoyed the slight panic of his opponent. The man's misunderstanding amused him. With his huge axe, Virago was like a grim reaper. The young man clenched his teeth in tension. For the first time in many thousands of years in the abyss, he was literally on the edge. An enemy appeared before him, significantly superior to the guy in strength. However, he himself dreamed of the appearance of such an opponent. With every attack he made and repelled, Choi Yeon-seong felt himself becoming significantly stronger. Finally, gathering all of his ki into one point, he created a Ki Fist, the most powerful weapon he owned. To his surprise, the Chi Fist transformed into the Space Fist, a powerful new skill comparable in strength to a magical storm. The demon withstood even this blow, but it was clear that it had still knocked him down. The monster wondered how many more such blows the enemy could make. Choi Yeon-seong didn't answer. He realized that the damage wasn't enough yet, but it was developing quickly, so he needed to concentrate and try again. The boy soon realized with regret that using all his skills was good for defense, but not good enough for attack. but the attacking power was lacking since it was not so easy to break through all of Varigoth's defensive spells. There were dozens of layers of magic, each one dampening the damage the young man was doing, no matter how hard he tried. A powerful blow was needed, stronger than a blow from a Kai fist, which meant it was necessary to somehow concentrate even more energy in this fist. Our hero wondered whether it was worth taking the risk at all, but as we already know, Choi Yong-seong preferred action to reflection. He decided to take a risk, and so he sent a large stream of ki energy into his hand, but tried to compress it to achieve greater concentration. At that time, the young man did not yet know that this technique had already been studied, and even had its own name, materialization of ki. The Chinese Li Xiaowan, whom we already know, was the first to materialize ki, but he could not use the technique in real combat since it required a lot of energy. In our case, there was no talk of an energy deficit. Choi Yong-sun had been accumulating it for thousands of years, and it was time to use it for its intended purpose. The boy bent down and ran his hand along the ground, as if checking whether his Kai could pass through the enemy's bloody mana. He liked the result. The red fog was replaced by a bluish glow. The hero had surpassed in strength his earthly colleague and the demonic entity he was fighting. The young man began to concentrate his ki, preparing to deliver his crushing and most powerful blow in his life. Varigot seemed to suspect something was wrong. He stopped attacking, and simply watched the events for a few seconds. The next moment, he took the full force of Choi Yong-sung's new fist right into his solar plexus. This definitely knocked him down. The guy even thought that he had won. The demon's face changed so much and his body went limp. But everything was not so simple. Varigot came to his senses almost immediately. His eyes lit up with anger, and his hands gripped the bloody axe tighter. The mechanical voice reported that the youth had just destroyed the protective magic shield, and along with it, the master's blessing spell had been destroyed, and the high-ranking shield had also been broken. The demon got really angry and yelled that this was no longer a battle, but some kind of extreme disrespect towards him on the part of the enemy. Choi Yong-seong was glad that his plan had worked. He needed to continue in the same spirit. However, looking again at Varigoth and how quickly he cast a new defense, the guy realized that he needed another blow like that, and then his Kai would be completely depleted. At this time, the indignant voices of the monsters were heard behind them, asking each other if this was the end, and if the rivals would destroy this place to hell and back. The faces of the simple demons expressed bewilderment and fear. They wanted to both watch the battle and stay alive. By the way, Sir Varigot and the man had already spent half a year on the battle. It was a spectacle never seen before. It seems that Choi Yong-seong was lucky enough to become a legend of the abyss, a man of immeasurable power, even compared to the strongest demon mage, the first avatar of the Lord. Finally, the young man decided to use the mastered technique once again, concentrating all his ki to strike the fist of space. Not even that, he made 3 such strikes and stopped to assess their effectiveness. The demon continued to stand on his feet. The mechanical voice reported that the Ki was depleted, but the Dantian coordination skill restored it, and the martial arts specialist skill reduced the Ki consumption. The guy found himself at a dead end. He could deliver a blow that would break through Varigoth's defense, but it was not enough to win. The Ki was restored, but it took time. The demon also realized that they were going in circles, and told the man that they had already spent too much time on this. He added that he could no longer restrain the Lord of Blood and Battles. At that moment, the bloody axe seemed to come to life. His blade began to emit a bright pink glow and turned into a weapon of aura, but no longer Varigoth's, but his master's. A voice was heard, saying that now everything would end. The sheer force of that voice was enough to knock a person off their feet, but Choi Yong-seong was no ordinary person. For a moment he saw the image of the Lord of Blood and Battles himself. The sight was neither pleasant nor promising. A mechanical voice informed Varigoth that the master blessed him with his power for immediate victory. The demon grew even larger in size. His face changed, his muscles grew stronger, and he laughed ominously. It was visible how 2 streams of purple light power descended towards him from the sky. Varigot thanked the master for his help. His size greatly decreased. When it was simply impossible to accept more power from the ruler, his avatar once again said that he was grateful and prepared to attack. Choi Yong-sung could only curse. The boy understood that he was in great danger, mortal danger. Something had to be done immediately. Our hero understood why the demon had shrunk so much in size. It was done to increase speed and concentrate mana. Varigot began to attack the young man from all sides. For some time, the hero even managed to repel the attack, His defensive properties were also high. This only further angered the monster and its master, and the attack and its effectiveness increased even more. Finally, it became obvious that if he did not launch a counterattack, he could actually die, and Yongsan began preparations. While he was concentrating his Kai, Varigat rushed around like a tornado, striking so quickly that he himself was no longer visible. The young man was almost ready to strike and was now waiting for the right moment, frozen in a fighting stance. It was a mistake. Varigoth's next blow was too strong, and a mechanical voice announced that Choi Yongseong's invulnerability had been broken. The guy almost missed the moment, but still decided to carry out his plan immediately, without waiting for his defense to recover. He was a little afraid that he would die if his concentration dropped. It was absolutely impossible to relax. The demon was jubilant at this time. He was sure that he was a hair's breadth away from victory, and therefore he paused. Since our hero entered the abyss, he has never once used all of his Dantian ki at once. In the abyss, where enemies lay in wait at every step, such an act was clearly equated to suicide. Well, it's do or die. It's time to try what sacred suicide is on the territory of the bloody Lord of Battles. The demon gripped his bloody axe tighter and prepared to attack Choi Yongseong once again. The man took a special pose for maximum concentration and distribution of his ki. It was necessary to use the resource to the last drop. The young man understood that he had no choice, and that he simply would not live to see tomorrow. So the reserve of Kai was not needed in reserve, but was needed here and now. Looking once more at the demonic entity rushing straight towards him, the boy gathered all his Kai, all of it. Varigoth's mouth was getting closer and closer. His eyes were burning with magical fire. There was no more time to hesitate. Using the stored energy from all of his Dantians, Choi Yongseong delivered a punch with such force that his opponent was sent flying back several meters. The mechanical voice announced that our hero had learned the Cosmic Key Breakthrough, a technique that had greatly improved the level of divine cosmic art. Varigo no longer posed any threat to the young man. This was clear from the way he fell to the ground after the blow. Of course, the demon landed on his feet and even grouped himself into an attack stance. But this was just a bluff. The demon realized that he had to defeat the man at any cost, and gathered all his remaining strength, fueling it with rage. The monster summoned the Lord's bloody axe again, and increased its size slightly to make the blow stronger. Our hero was inspired by the effect produced, and tried to restore at least the minimum level of Kai for a new attack. Some little man taught a lesson to the very first avatar of the Lord of Bloody Battles in the territory under his control. It was unthinkable. Varigo simply could not allow this, so he simply burned with anger and accumulated the last of his strength, which, by the way, would have been enough for a gang of monsters. He simply could not stand still and watch as a new constellation was born on the territory of his great master. By the way, this is exactly what happened. Choi Yong-sung, without realizing it, brought his essence closer to the divine. Varigot suddenly noticed a special glow that emanated not only from the guy's eyes, but also from his body. The demon's face expressed extreme surprise. The guy started to get bigger and bigger, while the enemy didn't change much in size. The demon screamed in horror. It seemed as if the whole world around him dissolved and ceased to exist. Looking at his hands, the young man realized that when he completely emptied the chi reserve in his Dantians, he realized the true essence of himself. Dantians are like his inner world, so you can try to release them beyond your body. And then the whole world will become one huge Dantian of Choi Yongsan. It will belong to him, as will all the chi in it. The mechanical voice announced that the boy had reached the highest level of mastery and had mastered the perfect understanding of the S-rank skill, Ki Materialization. The voice then added that the hero could now freely use materialized Ki and had received the skill of a good giant fighter and the S-rank skill of a master of his craft. Choi Yongsan's worldwide resonance increased according to the report, but for Varigot, he reported that the world was waiting for his defeat. The guy's next blow ended this expectation. Our hero's eyes sparkled and shone with key energy. He was no longer his former self. A message appeared that the constellations of the abyss, who were watching the battle, showed special interest in the young man. The subsequent messages were spam-like, saying that the kitten of lava and magma was waving its paw, the serpent-bearer of plague and darkness was promising the hero a scythe, and the crimson cow trampling the world was mooing. The last message was that the Lord of Blood and Battle was furious, and Choi Yongseong realized with displeasure that everyone was watching the fight. This made the hero very angry, and he dealt several blows to his opponent so strong that he raised his hand in a plea to stop. Lying on the ground with his arms outstretched, the demon, a powerful magician, told the man that this was the end. He was giving up. The young man did not expect such a turn of events. He was expecting to have to work hard for another couple of years. A mechanical voice announced that Choi Yong-seong had defeated the first avatar of the Lord of Blood in battle, Varigoth, gifted with a bloody axe. The voice also added that the young man had mastered the skill of being a master of his craft, which allowed him to receive energy and strength from the entire world. The demon lying on his back called out to the boy and said that the man had honestly earned his right to reject the Lord's offer. He asked to listen to his words, and Choi Yong-seong thanked Varigoth from the bottom of his heart. The demon added that he did not know which constellation had offered the young man to become his avatar, and he warned that this proposal should not be accepted under any circumstances. It would be a huge mistake. Raising his bony, clawed hand up, the first avatar of the Lord of Bloody Battles whispered that by refusing, the hero could grow much stronger. The guy can become so strong that no constellation can look down on him. Varigo sighed and asked our hero to become famous in this abyss by becoming the first man to turn into a constellation. Our hero thought about it. He began to imagine what kind of shock such an event would cause in other constellations. And then he understood everything, after which he promised to listen to the demon's words, to which he responded with a slightly sinister laugh and said that it was magnificent. The hero said that it was time to get to know each other properly and gave his name, to which Varigot whispered to Choi Yong-seong that he would wait for news and then return to fight. After this, the demon said goodbye, and only the black shadow cast by his body remained on the ground. Then it rose into the air and floated away. The guy waved goodbye and asked Varigo to come back. He still owed him. The young man was slightly stunned by the fact that he could actually become a constellation. He covered his face with his hand and began to think about it. After becoming a master, Choi Yong-seong began to accept the world as himself, and only now did he notice what he had not noticed before. These were the gazes of the constellations watching him, and not just gazes, but ones that exerted pressure. And most importantly, our hero understood how powerful these very constellations are. He felt it with every cell of his body. But if our hero became stronger, he could well compare with them. No special proof was needed for that. At this time, the spam wave was activated again. A mechanical voice announced that the lava kitten and the serpent bearer of plague and darkness were asking to meet with Choi Yong-seong. The fact is that the constellations of the abyss could not move through foreign territories. They had to constantly monitor so that no one captured their own. That is why the constellations watched over the world without leaving their thrones and their avatars, and those who were worthy of becoming their avatars. At this time, a message appeared that the Lord of Blood and Battles had put a reward on our hero's head, but he still could not realize that he was under constant surveillance. The mechanical voice also added that from now on, every creature in the territory controlled by this constellation would hunt for Choi Yong-seong. This information amused the hero quite a bit. Now he imagined the constellations as an audience watching a stream or a reality show. There was no fear at all. Spreading his arms wide, the guy theatrically announced to the observers that he was no worse than them and was going to become a constellation himself in the near future. The young man remembered how in his past, earthly life, he paid attention to one TV show, and his boss praised him very much. The show showed the life of a guy who signed a contract with a star and now told how he lives. Avatar said that everyone envies him, but in reality, everything is far from wonderful. Only those who signed the contract will understand him. Choi Yong-seong's boss and other gym-goers decided that the show's hero was showing off and called him an idiot. The guy on the screen continued that the constellations watch the avatars around the clock, and there are also many rules that are forbidden to break. Choi Yong-seong then also thought that the show's hero was whining in vain. He was handsome, and even became an avatar. One could only dream of that. Only now did our hero understand what that hunter meant. The need to constantly follow the rules was very nerve-wracking. The avatars were practically slaves. Their master could send his subjects on any mission, and they had to obey his will. Otherwise, they faced destruction or terrible punishment. The young man dreamed of becoming an avatar since childhood, to become stronger. Only now it dawned on him how wretched these creatures are. He will become much stronger and freer than any of them. Choi Yong-seong wanted to choose his own path himself and not obey anyone. He scattered the pack of monsters and walked towards the pub, thinking that Varigo was absolutely right. Having learned the power, you don't want to be in submission. Spam has started pouring in again about the serpent bearer of plague and darkness, and the kitten of lava and magma mocking the Lord of Blood and Battles. Ophiuchus also reported that he was impressed by Yongsan's level, sent him the poison release skill as a gift, and when the guy refused and became furious, the other constellations began to mock him. The young man stood with his hands on his hips and said that he did not know how to use magic. A message appeared that the serpent bearer of plague and darkness was shocked. The kitten of lava and magma immediately offered the guy a grimoire, the Book of the Kitten on the study of magic, but the young man refused this gift too, saying that he would achieve everything with the help of martial arts. The kitten of lava and magma called him a hipster, but immediately gave him an adamantium ingot, which the hero was not ready for. Choi Yongseong willingly accepted this gift. Although he was obsessed with power, he had nothing against enrichment. At this time, a message appeared that the kitten of lava and magma offered the guy more useful and precious minerals in exchange for a contract. The young man fought the temptation for a while, but then his nerves simply gave out. Our hero raised his hand and pointed his finger at the sky, shouting that he himself was going to become a constellation, and that enticing him with such gifts was completely pointless. The guy headed towards the pub, and the lava and magma kitten said that this is the main problem with hipsters. They are very nervous. The hero entered the once cozy hall of his establishment and discovered that everything there was destroyed and scattered. The young man did not pay attention to the disorder. He was purposefully looking for one single thing. Finally, the young man found the item he needed. It was the same adamantium cauldron of the previous owner of the establishment. The hero put some simple belongings inside and covered the top with cloth, tying the neck with a rope. The guy now also did not pay attention to the messages from the constellations. Ridicule, mockery, gifts, all this will remain behind his back. Choi Yongseong firmly decided to go his own way. The young man said goodbye to the pub, which had become his home over so much time, and thanked the sturdy building for providing shelter. Not all territories in the abyss look the same. We already understood that. But some are so unlike the world we are used to that one can only wonder how anyone could live there. At this time, in the neighboring region, where two-headed llamas walked on mushroom-shaped platforms, rather strange events were taking place. One of these beasts found itself in some confusion. The monster encountered a creature that surprised him quite a bit. It surprised me not only with its appearance, but also with its behavior. A lot of questions, incomprehensible holograms. The two-headed creature did not understand at all why it needed this. The monster was then shown a picture of Choi Yongseong and asked if it had seen this human male. As we have all already guessed, it was Vaniel who was conducting his search mission, exploring more and more new territories. The monster had no intention of answering any questions from some angel, let alone those concerning people. Vaniel encountered a similar reaction almost everywhere he flew in search of our hero. No one liked angels in the abyss. The winged man did not argue. He turned around and flew on, realizing that there was nothing to catch here. But it wasn't so easy to leave this time. The two-headed monster asked if the sweet angel knew whose neighborhood he had visited. "This area is not protected by any constellation," the monster yelled rudely, and extended his clawed hands towards the angel. These were the claws of freedom, according to the monster. The territory was considered neutral, was secret and isolated from others, so no one should know about it. Vaniel had nothing against the territories that were not subject to the constellations, and he would not have told anyone about this land if he had not received such a terrible reception. With one power of thought, the angel lifted the monster into the air and landed him on the rocks with a swing. Rising above him, Vaniel once again asked the defeated enemy if he had seen a man. This time the monster politely replied no and apologized for his inappropriate behavior. Flying away from these inhospitable territories, Vaniel sent the monsters a blessing from the constellation. All of them were shocked. The search for our hero continued, and although the angel was already running out of patience, he still strove to fulfill the goddess's order, flying around and exploring more and more new territories. There have been several reports that some constellations have become interested in the fact that Vaniel, the avatar, is not in his territory. Over time, the angel got tired of the increased curiosity, and he used the goddess's veil skill on himself, becoming invisible to the rest of the constellations. At once, a mechanical voice reported that the table observer was furious at such cheap tricks, and the master of perverted illusions was mocking the avatar's technique. Meanwhile, our hero continued his journey through the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles. From time to time, Choi Yongseong would take a break, not to rest, but to train and work on his ki a little more. He honed his skills by borrowing energy from the outside world and returning it to it during his strikes. Thanks to the master's degree, the divine cosmic art was perfected, and the amount of chi did not matter, but the importance of the ability to handle chi increased. For this reason, the guy did not stop improving his martial art. With a cheerful cry repeating the swings of his legs and arms, it was necessary. Choi Yong-seong especially enjoyed practicing the space fist strike, which allowed him to capture particularly powerful streams of ki. Our hero put his whole soul into every blow, almost like in those distant times when he first began to practice martial arts. The most interesting thing is that the young man did not get bored with his activity at all. He found special pleasure in repeating the same actions many times. Sometimes the bandages on his fists wore out, but his hands were still as tireless as they had been 100 years ago. From time to time, he received messages that the power of his essence had increased due to the fact that he continued to train as before. The young man decided to check his stats, and suddenly noticed that after he decided to leave the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles, there were changes in the world resonance skill. Now it was stated that the world resonated with him, as the hero had reached the peak of existence, and was now an invincible training master. Choi Young-sung realized that he had managed to perfect his skills to the point of perfection, or something like that. Now they were flawless. I wonder how he should turn into a constellation now, the guy thought, and suddenly decided that he seemed to know. He saw monsters nearby and headed towards them. The demons were extremely determined and promised to destroy Choi Yong-seong for the humiliation their lord had suffered. The guy looked at the statistics again and decided that the world was giving him a hint. He needed to follow his principles. This would strengthen his essence and make him a constellation. Of course, the principle that Choi Yong-seong always followed strictly was to fight at the first opportunity. The monsters were scattered in all directions by his lightning strikes. The invincible training master sighed and muttered that he must train all the time and never lose. That was the way. The demons lay defeated and did not understand why they had even bothered with a man whom even Variga could not defeat. Yongsun left with the thought that this path was ideal for him. Thus, our hero left the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles, finding himself in a land where the gaze of the constellations could not reach him so easily. By the way, in the battle with Varigoth, 2 skills were obtained, which we forgot to talk about in more detail. This is a good giant fighter. The guy's power grew when he entered into battle with a strong opponent. And the second skill was self-control. It said that a being capable of defeating itself is the strongest being. The power of the essence grew if you live in accordance with your essence. In the world of constellations, there were rules that had to be followed by the constellations themselves. Otherwise, their power would weaken, and death would occur. Choi Yong-seong stood next to his cauldron and thought about where he could get an opponent strong enough to improve his skills, but not lose. The guy thought it sounded complicated and, most importantly, interesting. He liked to set high demands on himself. Suddenly, on the horizon, the young man noticed something truly huge. At first, he decided that it was another monster, and therefore a potential enemy. This thing was moving underground, throwing pieces of rocks and huge stones in all directions. The young man hoped that this time the fight would last longer than the previous one. At this time, the monster finally came to the surface, and our hero almost screamed at the top of his lungs with joy. Instead, a monster did it, who roared the familiar Quoquan with a trumpet-like voice. Our hero couldn't believe his ears and couldn't believe his eyes either. The monster's silhouette was backlit by the sun's rays, but there was practically no doubt. It was indeed Onyx, and Choi Yong-seong was happy to meet his good friend and companion for many hundreds of years. Now both of them, the man and the stone snake, were screaming with joy, and by some miracle had not yet rushed to hug each other. However, they didn't rush for only a couple of seconds. Soon the young man already grabbed the head of his former pet with his hands and affectionately noted that he had grown a lot. The snake said that he did not come alone and really wanted to introduce his friend to his family. Now he had a wife and children. The entire stone snake family lined up in front of Choi Yong-seong and greeted him as a good friend. While our hero was congratulating Onyx, he began to worry and warn the young man about something. At that very moment, the danger became a little more real. A huge crack appeared on the ground, and something rose to the surface from the depths. When this happened, the young man literally lost his power of speech. He looked at the monster that emerged straight from the ground and could not believe that it was real. Onyx and his family were truly enormous, the size of a multi-story building, but this monster surpassed them many times over. It was a supergiant monster that had never appeared on Earth before, a snake on a completely different level, the size of a city. It could be classified as X rank. The entire world was on alert, and Choi Young-seong noted that the snake was emitting so much magical power that it gave him goosebumps. The enemy was clearly stronger than Varigot, but whether he was stronger than the Constellation, the young man could not determine. The stone snake and his family also had difficulty. But still, the fight should have been interesting, because in front of our hero was not just a snake, not a huge stone snake, but a 9-headed snake, a Hydra. The stone snakes began to panic. They were afraid not so much for themselves as for the hero, but Choi Young-seong himself was calm. As we remember, the increased interest in his person, ridicule, mockery, and threats greatly irritated the young man. Hostility began to increase, especially from the Lord of Bloody Battles, who activated all means to avenge his humiliation. That's why the guy came to neutral territories, because he wanted to hide from unwanted eyes. But in the lawless zone where he ended up, the strongest ruled. These were monsters, as powerful as the constellations, but not bound by any rules or restrictions. The Hydra was such a monster. Compared to it, the huge stone snakes looked like tadpoles. The young man watched as the monster rose from the ground and was amazed by its magical power and physical strength. It moved like a bulldozer. The mechanical voice said that the good giant slayer skill had been activated, and if the boy defeated the Hydra, his essence power would increase. The skill master of his craft was also activated, which will also increase the power of the entity in the event of a successful outcome of the duel. The young man looked back and heard that the skill was world resonance. The Invincible training master was resonating. The hero still didn't fully understand what it meant. Standing directly in front of the monster, Cho Yeon-sung reminded himself that he was an invincible training master, which meant he had never backed down from a challenge, and he wouldn't back down now. The mechanical voice urged him to live his normal life, and the young man was surprised that his skills were pushing him to fight the monster. But even without them, the hero's choice would have remained the same. He pushed off Onyx's head and made an incredible leap to attack the Hydra. The young man shouted that he was not afraid of the monster and intended to defeat it at any cost. These were the rules he had set for himself. Standing right in front of the green snake, Choi Yeon-seong threatened to punish the monster for bullying his stone friend and his family. Using telepathy, the Hydra informed the man that he was worthless and would soon die in agony, as he deserved. The fact that the Hydra has the ability to telepathy puzzled our hero. He began to think about what other abilities the enemy might have. Meanwhile, the snake reported that even the constellations avoided meeting with her, since the Hydra's deadly poison works on them too, and its fiery breath incinerates them on the spot. Choi Young-seong also detected the bloodlust skill that was emanating from all 9 heads of the monster. He thought that it would make anyone change their mind about fighting and run away. At first, it might have seemed that the guy was dumbfounded and also began to prepare to escape, but this was not so. He stopped to push off the ground as hard as he could, because the hero knew no fear. His principles told him not to avoid danger, but to engage in combat with it. The Hydra was surprised and hissed in surprise. It seemed that it could communicate not only telepathically. After Young-sun's attack, the monster lost 1 head, a situation that neither he nor the Onyx family, who were watching the fight, expected. The Hydra hissed in rage, unable to comprehend how such an insignificant creature dared to attack, and successfully at that. But it wasn't that simple. Thanks to the divine regeneration skill, the lost head was instantly restored. The monster looked at the young man carefully and informed him that it was not bad and quite brave, but that he would have to pay dearly for daring to touch him. Neither the hero nor the constellation could withstand the Hydra's poison, something she reminded Choi Young-seong of once again as she began preparing to use it. Our hero was a little puzzled. He did not understand why the enemy was telling him about his intentions. It was not logical. Watching the snake's neck and cheeks swell from the amount of poison, it became clear why. It was a monster that even the constellations feared, and not only were they afraid, they were powerless against it and preferred not to get involved. The monster hissed so loudly that everything around him almost blew away, and then exclaimed that these cockroaches would not be able to do anything against him, even if they knew about his intentions. The 9-headed Hydra pompously proclaimed that it was declaring the fate of the enemy. The enemy had no choice but to accept his fate. Suddenly, the poisonous green cloud began to dissipate, and the snake noticed a bright blue flash in the place where Choi Young-seong was. Our hero stood frozen in the air among the poisonous fumes, and the monster could not understand how he managed to resist the poison. If the guy hadn't had perfect immunity to poisons, he might have taken damage, but as it was, He only suffered from the monster's telepathic screams and curses. The young man looked closely at his hands and thought that the sensations were not the same as during the battle with Varagoth. It seemed to him that the blue glow was not his Kai. This was indeed not internal, but materialized from the external world of Ki, and it was quite aggressively charged, inciting the hero to cut off as many heads as possible from the Hydra. This is what Yongsun did. He was so fast that his attack and strikes were difficult to track, but it was undoubtedly successful. The hero's legs and arms worked equally well. Jumping and instant movement in space allowed him not to stop for a moment. Immediately, a mechanical voice announced that the Invincible master of training in the world resonance had become active, and the hero's power of existence had increased. As predicted in the description, the power of the entity did its job. The monster's heads flew one after another to the ground. The Hydra grew new ones, but after a few seconds they too joined the previous ones. Thanks to his skills and life credo, Choi Yun-seong not only wasn't cornered, but he was also able to defeat the monster. At least that's what he thought now. While the battle was not yet over, the snake decided to change tactics and use its sharp teeth while new heads grew in place of the destroyed ones. The guy noticed that each time the monster regenerated faster and faster, it seemed that it was also pumping up, just like our hero. It was time for the scalding breath. It was extremely dangerous for a person. Yongsun began to get a little nervous. Theoretically, the invulnerability skill that glowed blue could protect him, but even in the battle with Varagoth, it was not enough to completely block the magical attack. The fact is that the Hydra was many times stronger than Varagoth. Our hero realized that the skill of invulnerability alone was not enough in this case. The solution came unexpectedly. The young man remembered that he had the skill of moonwalking. He jumped up and tried to get above the stream of poisonous, scalding breath of the nine-headed Hydra. Running along it like a path, Choi Yong-seong got close to the monster and began to attack again. The scorching streams became denser and larger, and it became almost impossible to dodge them. The hero ran from one safe place to another, but he understood that his speed was not enough. He only repeated to himself that he needed to act faster, even faster. He had to be as fast as he had never been before in his life, and a miracle happened. At some point, it seemed to the guy that time had stopped. He had become so fast. It was a real miracle. The flame and poison emitted by the Hydra also seemed to stop. Now the young man could even afford to stop to calculate further tactics for conducting the battle. The Hydra couldn't control its breathing intentionally, so the reason was something else. None of our hero's skills gave him the ability to stop time, and now he was trying to figure out what was going on. But then the miracles ended, and the monster began to spew fiery streams again. A few seconds later, when the hero began to run away from them, everything froze again. Then the young man realized that he had mastered some new skill and that he could not hesitate. He had to act here and now. This was his chance to win. The young man was so fast that he seemed to fly into the air, fluttering from one Hydra head to the next. Finally, he landed on his feet, leaving behind only a bright blue glow from a series of powerful blows. Finally, Choi Yong-seong realized that miracles happened over time for the same reason that his attacks became much stronger than they should have been. The power of the essence was far from the same as enhancing magic or martial arts. This power allowed one to change reality according to one's own desire and imagination. The mechanical voice said that the guy had received an epiphany about how to use the power of the entity. This force is capable of changing realities, and now the hero can control it as he wishes. It was that same powerful force that allowed the constellations to transform the abyss and build their kingdoms, giving gifts to their followers. Now Choi Yong-seong, a human like the constellations, could do almost anything he wanted. At this moment, the Hydra became active and again began to telepathically curse the young man and threaten him with imminent death. The monster dug its clawed paws into the stones and squealed that it would smear the hero's yellow brains all over the abyss. The guy looked at the enemy and realized that the Hydra was a powerful entity and had enormous willpower and confidence in victory. Choi Yun-seong couldn't shake or change her will, but there was no need to do so. The young man had solved the riddle. He began to concentrate his essence power in his hands, but he was not going to change the Hydra itself, but something else. Choi Yong-seong decided to change himself. The power of the essence penetrated the human body and made it sharp as a razor, capable of cutting through time and space. Matter, of course, too. The guy pushed off and seemed to fly into the air, cutting through it like a rocket. He was determined to win the battle. His arms spread out to the sides, emitted rays of light as sharp as a razor, powerful as a magical storm. As they approached the Hydra's body, the monster realized that this was the end. Nothing could be done. While some heads watched others fall to the ground, our hero did not stop moving for a moment. The young man came up with and materialized a special poison that blocked the monster's regeneration. He even felt sorry for the Hydra, but he couldn't give in to his emotions. It was also impossible to slow down. The guy continued his fight, trying to concentrate on the process and not forget that this was also training. As each subsequent head fell to the ground, others began to complain that this was simply impossible, and that such a thing could not have happened. Soon there were only a few of them left, and one suggested to the other to run away before it was too late, because regeneration does not work, and you can completely die. When there were only 2 heads left, one of them commanded the body to flee, but the other stopped the process, and disagreements began. One head screamed that they should run away but survive, while the other objected that it had not been the most powerful monster for 10,000 years to show such shameful cowardice. While they were arguing, the young man jumped up with the intention of relieving the monster of the agony of choice. He rose high into the air, only to return down with a sharp stream of energy and deliver his final victorious blow. The entire family of stone snakes gathered over the body of the defeated 9-headed Hydra. They could not believe that this was all real. Almost crying, Choi Young-seong muttered that the snake was a great opponent. Let him rest in peace. After all, the guy was sentimental. Immediately, messages poured in that the power of existence had increased thanks to the skills of a good giant fighter and a master of his craft. But the guy continued to be sad. Then the mechanical voice reported that he was covered in Hydra blood, and the world resonated even more strongly. The regeneration skill again increased to level A+. The hero left the battlefield. The last message was that the man's invulnerable body was now infinitely regenerating, and behind him lay a pile of meat that had once been the strongest monster. Looking at the Hydra and checking the stats, the hero noticed that life is a strange thing before he could not even dream of such skills. On Earth, any of them would have allowed him to become an A-rank hunter, but he, unfortunately, was not on Earth. Or perhaps fortunately, because there was a chance to become a constellation. At this time, a joyful quoquan was heard behind the hero, and he cheerfully noticed a family of stone snakes. They were fine and full of impressions. Onyx informed the boy that he had changed a lot since their last meeting. The guy smiled and replied that this was to be expected. A lot had happened in the several thousand years since they had seen each other. He reminded the stone monster that he himself had changed, and that he had also started a family and a bunch of beautiful children. When thinking about the relatives of the hero's friend, the thought occurred to him that the defeated Hydra might be useful to them, and he asked if stone snakes eat meat. Onyx even got a little scared and jumped aside, remembering the young man's recent actions. The stone snake asked to forget about it. The Hydra's body is poisonous, moreover. It continues to emit poisonous fumes. One cannot approach it. How could he forget that our hero had tasted all the poisonous monsters of the ocean? It would be foolish to think that the same would not happen to the Hydra. Soon, the poisonous meat of the 9-headed Hydra was cut into neat steaks, and even looked quite appetizing. The entire skeleton remained intact and did not fall apart into bones at all. It seems that over many hundreds of years of working in the pub, our hero has learned to cope quite well with cutting up carcasses. The guy held a huge steak over his head and understood that this supply was too much to take with him. Of course, he could eat some of it here, but definitely not everything. At this time, Onyx caught his attention and said that he knew a way to solve this problem. The young man saw that the stone snake was handing him some object. It was a gift for protecting his family from the Hydra. A mechanical voice announced that our hero had just received a magical amulet artifact of subspace. It was easy to guess what this subspace necklace was. It opened up additional space where you could put things. Having opened the box and looked inside, our hero understood the full value of the gift. If desired, he could have stuffed a car inside. It soon became apparent that all of Choi Young-sung's belongings, as well as most of the meat and leather supplies, would fit in there without any problem. Moreover, the skeleton, which could be useful later for creating weapons, and scales, from which armor could be sewn, also fit. The cauldron and the unprocessed ore, the main treasures that the guy managed to acquire in the abyss, also went inside the amulet. Onyx watched the young man with interest and heard that the adamantium he had once given him was also here. The hero had never figured out a way to process the ore. The young man dreamily added that when he learned how to melt metal, he would be able to make a frying pan and a cutting board out of it. After closing the necklace box, Choi Young-sung was happier than ever in his life. It was the best gift he could imagine. The best, but not the last, stone snake handed the guy some purple nugget. He found it when he was eating stones. From the moment Janssen decided to become a constellation, he saw not only their messages, but also the amount of power that creatures and objects possess. He reached out his hand and realized that the world was talking to him, telling him details of a new gift from an old friend. Now man has become a being who has reached the peak of his existence, but he is not yet accustomed to his extraordinary abilities. The nugget held out by Onyx is untreated orichalcum, a metal that emits pure magical energy. Since orichalcum emits the strongest magical energy, and adamantium is very durable and absorbs it, the hero decided to make a knife and kitchen utensils from orichalcum, and a frying pan and board from adamantium. It was a brilliant plan that Choi Yeon-seong immediately began to implement. The stone snake's wife expressed doubts about his mental health, but Onyx denied everything. After some time, the mountain of steaks made from 9-headed Hydra meat suddenly appeared outside again. The guy shook the amulet and realized that it also had a volume limit, and so he simply threw the excess back into the outside world. Looking at the meat, the young man declared that it turned out they had no choice and had to eat it all. Seeing the stone snake's anxiety, the young man decided that it was worried because he would not get it. In fact, Onyx was worried because the meat was extremely poisonous, and tasting it would mean certain death even for a stone snake. Choi Young-sung had been studying cooking for thousands of years while he was a pub owner, and his culinary skills were quite advanced. And despite this, it was not so easy for him to cope with such a complex and very rare ingredient. It was the meat of a powerful creature that had survived after refusing to become the avatar of the constellation, something that had never been seen in the territory of the Lord of Battles. Consuming abyssal monsters gave the eater power proportional to the creature's might. But if you prepare it incorrectly, certain death awaits. Our hero knew this, but was determined to see it through to the end. For him, preparing a dish from such a complex ingredient was both a challenge and a matter of honor. At this time, the stone snake's wife was persuading Onyx to try the treat when the young man finished preparing it. Finally, the guy placed the finished dish in front of his friend and said that he had prepared tartare so that the stomach could cope with the task better. Onyx was strong and could have simply escaped from the Hydra, but he couldn't escape from the poisonous meat. That's the kind of joke life plays. Having swallowed the first piece, the stone snake realized that he not only remained alive, but also received an incredible boost of strength and energy. With each next piece of energy there was more and more, and now it began to shoot out in rays from the monster's eyes and mouth. Onyx was satiated. Choi Young-seong watched with pleasure as his satisfied friend invited his wife and children to join him in the meal, and he wished them bon appétit. When everything was eaten, the family of stone snakes came to thank the hero and find out why the meat was not poisonous. The young man put his hands on his hips and proudly said that it was because he had taken care of everything, and that he couldn't poison his friends and their families. The whole family looked at Choi Young-seong carefully, and he felt that something interesting was happening. The mechanical voice announced that the giant stone serpent and his family had decided to trust and honor him. The boy was surprised but happy. At this time, he felt a powerful surge of energy, and a message appeared that he, like a constellation, had followers. The power of the constellation, the strength of its essence, increased. Choi Young-seong continued to feel its power growing. Now the young man understood why the constellations wanted to increase the number of their followers, and the real reason why they were so interested in the Earth. It was a world with billions of potential followers. Any constellation that captured Earth would gain the power of the essence to capture the abyss. The boy realized that he needed to find a way to return to Earth as soon as possible, before the future predicted by the goddess came to pass. While our hero sat and thought, Onyx approached him, holding another steak of 9-headed Hydra meat in his teeth. He showed interest with his whole appearance, and Choi Young-sung said that if the snake wanted, he could eat a little more. But it soon became obvious that something was wrong with Onyx. The young man looked at his friend and realized that he had greatly increased in size. The stone snake did not stop chewing the meat and grew bigger and bigger literally before our eyes. The young man thought that maybe the pet shouldn't eat snake meat, just like cats and dogs shouldn't eat chocolate. He was trying to figure out what he had done wrong while Onyx was croaking and making some very loud sounds. Onyx ate, and finally our hero realized that his friend wanted to eat everything. He gave his permission, and the family of stone snakes became the size of a city, and they moved on. The pet and his family brought our hero to some new territory. According to them, There was something interesting there that could be very useful to Choi Yongsan. The young man looked doubtfully at the pink and purple landscape stretching out before him. The next second, his gaze fell on an image of a winged and horned demon with many teeth, scratched into the rock. The stone serpent made it clear that he had brought the man here specifically to show him the drawing. Choi Yongseong sat down right in front of the rock and began to think about what this could mean. Onyx continued to cackle about danger and threat. The young man's thoughts soared somewhere high and began to reflect on the fact that it was very unlikely that there was a demon that posed a threat to him. After Varigot was defeated, our hero no longer had any desire to choose similar opponents for himself. Even the entire army of demons from the territory of the Lord of Bloody Battles did not frighten Choi Yongsan, so why should any other one frighten him remained unclear. Finally, the young man decided that if he was destined to meet an opponent stronger than Varigoth and the Hydra here, then he was ready. At that very moment, the heavens opened up and our hero was dragged into some kind of magical portal. A mechanical voice announced that the boy had entered the territory of the Master of Dreams and Desires. The surrounding constellations watched as the young man fell. The avatars of the Master of Dreams and Desires have learned of this and are heading towards you, the voice added while Choi Yongseong was thinking about what had happened. Soon, several winged people appeared in front of the young man and asked if he was a training master. These creatures looked like incubi, and each one in turn greeted our stunned hero. They were all approximately the same shade of purple, like the world of the owner of dreams and desires. One of the avatars informed Yongsan that his master was asking for a meeting and ordered that if he agreed to do so, the hero be escorted to him. The mechanical voice reported that the nightmare incubus had used the soul seduction skill, and then that the QE of the divine space art had resisted the seduction. The guy said in a menacing voice that it was too rude for a greeting, to which the avatars apologized, explaining that they had no control over this skill of theirs. One of them added that they also understood that their weak abilities would not work for the constellation, which confused the guy, who began to mumble that he was not one yet. Avatar added that they believed that Choi Young-sung would soon become a constellation, and the young man thought that these were the most pleasant words in his life. Then he pulled himself together and asked what would happen if he refused. The incubi replied that they had received orders not to harm the hero and to let him go. Our hero agreed to meet and asked the avatar if he had heard of planet Earth. He thought about it and replied that he remembered something about battles for the gates leading there. Choi Young-sung became seriously agitated and began to demand more information from the incubus, but he had nothing to add. He was simply trembling with fear. Then the avatar added that his master might know something if the hero was interested, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then the avatar threw up his hands and giggled. He remembered that there were many souls on Earth, and decided that the guy intended to capture it. Yongsan struck a pose and declared that he was not going to conquer the Earth, but to protect it from attacks by other constellations. This information struck one of the incubi to the depths of his soul. He exclaimed that the hero was not only strong, but also noble. The young man listened to more admiration and began to guess that behind the beautiful words of the avatars there could be a real threat. They continued their journey through this strange world, painted in pink and purple tones and filled with various geometric figures. At this time, one of the incubi suddenly rolled his eyes and screamed in a terrible voice that the man must immediately give him all his desires. The guy tensed up. He was bombarded with messages about the skill of seducing the soul and reducing ki. It was good that the divine space art protected the hero. The other avatars quickly neutralized their colleague, but he continued to shout that they too would not mind eating this man. His desires are so fresh and pure. As Choi Yongsan was escorted further and the violator was promised 300 years of imprisonment, the hero heard that what attracted the incubus more than others was his desire for endless training. The guy looked back and asked what it was, to which the avatar replied that they, the nightmarish incubi and succubi, have a thirst for human desires. The guy thought that this must be very difficult. He was glad that the number of desires was quite limited. At that moment, the succubus turned away abruptly. Before that, he had said that he was not attracted to the desires of the young man. But the next second, he was singing a song about how sweet he was, and how that pure desire for endless training lured him. Our hero looked at him with surprise and asked him to put these tricks aside, otherwise someone would be very sorry. Avatar promised that he would not make demands on Choi Yong-sung's wishes and would keep a respectful distance. Soon they came to a huge and majestic building with columns. The avatars explained that this was the palace of the owner of dreams and desires. The guy would see it immediately after he entered. The hero asked why the succubus was not going with him, to which he received the answer that a conversation between two constellations was too great an honor. The young man began to suspect something was wrong. He reminded him that he was not yet a constellation, and since the succubus had shown him everything in this world, he invited him to accompany him further. Avatar couldn't believe his luck. Tears of joy almost came to his eyes. Together they walked down the corridor, and the succubus did not stop thanking the young man for the honor bestowed upon him. The young man followed him and thought that, apparently, the meeting would be more dangerous than he thought. The young man had a plan to use the avatar as a human shield, because the constellation should at least value something. Before entering the hall, the young man once again reminded himself that the title of Master of Training is not given to just anyone. But he should not lose his vigilance. He is on foreign territory. After taking a couple more steps, the young man became confused. It seemed to him as if he had just woken up. The avatar accompanying him was sleeping on the floor, and the owner did not look the way the hero imagined. The Master of Dreams and Wishes said that his avatar, Ari, is probably having a wonderful dream about devouring Choi Yongseong's wishes, with the latter's permission, of course. The guy asked if the creature in front of him was really the Master of Dreams and Desires. Having received an affirmative answer, he was even more surprised, and even looked around, hoping that this was still a mistake. The owner of the dream appeared before the hero in the form of a little girl. He exclaimed that he was glad to see the constellation, which has been putting on a lot of performances lately. He had wanted to meet for a long time. Our hero stood silently for quite a long time, trying to assess the situation and think through a possible retreat strategy. After this, the guy once again said that he is not yet a constellation and that he still needs to work on that. Measured steps were heard behind him. The girl came closer and said that no, the one who has embarked on the path of the constellation can already be considered a constellation. While the avatar was sweetly snoring, the owner of the dream explained that our hero was already capable of the same things as the constellations. With a welcoming smile, the girl asked if Choi Yun-seong couldn't use the power of his essence like the constellations. The guy didn't want to answer. He couldn't think about anything at all except that by some ridiculous chance the owner of dreams and desires looked like a child. But having recovered from the shock, the young man began to gradually remember what had happened when he entered the constellation chamber. He said hello, but there was no answer. Then strange things began to happen that made the muscles tense. The guy fell into some kind of thick white fog, as if into a dream, and began to think whether he hadn't done enough, wandering through the abyss for tens of thousands of years. He just needed to fall asleep and rest. The hero's face was blinded by rage. He realized in anger that this was a suggestion from the Master of Dreams and Desires. He expected that Janssen would fall asleep and change his mind about training, becoming a constellation. Clutching his head, the young man asked why people's brains were being brainwashed and their consciousness manipulated, to which he received the answer that this was the very essence of dreams and desires. The beings who entered this room always had their wishes fulfilled and found peace, a gift that was hard to refuse unless you were a constellation. The owner of the dream added that the only thing the hero was not capable of was waking up by his own consent, and the young man asked again what that meant. The girl did not want to talk about it now. She said that she understood the person's confusion, but everything has its time. The guy decided that this was some kind of trap and tried to find out what this constellation wanted from him. Embarrassed, the girl began to shift from foot to foot, and said in a timid voice that she would gladly explain everything if our hero entered into an alliance with them. Choi Yong-sung laughed. He expected something like that. All the constellations are terribly selfish. At this, the girl laughed and said that sometimes it's for the best. The boy began to understand that forming an alliance could make the constellations stronger. Not all of them were as powerful as the gods. Evil and bloodthirsty constellations sow chaos, destroying the weaker ones. It is not so easy to stand against them. In their quest to conquer new territories, many monster constellations leave behind only scorched earth and mountains of bones. Quite significant piles of bones, the girl added, and said that she didn't want to end up in one of them, which is why she was in the alliance. The guy listened to her and said that the problem of territories is not new, but you can create a farm for collecting wishes, and then become so powerful that no one is afraid of you anymore. The Master of Dreams and Desires objected that such an idea could only come to the mind of a constellation that was previously a human. Choi Yong-seong did not like this remark at all. The girl smiled sweetly again and said that the Invincible Master of Training was right, and the constellations could indeed have unrivaled energy potential. She added that she can't do everything she wants, since there is always a risk of reducing the energy essence and losing power due to some erroneous actions. Nightmares demanded high-quality three-dimensional desires, not born of fear, but the fruits of ambition, pure and spiritual goals. Since the girl was only a nightmare god, she could not create anything like that in the real world, only in the abyss, or dreams. Choi Yeon-seong was horrified, and said that in this case, she simply could not do without others, like some kind of parasite. The constellation laughed, and the guy corrected himself, saying that he meant that it was quite strange. It seems that our hero has begun to understand that the girl's goal is to create an alliance of weak but altruistic constellations. But he immediately became wary, asking why she had revealed so many of her weaknesses to him in case he turned out to be a villain. The owner of dreams and desires said that he thought about it, but came to the conclusion that it would be easier to negotiate with the guy than with other constellations. The constellation was being disingenuous. She came to such conclusions after studying the hero's desires, but he didn't need to know about it. The guy continued his thoughts. In fact, Choi Young-seong simply radiated enormous desires, but none of them concerned conquest or power. Their main theme was the desire to improve technique, and to try as many new skills and training as possible. The guy looked at the constellation again and decided that the girl had trusted him for a reason. They could very well work together. He said he was almost ready to make a deal, but there were still a few questions left. The young man asked what he would have to do, what responsibilities he would have after the alliance was concluded. He added that he is quite a busy person and cannot spare much time to help. The master of dreams and desires began to laugh uncontrollably and said that the hero was inimitable, asking about responsibilities instead of calculating his own benefit. She replied that while everything was calm, there was no need to do anything. He could do whatever he wanted, but in case of danger, he would have to stand up for the alliance. The bird that was sitting on the girl's finger chirped, and the constellation added that sometimes battles last so long that they would definitely have time to come to each other's aid if necessary. The bird flew away, and it was a truly beautiful moment, worthy of going down in history, at least in the history of Choi Young-seong. The guy was touched, as we remember. He was quite sentimental, although he hid it. Looking at the girl again, he said that he agreed. The constellation was delighted and grabbed his hands, saying that it was great that everything had been resolved so quickly. Yongsun said that while he was a newbie, he was sure that there were a lot of dangerous creatures in the abyss that pretended to be something they weren't. The guy didn't suspect how right he was. The young man dreamed that the alliance would help him return to Earth. At that time, a message appeared that he had joined the alliance of small constellations, and a crowd of dwarves appeared in the hero's imagination. He raised his eyebrows and asked what kind of name it was. The owner of dreams and desires asked if he liked it. The mechanical voice said that words represent the power of the constellations. If you do not keep your promises, it will affect the power of the entity. The girl continued to insist that there was something wrong with the name, and the hero had to reassure her once again that everything was fine. At that moment, a fiery whirlwind rose behind the constellation, and a message came that a kitten of lava and magma greeted the hero with its paw. Our hero began to suspect that he had been deceived, but he still did not fully understand how exactly and in what. The next message from the kitten was that he would treat him very well if the boy became his avatar, but instead he did something stupid. Janssen cursed. At that moment, an image of a kitten materialized from the fiery whirlwind, but it was rather schematic. Another message said that the kitten of magma and lava greeted the fool again. The young man began to remember that he had seen messages from the kitten before. The young man greeted him and asked if this constellation was also a member of the alliance he had just joined. Our hero began to get angry and asked why he was talking using telepathy while he was so close. The girl giggled, swallowing her laughter. She explained that constellations usually do not leave their territories, and this kitten hologram is simply one of the ways of communication and connection between the members of the alliance. The guy thought about it and decided that it was like a video conference on Earth. He asked when the other members of the alliance would join them. The girl turned away and began to whistle something quietly, completely ignoring the question. A terrible guess came to our hero, so terrible that he did not even immediately gather the courage to voice it. Finally, he exhaled and asked if there was anyone in the alliance besides himself, the girl, and the kitten. Poo-poo-poo. A message appeared that the kitten angrily asks, "So what?" He also threatens not to give the gifts prepared for the hero. The The guy came to his senses and said that he was not disappointed. When he asked about the gifts, the kitten replied that he could make any items the guy was interested in out of adamantium and oracle. The girl smiled and said that the kitten was the most famous blacksmith in the entire abyss. He promised to make weapons and armor for Choi Young-seong as a gift for joining the alliance. The guy was puzzled. He was glad of such an opportunity, but had not yet saved up enough orichalcum, so he asked to take advantage of the offer later. The kitten shook his head and asked the mistress of dreams and desires whether she had given our hero what she had intended. The girl laughed and explained that she didn't think they would be able to come to an agreement so easily because she simply didn't have time to tell them about the gifts. The kitten called the guy a dumbass once again. He threatened to leave the alliance, and the girl tried to turn it all into a joke. Here, the mistress of dreams and desires waved her hand and reminded that the constellations were selfish, so she had prepared gifts for Yongsun as an incentive to join the alliance. The next moment, a huge, shining, round gift appeared in the young man's hands. All that was left was to unwrap it, but that was not necessary. The mechanical voice announced that Choi Young-seong had received the orichalcum ingots and the A-rank key vampirism martial arts scroll. The guy was incredibly happy, and the girl explained that the scroll was created by nightmares, but she thought it would suit the hero just fine. After a short silence, she added that there was not a single nightmare that could become a master of this art. The guy asked why, and was pleased to hear the answer that everyone except him preferred to take the easier magical path. The hero couldn't resist, and showed the kitten how much adamantium and oracle he had. They needed to discuss the making of items. The constellations were delighted and asked how long it took him to accumulate these treasures. The guy replied that he started when he was still mortal, several tens of thousands of years ago. The kitten decided to change the subject and asked if the young man liked the gifts. He thanked him and replied that he liked them very much. But it was time to discuss what exactly needed to be forged. A mechanical voice screamed excitedly that the lava and magma kitten was inspired and demanded to know what weapon and armor the hero wanted, immediately. The kitten exclaimed that with that amount of materials, he could create a simply epic shield and sword. The constellation offered to create an indestructible shield from adamantium and the strongest sword from oracle. The guy can choose any design. The kitten's image increased in size in anticipation of a great job, but then our hero threw up his hands and said that these were not quite the things he needed. As the cat's curious nose moved closer to him, Choi Young-sung smiled and said that he was primarily interested in the kitchen utensils. In a state of shock, the kitten of lava and magma listened to the guy need a cutting board and a frying pan made of adamantium, as well as an auroch knife and utensils. A message appeared that the kitten of lava and magma was asking for a serious answer, and our hero began to assure that he was not joking at all now. The guy explained that ever since he first found a piece of oracle, he has dreamed of getting the best kitchen utensils so he can cook anything in the abyss. The kitten sat silently with his eyes wide with surprise. He no longer dared to call Choi Young-sun a fool, but it was obvious that the constellation thought exactly that way. After a few seconds, the kitten began to turn into a fiery whirlwind again, and he decided to silently leave the dialogue. Then the constellation returned pathetically and lay down on the grass with its paws up, demonstrating that it was completely smitten. There was a message that the lava and magma kitten slowly opened its mouth and said something like, "Damn hipster," but such a term is not in the dictionary of the abyss. With tears in his eyes, the kitten began to work, fulfilling the order. Choi Young-sung could not shake the feeling that he was forcing him to do something extremely disgusting. The girl noted that a promise is a promise, because the constellation will put its whole soul into the work. She added that she is now ready to answer the question of what awakening is. The guy confirmed that he is not yet a complete constellation and does not fully understand all the nuances associated with this. He remembered that when he defeated Varagoth, he saw a message that the world resonance had increased, and the world was eager to hear his cry. And Varagot, at his last moment, told our hero that the man should become a constellation. The boy wondered if it was possible that he was still a human with excellent fighting abilities. But in order to become a constellation, he needed to take one more step. The girl explained that, as she had already said, our hero is already a constellation. How long can we repeat the same thing? There is no such thing as an incomplete constellation or a newbie constellation. A constellation is a constellation. And by awakening, she meant precisely the fact that our hero had not yet realized that he had already become a constellation. The hero's jaw dropped, and she laughed that he was a unique creature to continue to doubt even now. The guy was indignant that she called him unique. apparently because the hero does not possess magic, to which the girl laughed and assured him that this was not so and she did not want to hurt his feelings. She flicked him on the nose and explained that mortals very rarely become constellations, which was what made him unique. The young man looked at her and assumed that the mistress of dreams and desires was a nightmare that had become a constellation. The answer was not affirmative. The heroine said that she was born as a constellation. The power of existence of dreams and desires was awakened by nightmares. They came together, creating her. This was the true form of the mistress of dreams and desires, and she did not hide this side of herself. Most of the constellations are the same, both the Lord of Bloody Battles and the Kitten of Lava and Magma. They are constellations from birth. That's why everyone is irritated by the fact that the guy hasn't yet realized that he is a constellation. For them, it's unthinkable. It finally dawned on Choi Yeon-seong that by awakening she meant self-awareness, self-identification. The girl smiled and said that it was not difficult. You just need to accept this fact as real. The young man looked completely stunned. He did not understand how everything could be so simple. It was not his style. Suddenly, they found themselves at the very top of a green hill covered with grass, under a pink pre-dawn sky. The girl once again said that everything was simple. It was clear from the young man's face that he was disappointed, as if he had been counting on difficult trials and torturous training, but they had been cancelled. Then our hero closed his eyes and told himself to accept that in life, things don't always go according to plan. The guy exhaled all the air from his lungs, then took a deep breath again and finally blurted out that he had become a constellation. At that moment, all the energy that the world around him could bestow upon him filled Choi Yeon-seong's body to the limit. It was an incredible feeling. The message appeared that the world resonance was activated and the world accepted the cry of our hero. As the constellation Invincible master of training, he received all the possibilities of the constellation. The radiance was blinding. The mistress of dreams and desires even had to cover her eyes with her hand. Our hero's appearance changed dramatically. A new constellation opened its eyes, and the whole world froze in anticipation. Behold, all of you in the abyss. Before you is a new constellation, an invincible master of training, the mechanical voice said. Then Yongsun had a vision of some hero with long hair and wings on his back trying to defeat the monster. He rose higher and higher, demonstrating all his magnificence and power. The monster roared in fear. The warrior made his first blow at the monster, a strong and lightning-fast blow, but somehow not perfect enough. Returning to the rocky ground, the young man did not look pleased. His face was distorted with fear. The attack was not what he expected. At that moment, a message appeared that the invincible training master would grant him his blessing. Joy filled the warrior's soul. He swore allegiance to the new constellation and thanked him. The very next moment, the monster was defeated. So strong did the young man become from just one blessing of our hero. How he managed to make someone so strong and powerful was impossible to understand. And it wasn't necessary, because Choi Yeon-seong was now a constellation. He stood on top of the hill. His hair had grown long and white. His face was filled with pure delight. Being a constellation was fun and incredibly enjoyable. The girl laughed that she understood his delight. But why was he playing with her avatar like that? Even though they were in an alliance, it was not fair. The guy apologized and grabbed his head. He suddenly realized his power and understood that before doing something, you need to think carefully. Avatars are very important, and influencing someone else's avatar can be seen as provocation. The young man's eyes widened as he realized that he could now get an answer to any question instantly through the power of his consciousness. He realized what a fool he had been, continuing to rush from side to side in order to strengthen himself, although he was already a constellation. Even though he was lost and wandering in the abyss, he considered all this to be the goddess's training. What a nightmare. He even thought that a space storm was a great way to travel. What holy simplicity and naivety. The young man's hair stood on end in horror. He realized that for thousands of years he had thought about nothing but training. He was incredibly stupid. The girl laughed and said that they should try out their distant vision. She asked if the guy had an avatar. Choi Yeon-seong replied that he didn't have an avatar. But then he remembered Onyx. Concentrating his attention on it, the young man suddenly saw a family of stone snakes. Everything was fine with them. The girl also said that the power of one's essence can be accumulated or spent. It works roughly like mana points. Also, the constellations could use their avatars to explore the abyss as a kind of scouts. The girl added that the constellations can also look through the eyes of other people's avatars if necessary. She explained that since they were in the same alliance, he had every right to use the eyes of the allied avatar, and Choi Yeon-sung tried it here. What he saw amazed the guy, but soon he wondered why the constellation was hiding some places of its territories and some avatars were blocked. The girl smiled and explained that this was a place where nightmares lived, and because it could be unpleasant, she blocked off some areas, and that was okay too. She looked at the sleeping avatar and added that she sent a Rooney to meet the hero, since she controlled herself better than others and did not attack him as other nightmares could. The young man remembered with horror some details of the meeting with the succubi and their behavior, so he agreed that this was reasonable. Finally, the mistress of dreams and desires said that she had told him almost everything she had planned, and there were no questions left for the hero either. The young man thanked her for her help, and the girl laughed that she was very pleased to meet a constellation expressing gratitude. It was a great rarity. Then she remembered something and advised Choi Yong-sun not to contact other constellations until he had acquired several avatars and followers, because this is what power depends on. The sky beyond the sky, the place Choi Yong-seong had arrived at before training began, was an abyss of constellations, and now he had the opportunity to study it much better. Thinking about this, the guy decided to ask one of the constellations if she had heard of Earth. The girl thought for a moment and replied that it was a planet outside the abyss, and that she had heard about it, but did not remember the details. She added that she had heard more about other constellations planning to take over the Earth, as there were many rare souls there for the abyss. Our hero explained that he asked about this because he himself was from Earth, and the constellation thoughtfully muttered whether this meant that the gates were already open. The mistress of dreams and desires was worried that troubles would soon begin, but she looked through the eyes of the avatar at Earth and reported that everything was not so bad yet. While the constellations that came to Earth were looking at each other but not making contact, it will get worse when the battles begin. During the fights, they will become weaker, not stronger, and someone will definitely take advantage of this. For example, some cunning constellation, while the others are fighting, will simply capture souls and easily become the most powerful. The guy decided that they chose not to fight, but to increase the number of followers. But the girl did not listen to him. She said that he was lucky when the gates opened. There were no evil constellations nearby. She explained that evil and cruel constellations will not come to a common agreement. They prefer to seize power by brute force. Raising his index finger, the constellation added that even when there is an opportunity to act differently, they do not do so. Such is their nature. Our hero thanked her for the information, and the girl noted that he must be very nervous, leaving his planet at the disposal of unknown constellations. She added dreamily that it would be nice to have a constellation in the alliance that had souls of followers from Earth under its control, and Choi Yong-sung had an idea. The girl and the kitten looked at him with hope and expectation. They did not quite understand what was happening at all. The young man raised his hand and concentrated his ki onto it, making it as sharp as a razor. The second hand underwent the same metamorphosis, and soon both began to move rapidly around the young man's head. The kitten and the girl looked at what was happening, but because of the speed they could not see the details. Snow-white strands of hair fell on them. Noticing that the hero decided to cut his hair, the girl said that it grew back the moment Choi Yeon-seong accepted his essence and became a constellation. She thought that the haircut was evidence of the young man's desire to return to Earth at any cost. The constellation suggested that it could also be a reminder of his mortal origin, but the hero replied that it was something completely different. With a mysterious smile on his face, the young man explained that it was just that his long hair was getting in the way of his training. The mistress of dreams and desires realized that this was only partly true and advised him not to openly demonstrate that he had become a constellation upon returning to Earth. Choi Yeon-seong thought about it and realized that this was quite reasonable and he should listen to this advice. He imagined the dangers that might await from evil and bloodthirsty monsters, but the girl explained that even good constellations could be hostile. She added that if these constellations decided to fight for the souls of the Earth, they are definitely much stronger than their alliance. The boy asked if he should hide his essence from everyone, and the girl replied that yes, if he uses the power of the essence, he will be immediately exposed. The mistress of desires and dreams advised to blend into the crowd, and then quietly and imperceptibly acquire followers. They will become souls that accept the essence of the hero. The constellations on Earth will sooner or later discover the loss of souls, but then it will be too late. The young man folded his arms dreamily across his chest and said that he had never thought about becoming an actor or a star before, but this was not a bad idea. The girl explained that she meant something a little different, and the boy realized that becoming a hunter wasn't so bad either. Thinking about it, hunters also have quite a few fans. The guy remembered Li Xiaowang and realized that he had previously thought of him as a simple hunter. The young man also remembered that there is a constellation on Earth that also knows about him, and the girl noted that in that case they could use some support. She said that the Alliance benefited from the expansion and asked how Choi Young-sung knew about this constellation. The guy became embarrassed. The hero tried to briefly tell how he met the virtuous goddess of scales and what came of it. The guy embellished the story a little, shortening it and simplifying it a little. But even so, it all looked pretty stupid. It was very sad, both for the goddess's reputation and for his own. The girl reported that the story was terrible, and embellishment did not help. But the mistress of desires and dreams added that she had heard about this constellation. The skill of foreseeing the future is very rare even among the inhabitants of the abyss. The girl said that despite the stupidity of the story, it seemed that the goddess had a plan, even though she sometimes made a fool of herself by misinterpreting her predictions. It seems that predicting the future is very difficult. What is the point of prophecies if you do not understand what they mean and do not benefit from them? She added, thinking about the kitten of lava and magma. The constellation muttered that she wasn't sure the goddess would be of any use to the Alliance, but the appearance of a lava kitten reminded them that they were in no position to be picking over resources. The mistress of dreams and desires added that given the goddess's behavior, it was likely that she was cooperating with other constellations, and the guy noted that this was not bad for an alliance. The girl thought about it. The goddess seemed stupid to her, but the kitten wisely decided that if they helped to correctly interpret the visions, then things would get better. In that case, the first task upon returning to Earth for the Invincible training master will be to convince the virtuous goddess of Libra to join the Alliance. The guy was a little worried about how the goddess would react to the fact that he became a constellation, but he plucked up the courage to contact her, asking how best to do this. While the girl was lamenting that she had only heard her name once, the kitten announced that he suspected where such an unremarkable creature might be. Our hero was delighted. Even though he became a constellation and even joined the Alliance, the young man wanted to return to Earth, and such a key figure as a goddess could help. He needed to meet her in person. Just as he was thinking that it would be a good idea to involve avatars, winged creatures flew across the sky. The next second, Aruni's voice was heard from above. The avatar was interested in how he could be of use to her mistress's comrade. After listening to the hero's request, the succubus said that she would be happy to accompany him through the mistress's territory. But what about the hero's plan to return to Earth? The young man replied that while the kitten of lava and magma was busy making his equipment, there was some time for other things. The avatar noted that this equipment would become legendary, unaware that the kitten was almost crying from sadness at the time, making a frying pan. The young man said dreamily that he was absolutely sure that the indicated items would help fulfill many of his desires. The girl asked where exactly the hero wanted to go and reminded him that there were many beautiful places in this area. Choi Young-sung replied that he had one in mind. He said that he heard from the mistress of dreams and desires about the Fountain of Enlightenment, to which Aruni noted that this is a place for training succubi. It teaches you to control your desires. The young man happily announced that since he was forced to wait, he intended to spend this time usefully, getting the training that was only possible in this area. The girl laughed loudly and replied that he was indeed an unrivaled training master and she liked it. As they entered the room where the well was located, Aruni noticed that the place had once been popular with nightmares, but had become abandoned after the birth of its owner. The well was banned because during the training process, many nightmares could not stand it and went crazy. Our hero looked into the well. The essence of the training was to drink water from it. At first glance, it all seemed simple, but if it really was, it wouldn't have been sealed. The whole point was that the stronger the desire of the person lifting water from the bottom of the well, the heavier the bucket became. You can try to meditate and get rid of your desires, but this will not reduce the amount of water. Choi Young-sung got down to business and realized that this would be one of the hardest training sessions of his life. Thoughts appeared in his head that if he let go of the bucket, he would return to Earth. He so wanted to go to his favorite gym again. Lifting water had become unbearably difficult. The voice asked if he missed the spicy ramen, his dumbbells, if the young man wasn't interested in what was in the new issue of the magazine he regularly read. Doesn't the young man want to watch the movie about Batman and Superman again because these are his favorite heroes? The voice reminded him. And then Choi Young-sung realized whose voice it was. His ex-girlfriend asked him if he wanted to get back together, because everything was so wonderful. "Their love is not dead. They can be together again if he lets go of this rope," the girl continued. The lava kitten and the mistress of wishes and dreams thought that this was too much of a challenge even for the unrivaled master of training. The girl explained that the well excites and intensifies desires, making the bucket heavier. The kitten expressed fears that not everything would be okay with the hero. The mistress of desires reassured him, because the constellations are on a different level than nightmares, the hero will definitely not go crazy, but she is very interested in what desires torment him. Then a message appeared that the kitten had noticed something and was asking to look. The girl connected to Aruni's vision, and the first thing she saw was the guy's sneaker resting against the wall of the well. The young man held onto the rope, resting his feet against the wall of the well, and inhaled and exhaled as if he were exercising. From the tension in the muscles of his arms, it was obvious that the guy had really decided to give himself a physical workout by doing the exercises. First on the arms, then on the legs, then on the abs, and then on the legs again. It seems that some were completely incorrigible. As soon as the girl and the kitten realized what was happening, their faces expressed extreme disappointment. This simply could not be happening. How it was possible to use such a complex mechanism simply to pump up muscles instead of training desires was beyond their comprehension. In reality, it wasn't that simple. The hero trained, using the weight of his desires to get rid of them because he was addicted to training. The kitten and the girl watched for several minutes as he tried with all his might to persuade himself to repeat a few more approaches to each exercise. The kitten muttered that this was too much even for a stupid constellation like Choi Yeon-seong. Even Aruni was a little taken aback and asked the young man if he was okay. Many nightmares had gone crazy trying to get the water out. The girl added that if he needed help, he should just ask. But the guy said that everything was fine. He just found a good exercise machine for the first time in a long time. Most people couldn't lift the bucket, but he didn't have that problem. The temptations were too weak. What kind of nonsense is this? Like a movie about Batman and Superman and ramen during training, you need to watch your diet, our hero muttered. Getting back together with his girlfriend was also not a very good idea and did not bode well. Choi Young-sung remembered why he decided to end the relationship, and he would make the same decision now. What nonsense. He informed Aruni that all the illusions the well offered were weak. In fact, the whole workout was no more difficult than squats with weights. At that moment, the mistress of dreams and desires grabbed her head. She was sure that beings without desires do not exist. Then an idea came to her, and she added that the constellations were no exception, to which the omnipotent being would force itself to restrain its desires. She added that the hero had good fundamentals, probably because he was mortal. It was not about fighting skills at all. The kitten in anger released a stream of fiery lava. Choi Young-sung spent a lot of time at the well. He learned to cleanse his heart to do cardio and to weight the bucket for strength training, remembering his desires. The rest of the time he devoted to sparring with Aruni to work on tactics and strategy for fighting winged creatures. When he returned, the mistress of dreams and desires reported that the hero apparently enjoyed spending time at the well, and he replied that he never missed an opportunity to practice. The girl explained that although Janssen himself was like a human army, he could have great potential in raising avatars. The young man did not understand. Constellation explained that since he was an unrivaled master of training, he could train not only himself. She added that after training with the hero, Aruni became much stronger, but the guy objected that he was fine alone. Then they saw the pause. A message has appeared that the lava and magma kitten says that it will never do anything like that again. The kitten announced that he had finished, and that now all the items he had created could be taken away, and the kitten's mouth looked bloodthirsty. When our hero looked at what the blacksmith had prepared for him, he could not contain his admiration. Even the girl looked with interest. The first thing they saw was orichalcum cutlery created by the famous Constellation blacksmith. It was beautiful. The knife was very sharp and could have been used as a weapon, but the young man thought first of all about food. He grabbed it and prepared to make a test blow. The girl and the kitten froze in tension. Choi Young-seong made a stabbing motion with his hand, and an incredibly sharp knife suddenly cut through the magical reality fabric that surrounded them, creating a hole. The mistress of dreams and desires screamed in fear and asked him to immediately stop what he was doing. The girl explained that it was a knife created by the Constellation, and if you didn't handle it carefully, you could destroy everything around you. After the orichalcum cutlery came the turn of the adamantium dishes, and the girl and the kitten prudently put on sunglasses. Against the wall, glittering in the sun, stood 2 frying pans, a cutting board, and something else, ready for testing. Our hero extended his fist forward to gather as much Kai energy as possible into it for the strike. Then he directed all this power towards the adamantium utensils. It seemed that it had no chance to survive. But when the smoke from the impact cleared, the pans were still standing against the wall, without a scratch on them. Immediately a message appeared in the chat that the kitten of lava and magma was bragging that this dish was stronger than any existing armor. Taking one of the pans in his hands, Choi Yeon-seong thoughtfully said that he wished it were bigger, to which the kitten remarked that it was the fault of whoever provided the materials. The young man laughed and said that this was not bad either, and he thanked the blacksmith with all the warmth he could muster. This ended Choi Yeon-seong's short vacation in the nightmare camp. Although he came here as a human, he left already as a constellation. A timid voice behind him said that it invited him to visit the mistress's territory sometime again. It was Aruni. A whole chorus of succubi voices immediately joined her, also inviting her to return. They really wanted to eat good food at least once more. The guy happily waved goodbye to them and walked away, to loud chants of soup, soup, soup. You probably don't understand what we're talking about and why the succubi asked the guy for soup, but now everything will become clear. Before leaving, the hero decided to try out the kitchen utensils and prepared a soup from Hydra meat to treat his new friends, who were initially suspicious of the food. While they were thinking in horror how to refuse, the guy asked Aruni to invite the rest of the succubi. There was a lot of meat, and the portions turned out to be a little more than he expected. The girl leaned over the food, remembering that Hydra meat was deadly poisonous. She hesitated. The lady screamed in horror that Aruni should not be eaten, and that she could run away before it was too late. But her avatar had already tried it, and now couldn't hide his delight. The food was delicious, warming and increased his stats instantly. The other avatars of the Mistress of Dreams and Desires immediately materialized, each demanding a larger portion for themselves. The treat had caused a stir, and now the young man felt a little embarrassed that he had only wanted to practice his cooking, but had created chaos. He walked through the abyss and thought about the fact that ruling kingdoms is not as easy as it seems at first glance. Here he came to a new area and received a message that the serpent-bearer of plague and darkness was indignant because you had invaded his territory. Our hero decided to use a little bit of the essence's power so that the unfamiliar, gloomy constellation wouldn't bother him so much. The young man hid his identity from the world, after which he received a message that he had disappeared from the visibility of the constellations. The young man was delighted. Without messages, the world immediately became calmer and more pleasant. Why hadn't it occurred to him before that the problem could be solved so simply? At that moment, he heard someone calling the Invincible training master. The hero was surprised how this was possible, and he disappeared. A skeleton loomed over the young man and informed him that he had invaded his master's territory and that such impudence would not go unpunished. The skeleton continued that punishment could be avoided if the hero agreed to become his master's avatar. The avatar loomed even more over the young man and added that his master was very generous and believed that the man could be useful to him. Choi Yeon-seong smiled and thought that he was beginning to understand that the master really was a very magnanimous constellation. The avatar believed that the hero still hadn't understood anything and continued to insist on his own, pushing and pushing. The creatures of the abyss often used such techniques. He pointed his spear straight at Choi Yeon-seong's face, and he had to hold his nose from the incredible stench. The skeleton continued to threaten that if the hero refused, his master would come and destroy him on the spot. The smell of rot was so strong that the young man was ready to do anything just to avoid smelling it. Choi Yeon-seong could not stand it and shouted that he immediately demanded that the messenger of plague and darkness stop hiding behind his avatar and show himself. The skeleton looked confused, so the young man asked him again why he was still here and didn't call his master. The hero became angry and assumed a fighting stance, muttering that if the constellation did not show itself voluntarily, he would force it to do so. At the last moment before Choi Yeon-seong's attack, the skeleton attempted to cast a magical purulent shield. But this did not help him defend himself from the huge amount of ki that the young man used. The blow was very strong and shattered the skeleton's spear into pieces. He himself miraculously managed to survive, but began to panic. Choi Yeon-seong repeated the attack and mountains of bones and debris rose into the air, the bright blue glow of Kai making it impossible to see the details. The young man once again demanded that the Lord of Plague and Darkness come out and fight. Otherwise, he would decide that he was a coward. Immediately, messages appeared that the skill Good Gigantist Fighter and the skill Master of his craft were activated, and in case of victory, the power of the entity would be strengthened. But the main message was that war had been declared, a battle between two constellations, and the young man was determined. The Mistress of Desires was stunned and tried to stop the guy. The kitten added that this was madness, but our hero continued to strike the skeleton with Kai and waited for his master to appear. Choi Yeon-seong heard from his friends that it was reckless to call a mid-level constellation to war, even if it was trying to deceive him. But the hero said that was not the reason. He clenched his fist and replied that he was doing this because he had to return to his roots. He wanted to train his essence. A message appeared that the basic level of the space Tunguska had been added to the divine space art, and the young man raised his hand in triumph. Our hero had always struggled with hostility. Starting from his first days in the abyss, he remembered it well. After he became a constellation, his inner essence continued to remain the same, although he himself was not aware of this fact. For a long time, Choi Young-sung hid from the older constellations, trying to spend time on neutral territory, away from prying eyes. At some point, he realized that everything had lost its meaning. Now was the time to fix it and go his own way, already as a constellation. The boy shouted that he wanted to put his life on the line and fight the messenger of plague and darkness. The girl and the kitten finally understood the hero's motivation, but asked him to calm down first. The young man remarked that the fact that his opponent was a constellation did not change anything. At this time, a green, foul-smelling cloud appeared in the sky and was inexorably approaching. The young man looked at him carefully and realized that the messenger of the plague had accepted the challenge, and had indeed come. The monster showed itself in all the possible disgustingness that could be imagined. The kitten reported that it was too late to run. He appeared on a two-headed skeleton of either a horse or a dragon. This red-eyed skeleton looked much more attractive than the rider. Choi Young-seong froze, not frightened by the enemy's sinister appearance, but by the stinking streams of green pus that gushed out along with him. A mechanical voice solemnly announced that a mid-level constellation, the messenger of plague and darkness, had arrived and appeared before the avatars and before the one doomed to die. All the vile avatars fell to the ground, raising only their heads. They could not believe that the master had finally graced them with his presence. They wished long life to the messenger of plague and darkness, and prayed for him to punish all unbelievers as they deserved. The herald of plague and darkness thought that his opponent was even more insane than he could have previously imagined. The guy stood there, his fists clenched resolutely, but he looked like a youngster, and it was completely unclear why this weak constellation had risked challenging him. The plague messenger warned our hero that if he was defeated, he would be completely destroyed. The monster thought for a moment and added that if he won the battle, he would gain practically nothing, but if he lost, he could lose a lot. However, if the plague messenger did not accept this challenge, his reputation and status would be greatly diminished, and other constellations would not ignore this. At first, the monster wanted to greet the young man with a shout, as only the training master dared, but in the end, he simply introduced himself and said that he had come in response to the call. The guy asked to wait a little. He was assessing the situation. Even though Choi Young-sung had challenged him first, he had not lost his vigilance. The next moment, all the avatars present saw a blinding blue flash of energy. The duel between the two constellations began. Our hero made an incredible jump and attacked first. Assessing the situation, he realized that if the fight dragged on, he would not survive. The enemy was stronger in stats. Therefore, the young man decided to use the full force of the cosmic fist at once, and from both hands at once. The plague messenger's vehicle expressed surprise. Despite being a skeleton, it understood a lot. The young man was very distressed by the stench and covered his face with his hand, thinking that he would definitely lose if the battle was long, primarily because of the smell. Streams of stinking green pus literally poured into the guy's face with every blow dealt to the enemy. It seemed that the young man's fist would not have much time to rest unless he simply wanted to choke on the stench. The first blow from the essence's power was very strong, but the plague messenger managed to withstand it. He did not yet know that the next one would not be long in coming. The second blow came faster than expected, and the monster staggered, clearly taking quite a bit of damage. As he prepared for the third strike, the wave of energy was so strong that it even outpaced Choi Young-seong's fist. The girl and the kitten watched in shock as their ally in the small constellation alliance took down a mid-level constellation. Born as a constellation, The messenger of plague and darkness had never experienced pain before, as if something was breaking his essence power into pieces. He, like most other constellations, rarely fought in battles personally, preferring to use avatars for these purposes. It was safer and easier. Now the plague messenger tried to understand what kind of amazing technique the enemy was using, whether it was magic or something else. Finally, the messenger realized that this was not magic. The damage was of a completely different nature. The monster began to make sounds similar to coughing. It became difficult for him to breathe. The effect produced inspired our hero, who decided that since the attacks were working, such a chance simply could not be missed. He jumped as high as he could and raised both hands for a final blow that could well have ended the fight. The young man put so much of his power into it that the messenger of plague and darkness could not stay in the saddle and flew back. The monster made some kind of screams and sobs, which were completely out of keeping with its sinister and majestic image. Our hero concluded that the opponent was very cunning and pretended to be weak in order to attack unexpectedly later. All the monsters in the Plague Herald's territory froze, looking in horror at the flashes of energy that accompanied the battle of the constellations. They folded their hands in prayer to their master and muttered that although the spectacle resembled the end of the world, it was truly beautiful. Some asked naive questions about how such a pathetic constellation dared to oppose their great and powerful master. However, after just a few minutes, the great master, along with a flash of blue radiance from our hero's ki, was defeated and thrown to the ground. This did not stop Choi Yongseong, and he continued moving in the direction where the plague messenger had fallen. Soon the young man felt a strong smell of rot, and realized that the enemy was somewhere very close to him. The guy thought that it would not be easy. But when the hero approached the constellation with which he was fighting, he saw a bony hand extended to him, asking him to stop. The messenger of plague and darkness announced in a weak voice that he was surrendering. It was impossible to believe it. Looking at the young man's face, the monster realized that he did not believe it, and once again declared that he admitted his defeat. The young man leaned over and asked again if he had heard correctly that his opponent had surrendered. Having received an affirmative answer, the young man struck again and shouted that such a cheap trick would not fool him. The messenger, with his last strength, croaked that he was giving our hero full ownership of his entire territory and all avatars. Everything he had, he swears on his life. The girl and the kitten looked at each other. They couldn't believe that it was so easy to defeat a mid-level constellation. Our hero would have continued the attack further, but the kitten wrote a message that the messenger had indeed surrendered. Constellations do not swear their lives for nothing. When the boy asked why the constellation would surrender, the kitten replied that if it was badly hurt, it could do so. The messenger covered his head with his hands in the hope of protecting himself from the blows. Choi Yongseong smiled happily and said that in that case, he would agree to count the opponent as a loser and stop. Messages poured in that the messenger swears by his life and submits to Janssen. The skills of the good giant fighter and master of his craft were pumped up, and the power of the entity increased incredibly. The guy couldn't believe it. It turns out that he was quite capable of fighting the constellations and even defeating them. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened. He felt something very strange and unusual for himself. The hero took over the rivers of pus and the buildings of rotting tumors. The kingdom of plague and darkness was disgusting. Moreover, Choi Yongseong could feel every avatar in these territories, and it can't be said that he liked it. His first kingdom and avatars were so disgusting that the young man could not restrain himself and almost threw up. Covering his face with his hand, Choi Yongseong looked back at the plague messenger and said that he had something to talk about. The guy said that he was giving the constellation its kingdom and avatars back. The monster couldn't understand whether this was true or not. Having looked once more at the disgusting inhabitants and territories, our hero reported that yes, one messenger of plague and darkness under his command was enough for him. The young man turned and walked away, whistling a cheerful tune. His new subordinate was completely confused. Usually battles between constellations happen differently. They are very dangerous and long. The winner takes all, and the loser ceases to exist. Such rules are established so that there is no possibility of revenge on the winner later. The complete erasure of the loser's existence is common practice. The plague messenger did not understand why the young man spared him and even left him in possession of the kingdom with the avatars. He was glad, but he felt something was wrong. As Choi Yongseong walked away in the energy currents, his subordinate was at a loss as to who his master was. The kitten said that he had never heard of anyone taking a constellation as an avatar before. It was a mistake. The hero replied that he didn't care. he wouldn't be able to rule this kingdom. The guy said that the technique he had developed in battles with Aruni was the best gift. Now he knew how to get close to the enemy and not give him a chance to use either magic or the power of the entity. The young man was literally inspired by the fact that he could fight the constellations on equal terms and even defeat them so easily and simply. Here, a crowd of monsters appeared on the young man's path, and a menacing voice asked if he was the Invincible training master. The constellation reported that it did not expect to see here the one who defeated the messenger of plague and darkness, but since it happened, he is ready to fight. It was a mid-level constellation, the one who turns back time, and he said that he would not be given so easily, like a rotten weakling. The skills of a good giant fighter and a master of his craft were immediately activated. Choi Yongsun was ready for battle. The guy didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the attack, to which the monster replied that this was what he had hoped for, planning to defeat the enemy with his power. Before he could finish speaking, the warrior avatars, who had been sent out to fight alongside their master, began to fly apart from the blows like bowling pins. Rumors spread no less quickly than the defeated enemies, and our hero had the impression that he would have to fight with all the avatars of this kingdom. It took about 200 years to finally reach their master. The constellation did not expect this to happen at all. The young man won after a couple of blows. Choi Yongseong was next challenged by a sea monster, a mid-level constellation voice from the depths of the sea who offered to make a deal. The young man was not interested in the deal at all. The only thing he wanted was to quickly kick the ass of this impudent man and his subordinate avatars. The young man dealt with the inhabitants of the sea in about a century and a half. He was incredibly pleased with himself, since with each victory, the power of the entity grew many times over. Next was the mid-level constellation truth preacher, who informed Choi Yongseong that the Invincible training master was sinful and he would not leave him alone. At this time, a message came from the kitten, who joyfully greeted the preacher with his paw and promised that their formidable alliance would quickly destroy him. The constellation stood dumbfounded with its arms outstretched, and our hero showed with his whole appearance that he was pleased with the support of his allies. It was quite funny, but thanks to the kitten's support, this time the young man won in just 6 hours. The kitten of lava and magma and the girl were incredibly happy. Other constellations began to scatter little by little and withdraw candidates from the battles. While the girl complained to the kitten that she still hadn't found a way to return Choi Yongseong to Earth, the young man sat by the fire and yearned for his planet, which didn't stop him from cooking dinner. A message appeared that the B-rank skill abyssal cooking from the middle level had risen to high and become A rank, and the power of the hero's essence had increased incredibly. Our hero's rule became that when he met a monster, he ate it, and when he met a constellation, he fought with it, and so they passed day after day. And there was not a single day that Choi Yongseong did not ask himself when he would return to Earth, and at one of those moments, the hero saw a portal in front of him. These gates became an opportunity for the young man to meet new opponents, but the question of where they led remained open. The guy didn't think long. He understood that the portal could lead him anywhere, including to his home planet. The next step changed a lot. At first, Choi Yong-sung found himself in pitch darkness and thought that this was definitely not Earth, which meant he needed to prepare for a meeting with a constellation or a monster. But after a few excruciatingly long minutes, the guy was already standing on top of a hill in an area no different from the outskirts of Barno. The young man could not believe his eyes and still thought that it was some kind of mirage. The landscape was so earthly and peaceful. Finally, his fists began to unclench gradually, and the hero began to accept reality as it was. He was somewhere in the mountains covered with forest. The kitten of magma and lava wrote that he was very glad that he had brought this constellation, and the young man decided that he needed to get to civilization as soon as possible and went through the forest. Towards evening, a village appeared ahead. It did not look like the villages of the country where Choi Yongsun grew up, and the kitten immediately asked if there were many kingdoms on Earth. Our hero did not answer, as he was looking ahead with all his eyes. Everything turned out to be a little different from what he had imagined. The streets of the village he entered were filled with goblins and only goblins, and the boy was afraid that during his absence, the goblins had destroyed all the people. The kitten promised to get information, and after several painfully long minutes reported that this was not Earth. The planet was called Ephesus, the Goblin Paradise. The guy was thinking about the fact that he didn't know about the Goblin planet. He thought that they only lived in the dungeons of the Earth. but suddenly he realized that this world was much closer to the abyss. Portals were constantly appearing on the goblin planet, and now one of them appeared in front of the young man. The goblins froze, ready to repel a possible attack. The goblins of Ephesus were forced to constantly fight with the monsters of the abyss, so they had long ago developed defense systems. However, this time a monster appeared from the portal, previously unseen even by local residents. Everyone stared in horror at the huge creature that was arriving into this cozy little world from the abyss. With one breath, the monster destroyed half the village, but the inhabitants still did not run away, but prepared for battle. Finally, the mouth and head of a monster appeared from the portal, somewhat reminiscent of a wolf. Its fur was snow white. A few more seconds and the entire beast appeared before the goblins. It was the wolf that devoured planets, Borelius lupus, he howled piercingly. The appearance of a monster comparable in strength to the constellations could have put an end to the planet Ephesus, but then several riders on dragons or something similar flew up to the monster. One of them shouted to the other that His Majesty should not come so close to the monster. It was dangerous. The goblin replied that he was not only a king, but also the most powerful magician. The wolf howled that the last day of Ephesus had come, to which the ruler only chuckled. Odigon, the king of the goblins, the most powerful magician of Ephesus, was ready to defend the planet to the last drop of his blood. He threatened the wolf that even if Ephesus died, he would leave the creature with such a scar as a memento that everyone without exception would know about it. At that moment, everything around was enveloped in a bright blue glow. The wolf was almost no longer visible behind it. Only the silhouettes of dragons could be seen here and there. The riders began to look around, trying to figure out what was happening. They had never seen anything like this before. The wolf also began to panic. He did not understand what kind of light it was. On the goblin planet, there should not have been any serious dangers awaiting him. Choi Yongseong froze in midair before the strike, enveloped in a powerful stream of energy, and as expected, his appearance amazed everyone. The hero understood that he had only one ball. The wolf was comparable in strength to an average constellation. Although it was not one, he had to put all the power of his essence into the blow. The guy grouped himself and began the attack. He understood that he needed to destroy the enemy here and now. Their sizes were comparable to the sizes of a dog and a cockroach, but the beast still felt a real threat emanating from the hero. Choi Yongseong used everything he had in his attack, and a message appeared that the planet-eating wolf had been defeated. Dancing on the monster's nose and watching the messages about the increased stats, our hero thought that fortunately everything went according to plan. The youth always fell into a state of mild crisis when confronted with constellations, or beings of comparable strength to them, which mortals usually did not dare to confront. It is interesting that constellations and the like have a surprisingly low pain threshold. The wolf that devours planets was also like that. There was also a messenger of the plague, and even a Hydra. Kitten wrote that such creatures simply have no experience fighting opponents of equal strength, and praised Choi Yongseong for using the strategy of striking with all his might in the nose. The hero thanked him for the praise, but noted that if the enemy had withstood this blow, the battle could have dragged on for several centuries. Choi Young-sung added that there were still many things he was weak in, but at that moment, something strange caught his attention. These were the goblins who came to him, led by their king, and waited for him to pay attention to them. The boy took a defensive position just in case, but thought that they shouldn't attack him, especially after such a brilliant victory over the wolf. After a few seconds, the crowd calmed down and only one goblin, apparently the ruler, approached the young man. It looked suspicious, and our hero tensed up again, deciding that this was some kind of cunning plan of attack. At this time, the supreme goblin came close and completely unexpectedly fell to his knees in front of Choi Yongseong. He looked up at the boy and said that when other constellations remained indifferent and cruel, only one hero came to the aid of his people and saved the planet. The Goblin King proclaimed that the youth was now his god and his master. The magician bowed his head to the ground in respect. Immediately, a mechanical voice announced that the Goblin King Odigon had taken an oath of allegiance, and all his subjects had also knelt before the hero. A message appeared that the goblin planet Ephesus is now under his control. The power of the constellation has increased due to the number of souls that worship him. The world resonates. Looking at the crowd with eyes shining with delight and adoration, Choi Young-sung listened to another announcement that his constellation power was rapidly increasing. The last message was that the territory skill was opened. His power had grown, and now he was a mid-rank constellation. The guy began to feverishly look through the rest of the stats. The power of the entity, as the hero expected, greatly increased. The kitten congratulated him on his promotion and expressed hope that everything would go just as smoothly on Earth. Choi Young-sung replied that he had serious doubts, imagining how he would have to gain popularity among people. The young man walked wherever his eyes looked, thinking that people were not like goblins and were constantly striving to subjugate others. The kitten reminded him that he was also a human, which offended Young-sun. At that moment he heard Odaigon running after him and shouting that they would also follow their god. The boy looked at the Goblin King and remembered that his name was Odaigon. The ruler's joy knew no bounds. The hero explained that he was heading into the abyss. Mortals simply would not survive there. Then Odaigon said that then the people would remain here on the planet, and he alone would follow the guy. The young man objected that the goblin would regret it, but then he noticed that Odaigon was not so simple. The magical power surrounded his body very tightly. He was a strong magician and an excellent warrior. Choi Young-seong allowed the goblin to follow him. It was hard to do without magic after all. Odaigon thanked him happily, probably 1,000,000 times. The partner asked what his master wanted to find in the abyss, and hearing about the planet Earth, he just shook his head. He didn't know such a thing. Making his way through the deserted territories, the boy puffed that they should make it in time. When the goblin asked how much further it was, he replied that he had no idea. This was the story until today about how Choi Young-seong became an invincible training master and how the Goblin King became his subordinate. Odaigon asked the gentleman if he would get rid of the meat. Org, Vulcan, and Adio are magnificent monsters and very tasty, to which the hero replied that the spatial necklace was full. The goblin admitted that he could also use spatial magic, and when asked why he only admitted it now, he shook his head and shrugged. While Choi Young-seong was cutting up the carcasses and storing the meat for supplies, Odaigon announced that a powerful magical storm was approaching and that they should find shelter. Raising his fancy knife, the young man said that he was waiting for a storm in order to move a greater distance. Looking at the goblin's disconcerted face, his master snapped that he had spent too much time fighting 3 monsters at once and therefore needed to speed up. At first, Odaigon tried to explain and dissuade him, but then he simply agreed to follow the guy anywhere, even in a storm. Soon the energy flow approached. The sight was very beautiful, but it also gave off a sense of mortal danger. A piece of land the size of a continent was destroyed in an instant. So powerful was the storm. Although magical storms were not uncommon in the abyss, this one was unique. History had never seen one so strong. The goblin asked the gentleman if he had ever been in a storm before, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, calmed down a little. The young man added that if everything was done correctly, it was a very good and fast way of traveling, and he explained to Odaigon how to behave. Finally, the first gusts of wind reached our heroes. Another second, and both found themselves right in the heart of the storm. After some time, something changed. The magical power of the storm began to change and transform, and Choi Young-sun and Odaigon, who were inside it, felt it. They finally touched solid ground with their feet, and were so happy they didn't even immediately understand where they had ended up. The guy asked the goblin if he knew what had happened to the storm. Odaigon replied that the storm was so powerful that it did not simply disappear, but left behind many byproducts. This magical storm left behind a dungeon, which the goblin reported to his master. Dungeons are special places, often connecting the abyss with other planets, which were not yet possible to understand. The monsters of the abyss on Earth appeared precisely from the dungeons. If they had not been destroyed in time, the planet would have ceased to exist as well. At this time in Nevada, USA, in the Mojave Desert, a dungeon called the Mirror Illusion of the House appeared. The government brought in a whole special unit to guard the entrance. A man in a cap and glasses, resembling a scientist, announced that there were 2 weeks and 11 hours left until the monsters came out, and that entry was limited to 10 people. The man looked at the information about the monsters and looked at the entrance. He didn't like the dungeon. It was a devilish thing. The Federal Department of Underground Analysis had assigned this object a C rank, but they were often not objective enough. There were still not many underground places on Earth. As soon as the news spread, entire columns of jeeps began to drive through the desert with people willing to fight the monsters, mostly C-rank hunters who needed PR. Just at that moment, the Hans hunting team received permission to raid and was approaching the required location. As you might guess, Hans was the nickname of the main hunter in this team. Its leader, by the way. His real name was Richard. He was quite popular, but not because of his fighting strength and hunting skills, but because the PR and creation of the team was financed by his father, one of the founders of the Parker Foundation. Since monsters began to penetrate the earth through portals and dungeons appeared, people's lives have changed greatly. The core of monsters with magical power has become the most efficient way to extract energy on the planet. Nuclear power plants became obsolete and gradually ceased to be used at all, except for birds that built nests there. Thanks to the connection with the abyss, humanity received a new, environmentally friendly alternative, and other parts of the monsters turned out to be useful, which stimulated the rapid development of science. In response to the opportunities that opened up, the Parker Foundation emerged, which included the pharmaceutical company Kaiser, the Pablo Company, which specialized in artifacts, and many others. Richard Parker, the leader of the team of hunters that was approaching the dungeon, was not only the youngest son of the second chairman of Parker Industrials, but also owned a percentage of the shares. The young man was a B-rank hunter, but his team had a controversial reputation. The policeman with the tablet checked the information and informed the man in the cap and glasses that Hans had arrived. The young man belonged to the third generation of Chebble hunters and assembled a good team, but the number of victories and defeats was approximately the same. The team leader came over to get information on the monsters, and so the raid on the Mirror Illusion House dungeon began. The policeman said that there were 8 people on the team, and 10 could come in, to which Parker replied that he had added a couple of people, including a newcomer, Clayton, with an E+ rank. To the surprised exclamation of why they took a newbie, the guy said that in a team of 7 hunters with a C rank and him with a B rank, this would not be a problem. Leader Hansa reminded that this was a C-rank dungeon, so according to the rules, even one C-rank hunter would be enough to clear it. The policeman nodded, but wondered if the other raiders agreed. Their leader didn't seem to ask. E-rank hunters could only use 1 or 2 circles of magic at most. Looking at the newbie, it was clear that he would not be able to deal any damage to C-rank monsters. But the dungeon promised a large number of valuable artifacts, worth millions of dollars, which the E-rank newcomer could only obtain by making a significant contribution to the expedition. A mechanical voice announced that permission to enter the Mirror Illusion House dungeon had been granted. Team Hans should prepare to enter. Clayton said, with some apprehension, that everyone was relying on Parker's powers, to which the leader replied that everything would be all right if the boy did the job he was hired to do. The man in the cap and glasses suggested that the newcomer was most likely hired as a porter for the leader for money, and that he would only receive a reward for the raid when he returned, if he returned. Watching as people entered the portal one by one and a mechanical voice regulated the entrance, the man in the cap sighed that it was good to be rich. As the team entered, a message appeared that the 2 weeks, 10 hours, and 32-minute countdown had been temporarily paused, and the dungeon status had been changed to in progress. The next moment after this, something unusual began to happen. The policeman had never seen anything like it before. There was a loud explosion. Everything around was enveloped in a bright pink glow. Debris from buildings flew into the air, and the soldiers froze in confusion. The policeman, horrified, suggested that the monsters were already coming out. The man in the cap replied that it was unlikely, but they were still in danger. The dungeon received some additional energy and was reborn. Now it was a terrible dungeon of at least A rank. The policeman's eyes widened, and he said thoughtfully that it would be better if they were monsters. He watched as the dungeon grew and became more and more terrible, continuing to whisper that such a thing was simply impossible. The man philosophically noted that anything was possible. The explosion destroyed all the buildings around the portal, and there were casualties among the special forces, but now everyone was more concerned about what fate would befall the team of hunters. Since they were inside, they didn't even know that the dungeon had changed and was now of a higher rank. Remembering how well-equipped and confident the members of Team Hans were, the man just sighed. Their chances were slim anyway. Having assessed the situation, the group leader said that this was a ruin-type dungeon. Everyone around sighed with relief, that it was good that it was not a swamp type. The man in the cap said that federal services were unable to help the hunters, but asked the policeman to send a report of the incident to the Department of Underground Control. After thinking about it, he added that after that it would be a good idea to call the Parker Foundation, just in case. He sighed and looked around at the aftermath of the explosion, noting that even if they did this, the chances of saving the hunters were still very slim. A little later, the newcomer shouted very loudly and asked the leader to look in a certain direction. Richard said that there was no need to shout like that, but then he looked. There was a crowd of terrible monsters ahead. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. But let's go back a little. At first, Hans's team moved through the dungeon without any problems. The spacious ruins were much better than the narrow, slippery underground tunnel. They moved along the tunnel for about half an hour, but that was enough to make them start to get a little nervous, especially for the newbie. Now, in front of the hunters, there was a spacious and bright place. The ruins were somewhat reminiscent of ancient temples and looked majestic. One of the hunters suggested looking for an entrance, and the leader of the group readily agreed to this proposal. But there was a nuance. Parker ordered the hunter who came up with the idea to search on his own, while the rest of the group was focused on finding the boss. The man was surprised, but did not object. He replied that he understood, accepted, and began to think about where to start. Richard ordered the others to spread out in search of monsters among the ruins, and he gave permission to use enhancement magic to scout out the surrounding area. This strategy had every reason to be right. There were two ways to get out of the dungeon: physically, as you entered, and by teleporting after defeating the boss. The faster the boss is found and destroyed, the faster you can get away with the artifacts you found. The hunters began reconnaissance using low-ranking spells. The tactics were typical for passing sea dungeons, and everyone calmly followed the usual pattern, when suddenly one of the hunters noticed something suspicious. A multitude of red glowing eyes stared at him from the darkness. The hunter shouted that he had discovered monsters. Everyone looked at him. Someone asked where exactly the monsters were. Someone asked if it was an ambush. Parker was confident in their strength. He ordered them to line up and not to be nervous. Their movements would be easy to predict. Everyone hurried to follow the instructions, after which they froze in anticipation of the leader's next command. The tense wait dragged on, but then the first of the monsters appeared in front of the squad, preparing to attack. To everyone's surprise and relief, they were ordinary low-level ghouls, and even an E-rank hunter could handle them. Realizing that they were afraid of such weak and useless opponents, the hunters enthusiastically set about destroying them. They mostly cast flaming arrows that killed the monster immediately, not allowing it to get close. The commander noted with satisfaction that the magic of the second circle would be quite enough to destroy everyone. But then someone noticed the attack of ghouls from the opposite side. The squad was surrounded. Flaming arrows flew in the other direction as well, and the battle became a little more lively than before. But more and more ghouls came to replace the defeated ones, and Parker realized that they could no longer cope with the onslaught and had to counterattack. One of the hunters timidly asked if there were too many monsters, but the commander assured that the area of effect spell would quickly solve this problem. He ordered to stop casting stone arrows and prepare for a more powerful group spell. The effect was powerful. Many ghouls died at once. This spell really worked great. Unfortunately, this did not solve the problem, because new ghouls kept appearing, and the hunter's mana was running out. The bearded man with a bandage on his head looked at the captain and reported that they would not last long in such conditions. The only option left was to launch a couple of fire arrows, and that was all. The man added that if they continued to attack with magic, they would suffer from mana depletion and vomit. Risha advised not to worry and promised that he would solve the problem himself. The squad leader ordered the hunters to continue fighting back as best they could, while he himself rushed into a close combat attack. C-rank dungeons can be cleared with just one C-rank hunter. With Richard Parker being a B-rank, it should be a piece of cake. The newbie looked at the leader with admiration. He never even dreamed that he would be able to watch a B-rank hunter fight in close combat. Having dealt with the monsters, the commander returned to his subordinates. But before they had time to rejoice, it became obvious that something was wrong with the dungeon. New ghouls had appeared. The monsters appeared out of nowhere in huge numbers and literally in seconds surrounded the squad in a tight ring. The rest of the area of this ruin-type dungeon was peaceful and quiet, at least at first glance. Suddenly, one of the ruined buildings was illuminated by a flash of a pleasant yellow glow, as if the sun's rays had become more powerful. Soon the flash became larger and took the shape of a ball, against which two figures were clearly visible. It was Choi Yeon-seong with his goblin companion, who would have thought that the heroes would finally get to Earth, albeit in a dungeon. Odegon, as always when passing through the portal, felt very sick. He apologized and stepped aside. The goblin returned, saying that he had cast a spell against nausea and that he would feel better now. The boy was once again surprised by the magician's abilities. Odagon looked at his master and noted that he remained calm after traveling through time and space. It was incredible. The young man was already starting to get tired of the constant admiring words and glances of his avatar, but now he needed to work. Our hero told Odagon that he smelled the rotten smell of ghouls. He needed to check if his guess was correct. The goblin happily went on reconnaissance, using the spell flight of a predator. The guy shouted after him that magic is a really useful thing, to which the goblin said that he would be happy to teach his owner magic. Choi Yong-seong doubted that he needed it, but he thanked him and asked him to check the area the goblin had just flown over. Odagon looked down carefully and began to diligently carry out the instructions of his master. We remember that the constellations could look through the eyes of their avatars. Hovering over a relatively free area among the ruins, Odagon asked if this was the place our hero was interested in. He replied that yes, he needed to check the shadow from the temple. A few seconds later, both saw a pile of objects lying simply on the ground, and that's what caught the guy's attention. These were paper bags with some kind of inscriptions. Odagon reported that it looked like wrapping from some kind of magical objects. The young man did not come closer and examine them in more detail. The goblin began to think that these were things of the tribe that built the temples. Odagon did not yet suspect that the young man knew exactly what these objects were and what kind of tribe this was. The goblin rose higher into the air again and continued his reconnaissance, and soon he anxiously reported that the master was right. There was a huge gathering of ghouls not far from them, a couple of thousand. That's right, the avatar reported excitedly. The scout returned and asked Choi Yongseong what they should do, but the young man looked thoughtfully into space and did not hear the question. Here he realized that Odagon had said something and asked again, to which the goblin proudly declared that if the master ordered, he could defeat all the ghouls at once, alone. Entering a state of excitement, the magician announced that he intended to use the spell of the seventh circle effect to destroy both the pathetic ghouls and the temple in one fell swoop. The goblin with glowing eyes added that after that he would take care of the boss, who continued to hide somewhere, so he would prove his strength to the master and show how good the avatar was. The young man cooled the goblin's ardor and asked if the fact that there were so many ghouls there was a sign that they were attracted to something. The boy ordered Odagon to stop flying and rushed forward to save those who were trapped. He ran at top speed, stones falling from under his feet, destroying the already destroyed ruins. Choi Yong-seong decided that those who were attacked by ghouls could very well lead him to Earth, and he needed to hurry to help. Soon the first rows of monsters began to fly apart from the lightning strikes of the constellation, all this accompanied by the radiance of the power of the entity. Finally, the hero dropped to the ground after a series of blows to assess the situation. He was not tired, but he was excited. More than anything in the world, the young man wanted his guess to be correct, and for him to return to his home planet. While fighting the ghouls hand to hand, the guy and the goblin continued to talk. The avatar clarified whether he had heard correctly, and that they were talking about Earth. Continuing to strike the enemy, cutting off their heads on the spot, Choi Yong-seong replied that everything was correct. Without stopping the fight, our hero began to explain to the avatar that the things they had discovered were earthly food and its packaging. Continuing to use his hands, the young man asked if Odagon could change his appearance using magic, as it was dangerous to show himself to people in that form. The hero explained that not all goblins in the abyss are intelligent and adequate creatures, and that it is necessary to take precautions. He continued that hunters from Earth were used to encountering goblins in dungeons, and Odagon was outraged that he could be considered a monster. The guy apologized for the representatives of humanity and insistently asked the goblin to reincarnate. He remained silent, but rose higher and cast a spell. The goblin's body was surrounded by a huge, shining ball. Even the ghouls stopped. Soon, a completely stunned Choi Yong-seong watched as his avatar literally descended from the sky towards him. The hero could not contain his admiration, and only managed to say that Odagon was beautiful and looked amazing. The avatar modestly lowered his gaze and said that among the goblins, he too had always been considered an unrivaled, handsome man. The slightly confused hero muttered that he understood, and that in his new guise the goblin looked like an ideal person. Then Choi Yong-seong added that they just needed to change their hairstyle a little, otherwise they might be misunderstood. The young man also remembered that his allies in the alliance advised him to return to his original appearance in order to hide his identity, and the guy partially succeeded in this. As our heroes got closer to the ghouls, they realized that the monsters had simply surrounded some building and were doing nothing. Choi Yong-seong was wondering who was the boss here. Odaegon suggested that the boss didn't exist. A being with intelligence wouldn't just surround the enemy, and that's it. Alternatively, all the boss can do is send more and more ghouls to replace the dead ones. This means that the ghouls are not controlled by some black magician, but by a monster known as Tarun. The guy finished for his avatar. In the abyss, these monsters are widely known and quite common, and they have earned the nickname of the Ghoul Kings. Tarun is a monster made entirely of ghouls. Those who see only ghouls risk being attacked by the massive creature. The goblin explained that the enemy often does not take the problem seriously, because they are just ghouls, but dies without taking into account their numbers. The building that the ghouls surrounded in the dungeon was quite small, compact, but strong. The monsters could not destroy it. The people from the squad who were inside this stone room could no longer see its walls, but there was no choice. There was no food either. The last biscuits were divided between everyone in the morning, then they would have to eat boots and belts. The party leader sat apart from the other hunters. His appearance was very gloomy. His appearance was no longer so brilliant. The Hans Hunter group was celebrating their 28th day in the raid to protect the Mirror Illusion House dungeon. On the very first day, due to an absurd accident, the detachment of hunters lost part of their provisions. But at the time, it did not seem significant. The main thing at that moment was to find shelter, and they found it, making their way into a semi-basement protected by strong walls. The leader ordered not to return for provisions, but to quickly run to shelter. It was impossible to risk the life of a subordinate. People ran into the basement quite quickly, and one of them reported that he had enough mana left to seal the passage with a spell. The last hunter barely managed to jump inside before the ghouls rushed after him. This could not be allowed under any circumstances. In the end, everything ended well. All the people gathered in a well-protected room. The bad thing was that apart from half the ghoul that had fallen under the protective wall, the hunters had practically nothing. They took a minimum of equipment and supplies, getting ready for a quick and easy raid. One of the men destroyed ghoul with the last fire arrow, and then long hours passed waiting for help. Almost immediately, the leader of the squad moved away and had almost no contact with the others. They left him alone in the hope that he was thinking of a rescue plan. In fact, the young man was in a great panic. He had absolutely no idea what to do and only thanked heaven that there was no other entrance to the basement. About a month later, Parker heard that the hunters had started bullying a younger E-rank comrade. One of the men approached him and ordered him to hand over the luggage. There could be food in the huge bag, and if they did not want to die, they needed to share. Plimpton muttered something about how this could create certain problems, since it wasn't even his bag, and he had signed a special contract. At that moment, the commander came up and gave the order to show the rest of the squad the contents of this huge duffel bag. Richard allowed everyone to take whatever interested them. In their situation, there was little that would help. The hunters were incredibly happy and inspired. They still didn't know what kind of surprise awaited them. The guys opened the bag and began to examine the contents, whistling that they had to take so much for a C-rank dungeon. Finally, one of them picked up 2 bottles and asked hopefully if it was food, to which his friend mockingly remarked that he should have learned French. It was face lotion. Then someone picked up a book and asked if perhaps if he read Shakespeare to the ghouls they would part and let them go. The hunter hissed angrily that he was right. It was obvious even when the leader hired the porter. Parker asked what he wanted to say. The man shouted that since this situation had arisen because of their great leader, the leader must be held fully accountable for it. Someone asked the second eldest hunter, Gan Yan, if he had anything to say, but the bearded man sat to the side and replied that he would not join the quarrel. He explained that in such a situation, there is an internal conflict. This is certain death for the entire group. You need to survive and hold out until the rescue team arrives. The fair-haired hunter objected that there would be no rescue party. Only 10 people could enter the dungeon. Because the leader took a porter, only 1 person can enter here, and he will not be able to defeat the ghouls. Someone started shouting that it was time to throw the leader out to the ghouls and force the B rank to clear the way for them to escape. Parker stood in front of the squad and said through gritted teeth that they had always only sucked up to those with money and power, but now they had become completely insolent. The men kept shouting that he had to, and that he couldn't handle 6 C-rank hunters on his own. Few noticed that Richard began to concentrate his mana to strike at his opponents. He didn't aim at anyone in particular, but he cast Arthas's high-velocity ice bullet, a 5th circle spell. The leader happily asked if the girls were ready to dance. and the hunters retreated in horror, calling him crazy. The young man was not going to cool down. He said that if they wanted it that way, he would kill the first three who were standing closest. Having assessed their strength against the magic of the fifth circle, the hunters changed their minds about attacking and asked the chief to calm down. Parker turned to Ganyan and asked why he hadn't reported earlier that his subordinates were treating him like that. The bearded hunter said thoughtfully that it wouldn't have changed anything, only that he would have been fired immediately. The commander frowned and admitted that Ganyan was right, and that he was an overconfident and narrow-minded leader. Ganyan replied that despite this, the commander was a decent man and would draw the right conclusions. Someone said that it didn't matter anymore. They would all die here. Another noted that he wouldn't give up so easily. A third asked how one could say easily when they had already been sitting here for a month. Richard approached Ganyan, and they decided that they couldn't give up because if the rescue team did arrive, they would be considered weak and would be laughed at. Parker began to talk about how he was ready to bet his entire fortune if someone came. But before he could finish his sentence, they suddenly heard loud and strange sounds. It was the protective wall collapsing. A human-like figure stood in the stream of light. Someone had come. Choi Young-sung, who had almost managed to return to his original appearance, peered into the darkness of the basement and wondered if there was anyone from Earth here. The young man began to ask about this even when the wall was being destroyed, but the sounds of the blows drowned out his voice. Ganyan and Parker froze in place. The hunter somehow armed himself with a spear in lightning speed. Apparently it was already a reflex. Our hero stepped on the threshold and was about to go inside, but just in case he asked the silence once again if there was anyone from Earth there. So they stood opposite each other, two human hunters and a constellation with a goblin, albeit in disguise. Due to the absurdity of the situation, the group leader confidently replied that yes, they were from Earth. He did it automatically. The remaining hunters perked up and began trying to get up. The men decided that a rescue party had arrived. They rejoiced and congratulated each other. No one could believe that this terrible ordeal was finally over. Suddenly, Ganyan jumped forward, covering his comrades, and shouted that they were idiots and should prepare for battle. When asked what kind of stupid behavior he was doing and why he was giving such orders, the hunter replied that elders are first obeyed and then asked questions. After a wave of curses and accusations of stupidity, the bearded man explained that the restriction would have allowed only one person into the dungeon, but two had come. Choi Young-seong tapped his head, realizing that the rule about limiting hunters was still in effect, and there was a limit of one person. The guy apologized for the misunderstanding and explained that they did not come here through the entrance to the dungeon. The hero explained that they got here through the abyss. There was deathly silence for several minutes. No one made a sound. In fact, it was not a unique phenomenon when people from Earth were pulled into the abyss through a portal or from dungeons. What was unique was that after this, some survived and managed to return back, while most remained wandering around the territories of the constellations, dying there. But still, there were lucky ones who managed to get out, so Ganyan cooled down a little, but did not hide his weapon and asked for proof. Choi Yun-sung said that they are not monsters from the abyss or illusions, but people still have no choice whether to believe them or not. The hunter looked at him, realizing that these two energetic individuals could very well have come here from the abyss. It was clear that the hunters, with B rank and below, exhausted by a month of confinement, could oppose those who came to them. Nothing. Lowering his spear, Ganyan admitted that the guy was right. Even if they didn't believe him, they would definitely lose if they fought. Choi Young-sung was delighted, but said that he shouldn't be so suspicious of his saviors. Then he asked again if they were really from Earth. The young man could not believe his luck and asked again and again, as if he was enjoying the sounds of an affirmative answer. A shiver ran through his body. The hunters watched this and could not understand why there was such a reaction. Someone even suggested that the guy was a drug addict and was going through withdrawal. But this calmed Ganyan down. He thought that such emotions could really be experienced by a person who disappeared into the abyss and then returned. Then the leader of the hunters joined the conversation. Parker asked what was going on with the ghouls. When our hero calmly replied that all the ghouls had been destroyed, the hunters began to shout that this was impossible. He had to quickly come up with a way to explain this to them, and Yongsun couldn't come up with anything better than to say that his companion was a great magician. He still tried to follow the plan and not reveal his identity, as the girl and the kitten advised. The guy threw up his hands and said that Odagon was a magician who also disappeared into the abyss. But his story was much more tragic. since the young man had lost his memory. As the men began to regret that such a young guy had gotten himself into something like this, the goblin in disguise barely restrained himself from joining the fight. The hunter asked if Yongsan himself was a magician, since it was also an impossible task for two people to defeat the ghouls. Our hero modestly replied that he preferred to use martial arts rather than magic. Everyone present stared at him. There were only a few such originals even during Yongsan's time, but now, apparently, there are none left at all. The hunters began to whisper, but all that reached the ears of our heroes was martial arts, in different voices in all sorts of ways. Choi Yong-sung tensed up as the whispers turned into questions, the last of which was how long ago he had fallen into the abyss. He asked why they were all staring at him and why there were so many questions, to which he received the answer that the hunters had not seen the martial arts master for a very long time. The young man muttered that in his time this was not such a rarity and asked what year it was. It turned out that 30 years had passed since he fell into the abyss. The hunters whispered that the previous record was 28 years, but that man was now in a mental hospital, and the second one, who disappeared for 26 years, wrote a best-selling book, or vice versa. At this point, one of the men put his ear to the ground and said that talking about martial arts and records was not important enough to waste time on. Choi Yong-seong placed his hand on the huge rock and asked Odaigon for a light, and he had an idea. Since the Avatar once again called him Sir out of habit, the guy reminded him that he could not do that anymore. Our hero threw this huge block up like a ball and began to kick it like in a football warm-up. The young man repeated and repeated this simple manipulation. It was clear that several tons of weight meant nothing to him. Finally, the young man decided to make the exercise a little more difficult and lifted the stone onto his foot, stretching his limbs almost in a split. Both the main hunters opened their mouths in surprise. They had seen something like this for the first time in their lives. During the blow, the young man somehow managed to chop the boulder into identical pancakes. He said with regret that indeed, apparently, there are no martial arts masters left. On each piece of stone, our hero placed a piece of meat, as if on a plate, and said that now they would all have a delicious lunch. Hans's squad was wary. They were interested in the origin of the meat, but the guy assured them that they didn't need to know what it was. It was enough to know that it was completely edible and not human. While serving a meal to one of the hunters, Choi Yong-seong revealed that he had survived the abyss by learning to eat anything suitable for it. Watching the men lick their lips and salivate at the smell, the guy asked who was next and threw another steak on the frying pan. No one started eating. The detachment had been hungry for a month, and now the hunters waited patiently for all the portions to be prepared so they could start eating at the same time. Our hero wished them a pleasant appetite, but it took a few more seconds for the mortally hungry people to risk trying the meat from the abyss. Soon the incredibly delicious smell and appetizing appearance convinced the hunters that the food was real and could be eaten. Everyone took the first bite cautiously, but then the steaks were eaten in literally a few seconds. For the hunters who had recently been on the verge of starvation, this was a real feast. Choi Yong-seong whispered to Odaigon why everyone was so quiet. Did they really realize that he had given them low-grade meat? The goblin in disguise replied that he had long advised throwing out this meat. It was just taking up space. At this time, one of the hunters looked back, and it became clear that everyone had become quiet because they were enjoying the meal. The people were enjoying it very well. Many of the men even cried, continuing to thank the young man from the bottom of their hearts for the treat. Only Ganyan remained silent. This hunter was the most experienced and was the first to notice that the meat was unusual. It replenished mana. He thought that usually after casting several fire arrows, he almost fainted from exhaustion. But now he felt such a reserve of mana that he was able to cast a whole dozen. The man was very grateful to Yongsan, deciding that he had specially treated them to such meat. He did not know that at that time the young man regretted not throwing it away. When they came out of hiding, someone explained to the guy that the ghouls weren't just monsters, but monsters that formed a boss, so if you kill all the remaining ones, you can immediately get out of the dungeon. The young man readily agreed. He had seen more than his share of such wonders in the abyss, and now it was time to stretch his legs. Every time the leader of the hunters heard about the abyss, he thought about something of his own and fell silent. I wonder what he was thinking about. The man who initiated the conflict with the captain called out to him and tried to apologize, but he simply sent him away. The hunter tried again, said he was only doing what the other, Fred, told him to do, but was sent away again. Odaigon whispered that the situation was suspiciously tense, and Janssen suggested that a conflict had broken out between the hunters behind bars. The hunters now looked a little confused and bewildered. The boy thought that they must have almost killed each other. The disguised goblin said that such a thing was simply unimaginable on his planet, and called people pathetic and worthless. The young man looked at him with a smile, and asked if the avatar knew that he, Choi Yong-seong, belonged to the human race. After some time, Odaigon moved a little to the side from the squad to scout out the situation, and 2 hunters followed him. They were C-rank hunters who had rebelled against Richard. The hero's avatar looked at them attentively, but a little condescendingly. They said that they would take care of the surviving ghouls, and Clayton suddenly babbled that even the name Odaigon was beautiful, and there was an awkward pause. Afterwards, the hunters began vying with each other to praise the magician and offer him their services. It looked very ugly. He didn't want to be their leader. He didn't need their services. Odaigon only thought about how these pathetic creatures would leave him alone. The goblin in disguise decided to play along with the people and agreed to some small services, knowing full well that the hunters were counting on big profits thanks to his skills. At this time, Choi Yong-sun was being attacked by Richard and Gan Yan, the latter thoughtfully saying that it was difficult to find a hunter to lead a party into a high-ranking dungeon. The man continued that Choi Yong-sung was his savior, and an elderly man at that. The guy shuddered at these words and said that he agreed to take into account only his earthly age, 28 years. Odaigon was still surrounded by the increased attention of the hunters, so he did not hear what his master was talking about. And the master asked the group leader why his subordinates did not approach him with the same proposals. The answer shocked him. Paprika explained that the reason was that Odaigon was a magician, and our hero was a master of martial arts. He cried out, "What kind of prejudice was this? Even among martial artists there was an A-rank hunter, Lee Samoan." Master Lee said that every martial artist is strong. Choi Yong-seong shouted indignantly. Ganyan covered his face with his hand, and the squad leader tried his best not to laugh. The hero began to ask what was wrong with Master Lee. The year Choi Yong-seong fell into the abyss, the popularity of martial arts suddenly increased, and many hunters went to China to learn. All this could well raise the level of this skill everywhere, especially since there was a conditional leader who reached A rank. But quite suddenly, a scandal with rank manipulation broke out, which thundered across the entire planet. Hunters in China and some other countries bribed judges and illegally increased their ratings. Guess who was among them? Ganyan continued that C ranks became B ranks, and B ranks became A ranks, a true legend and symbol. Our hero was shocked. When he heard that Master Lee was actually a B rank, he simply couldn't stay on his feet. The guy couldn't believe that his idol was a fake, and he even had a poster hanging in his room. The hunter ended by saying that after the scandal, no one wanted to practice martial arts anymore, believing that it was impossible to reach A rank that way. The icing on the cake was the information that no one studies martial arts anymore. There are no schools, no teachers. This tradition has disappeared. Choi Yong-seong turned away so that no one would see the emptiness in his eyes. There should have been tears there, but Constellations did not know how to cry. However, the guy quickly decided to pull himself together. Sadness has a bad effect on ki and can also cause muscle atrophy. He decided to ask one more question. It was something like a clarification: is everything okay on Earth? Choi Yong-seong became a little tense and added that he wanted to know if there had been an invasion of the constellations on Earth. The squad leader suggested that it was about the incident that happened 20 years ago, but Gan Yan replied that the guy couldn't know about it if he was in the abyss. Our hero realized in horror that he was too late. While he was in the abyss, the prophecy of the goddess of scales came true. The hunter began his story by saying that in the very year when the deception with the ranks was revealed, on a completely ordinary autumn day, nothing foreshadowed trouble. But suddenly a very bright flash of light appeared in the sky, illuminating half the city. It was a portal from the abyss. It was getting bigger and bigger. It was simply impossible to ignore this phenomenon, but people did not know what to do. Only when magical blows rained down from the portal and streams of energy began to burn down houses did some try to flee. Back then, on that day, the gate was different from the usual dungeon gates, and the monsters that appeared from there were intelligent. It was a real army that spared nothing and no one, leaving behind only ashes. This army had a specific goal. The constellations and monsters were following specific orders. They were going to take over the Earth. But the main task of the monsters was to lay every single soul of Earthlings at the feet of their constellation. Choi Yonseong grabbed Gangyang's shoulders and began to shake him, trying to get an answer as to whether the evil constellations had managed to take over his planet. The guy kept asking if he was late, and the man had to take him by the hand and ask him to calm down. He wondered where they would be if something like that had happened. No, the Earthlings managed to fight back. Our hero's face lengthened. He did not expect that people could hold back or even repel the attack of the constellations. Ganyan nodded and said with regret in his voice that there were a lot of casualties. But the people managed to push back the monsters and then stop them. All countries mobilized their best hunters and they stopped the invasion. It seemed Ganyan was among them, although he did not advertise it. Choi Yongseong continued to be in a state of shock. It seemed that the information he had received simply could not physically fit into his head. The guy got down on all fours and couldn't raise his head. From the outside, it looked a little funny, but the hero was in no mood for jokes. The young man was tormented by only one question. Why did he wander through the abyss if now he had absolutely nothing to do on Earth? While the hero was coming to his senses, the hunter remembered how it was. The evil constellations attacked the Earth suddenly. However, the hunters mobilized very quickly. All countries worked in a coordinated and organized manner. The number of casualties on both sides was simply colossal, but the people still achieved their goal and stopped the invasion because they had something to lose, their planet. A few more minutes passed, and Choi Yongseong continued to sit on the ground with a completely expressionless face and empty eyes. He lived every year of his life in the abyss and did not understand why all this happened, why he went through such torment. He wondered if the goddess's prophecy had been a mistake, or if she had miscalculated, or if she had some other plan. At this time, a mechanical voice said that the mistress of dreams and desires said that this was very strange. The guy woke up from his thoughts. The girl reported that this was not a small skirmish, but a full-fledged invasion, and it was highly unlikely that people would be able to stop it. She added that it was not even a matter of the difference in strength. The level of the constellations and people was so different that the latter looked like some kind of insects. Evidence of thought processes finally appeared on Yongsen's face. The boy realized that everything was really very strange. He turned to Ganyan and asked how exactly the humans had stopped the invasion. The hunter explained that some sort of truce had been signed. The monsters weren't sure they needed to continue expanding their territories, and the humans knew they would lose too many lives if they tried to retake those territories. Many on Earth are worried about how long this truce will last. As long as it lasts, the hunter finished. Most likely the guarantee of the signed truce and the fact that it is still going on was provided by the constellations, who promised to protect the Earth. The girl with the kitten wrote that now everything is clear. This is no longer a confrontation between constellations and people, but a confrontation between some constellations and others. Only people do not realize this. She reminded Choi Young-sung that constellations rarely fight in person, preferring avatars, which is why he has a better chance of success than anyone else. We must not forget that the invasion of the constellations changed the hierarchy, which caused the connection of the abyss with the Earth. Our hero made the main conclusion. The truce was signed because the constellations either did not want to fight themselves or did not want to lose their avatars. The guy started his song again about how he had nothing left to do on Earth. He was late. Choi Young-sung lowered his head and walked away. Ganyang and Parker followed quietly behind him. The kitten wrote that he was wrong. The girl confirmed that although they arrived a couple of decades later, the situation had not yet been resolved. The mistress of dreams and desires added that the truce cannot last forever, and in the abyss there are still a lot of constellations dreaming of invading the Earth. The kitten warned the hero to be careful with any new constellations. They will not honor the truce agreement. Here our hero had another epiphany. He realized that he was wasting his time. He had something to do. He needed to protect his planet. If the situation worsens, it could turn into a battlefield between the constellations for the souls of people. At that moment, there was an explosion, and a flaming ghoul flew into the air, surrounded by a cloud of smoke and fire. It was Odagon who delivered his magical blow, and the crowd of hunters around him were praising the goblin in disguise at the top of their voices. He was surprised to report that it was first circle magic, to which the men happily remarked that they had never seen anyone use first circle magic so well. They then continued to praise the goblin's magical skills, and he could barely contain his irritation. It was clear from Odagon's face that he thought people had simply gone crazy and were pestering him over some stupid mistake. The hunters whispered among themselves that if they returned to Earth and managed to persuade Odagon to take them into the team, it would be amazing, because he was definitely not lower than B rank, and maybe even A rank. Behind the goblin's back, there were suggestions that if the boy had lost his memory, it would be easier for the hunters to convince him to abandon Choi Yong-seong and cooperate with them. The inspired men hoped that if they took Choi Yong-seong's place, they would not have to obey Parker. Our hero watched all this and only chuckled. He was amused by both the behavior of the hunters and the face of Odaegon, who was ready to explode. Then he looked at the leader of the squad and noticed that he was also angry and tense. The guy asked if the man wanted to fight with someone. He was so surprised that he even lowered his glasses onto his nose. Richard didn't expect that his thoughts could be read so easily. Choi Young-sung asked again if he wanted to kick some of his subordinates' asses, but Parker assured him that everything was fine, and that was not the case. Our hero was puzzled. He was not against watching the fight, but decided that in the dungeon it could be regarded as a crime. The young man thought that his thinking had been greatly affected by his long stay in the abyss, and the girl and the kitten advised him to be more careful. The hero promised to be more careful because he needed to hide his identity in case a battle between the constellations broke out on Earth. He turned to Ganyan and asked what was usually done to people who managed to return from the abyss. The hunter replied that they undergo a medical examination and a detailed report on their experience, and often end up in a mental hospital after that, because everyone has a specific experience. The man added that the check also included an analysis of signing contracts with the constellations, which made the girl and the cat very tense. Ganyan explained that after the invasion, the authorities issued a ban on people becoming avatars of evil constellations. The kitten wrote a message that they are not evil constellations, and Choi Young-sung replied that the rules are apparently very strict. The hunter added that the procedure was not too complicated and asked what country the guy was from, and when he received the answer that he was Korean, he assumed that he would have to change his citizenship. Looking at Odaegon casting another fire arrow, the guy thought that for someone who had lost his memory, a new citizenship would also be useful. He approached the avatar and reported that he had received enough information about the situation on Earth. Now, he needed to somehow find out the data on the hunter's level. The goblin in disguise said that he had a spell to assess the level and characteristics. It should be enough. These words, for some reason, upset the kitten of lava and magma. The constellation asked why he asked Odaegon about this, to which the guy replied that he didn't have magic. What's wrong with that? The kitten replied that since the hero was now also a constellation, there was no need for this. He could receive information about anything using the power of the essence. The young man was surprised. He immediately tried to do this and looked closely at one of the hunters. Information appeared that the hero used the Eye of Sauron. The object of analysis was the leader of the detachment, Hans. It was a completely understandable choice. Besides, he was nearby. The man seemed to sense that he was being studied and looked tensely at Choi Yong-sung. A message appeared that the essence of Richard Parker had been revealed. All his parameters appeared before the eyes of our hero. They were average. The young man continued to study the data, and the hunter continued to look around. The kitten said that the skill can also be trained. Then you can get even more information. At that very moment, a small explosion was heard nearby again, and a bright flash of fire destroyed the last ghoul. A mechanical voice announced that the Mirror Illusion House dungeon had been completely cleared. The next message said that the dungeon would be closing soon. So Choi Yong-seong and his avatar began to move forward, with the hunter squad cheering behind them. With a happy and calm face, our hero thought that he could finally return to his home planet. He dreamed about it so much. The hunters continued to rejoice. Some even quietly wiped away tears of joy. The men could not believe that they would soon be home. A mechanical voice reminded him that the dungeon would soon close, and Ganyan placed his hand on Parker's shoulder, as if inviting him to leave. Looking at them, Yongsun caught himself thinking that it seemed strange that the squad leader did not want to return. To distract himself, the guy used the Eye of Sauron skill on his adamantium frying pan. It had an infinite supply of durability and protection, as well as a bunch of skills. A message appeared that the self-control skill was activated. When using the Eye of Sauron, the life force increased. The guy thought that the kitten tried his best. At this time in the Mojave Desert, something began to happen with the portal to the dungeon. It changed again. The guards began to fuss in panic and began to report to all authorities that there was trouble near the sealed entrance to the mirror illusion of the house. The portal began to change in size and glow with a powerful pink light. The streams were quite powerful. Soon the streams began to rise to the sky, merging into one energy tornado. The military gave orders not to let reporters get close. It was dangerous. As they expected, after a few seconds, there was a surge of energy, similar to an explosion, and the dungeon was completely transformed. The man in the cap shouted that this simply couldn't be happening. The dungeon had been cleared, and the entrance to it had opened. In the midst of a giant flash of yellow light, figures of people could be seen approaching. These were hunters coming out. The flow of energy was very strong. It was difficult for the men to walk. The radiance was blinding, and they had to cover their faces with their hands. But they moved forward. Finally, the flash of light was behind him, and Choi Young-seong thought that it was very bright, even by the standards of the abyss. The young man froze in place. Above him was a clear blue sky, the earthly sky that he missed so much. A few minutes later, the raid participants were invited to give a report on the clearing of the dungeon. Even in such a situation, bureaucratic procedures could not be avoided. But the most interesting thing is that according to the final assessment of the experts, the dungeon still belonged to Rank C. Parker, was indignant that there were thousands of ghouls there, but he was unable to influence the opinion of the experts. The man in the hat was adamant the monsters were only rank, and the squad had received the help of a qualified magician. Richard reminded that the rating is assigned based on the boss's power, to which the man retorted that they gave him a C, but they could have given him an F. The man added that in any case he congratulates the guy on his happy return. His father was very worried. Richard was finally thrown out of the game by this phrase. Ganyan looked sympathetically at the commander. The problem was not new. While looking at the news, Choi Yeon-seong told Odaigon that there were so many paparazzi after coming out of the dungeon because Richard was a prince, and the newspaper said he was a member of the royal family. The boy suddenly realized that despite his poor English, he could read and speak it fluently. The kitten explained that the Eye of Sauron helps to see the essence, so language no longer matters. At this time, a nurse came in and it became clear that our heroes were in the hospital. The woman reported that both were in excellent health. The doctor added that she had never seen a body with such perfect physical shape. It was ideal. Choi Young-sung became proud, especially after the woman added that he was lucky and his mental health was also normal. She offered to help with rehabilitation. Because 30 years in the abyss is no joke, our hero promised to think about it. The doctor raised her eyebrows. She had been expecting such an answer. The guy got the impression that she was not interested in him staying. Then the young man turned his head and everything became clear. Martial arts masters and high-ranking magicians were served slightly differently. A crowd of doctors and politicians gathered around Odaigon. Reporters took photographs, and officials showered him with tempting offers. The goblin in disguise was no stranger to various honors and such treatment, after all. In his past life, he had been a king, and yet the pettiness and fawning of people irritated him greatly. He responded to all offers of cooperation time and again with the same thing, that he would follow Mr. Choi Young-sung, and that would be it. Our hero was incredibly pleased with himself when he heard this. He had no doubts about his avatar's loyalty. The servants also paid attention to Janssen, asking why the magician was so devoted to him, to which they received the answer that they met after Odaigon had lost his memory, so it was unknown. People whispered that this could have happened precisely because he was the first person the mage had met after losing his memories. Here the officials realized that they needed to change priorities and began to offer Choi Young-sung various types of assistance. One of the men said that if the hunter Choi Young-seong wanted to change countries, he would help. But the hero replied that there was no better country than America. The guy said that he would consider all offers after he received a green card, but for now, he asked not to disturb him. The servant stepped aside to discuss the details, and Odaigon and his master were finally able to talk calmly. The guy noticed with interest that he couldn't hear a word. The magician explained that people talk using a simple telepathy artifact. The goblin in disguise offered to help the owner and eavesdrop on the conversation using magic, and the young man readily agreed. The employees discussed among themselves the possibility that Choi Young-seong and Odaigon would actually remain in America after receiving their green cards. They planned to assign spies to Odaigon so that representatives of other countries would not find out about him and lure him away. The goblin in disguise was outraged that they would be spied on, to which Janssen laughed that it was not them, but him, Odaigon. For a moment, the goblin turned on his true nature, and in a menacing voice asked if he could deal with them. The hero asked him not to complicate things, because it was in their interests. Soon a car arrived for our heroes. There were several more procedures that a person who returned from the abyss had to go through. Choi Yong-sung was connected to a variety of different sensors and wires, and after testing them, the guy was asked to take a short survey. He took a sheet of paper with questions and asked what would happen if one of the electrodes fell off during the process. Everyone laughed. After looking at the sheet of paper, which contained quite a lot of information, the guy said that he was ready and could begin. The first question was not a preparatory one. People were directly asking whether Choi Young-sung had signed a contract with the constellation Warriors of Madness and Blood. The second task was to write a short text that would mock the Warrior of Madness and Blood. The controllers explained that this was the best way to find out whether the hero had signed a contract with the constellation. The avatar would never risk ridiculing the master. Janssen happily began to write caustic taunts. The next test was to show how much mana a person has. The guy was asked to pour into the crystal ball the maximum amount he could. He put his hand on the ball and began to think how much he could do. He had never tried to do anything like this. The hunter's rank was updated after 30 years of Earth time. The procedure had changed. Gradually, the face of the man in glasses who was testing our hero began to express amazement. The next moment, a pleasant, warm glow filled the ball completely, and it began to fall apart with a terrible crack. Looking at the now useless device, Choi Young-seong said that he still had some mana left. Could he finish the testing later? The man replied that he needed to think about it. Choi Young-seong was playing it safe. He decided that he needed to get a higher rank than before in order to move freely around the planet. The measuring device, although destroyed, recorded the information, reporting that the subject had more mana than ordinary hunters. Typically when testing, hunters pour mana until the ball changes color, which allows them to level up. Sometimes people fall to the ground from exhaustion, but they cannot raise their rank for years. Here was another case. Our hero wondered if it was his mistake, because he should have hidden his strength, but it was too late to change anything. The girl and the kitten also decided that it was a shame he didn't limit himself, since they had asked him not to attract unnecessary attention. The Earth is not an abyss where you can endlessly fight with the strongest opponents. Here, for any fight, a permit must be issued. Many rules were stopped. It turned out that the opportunity to obtain A rank was only given to B rank hunters. It was impossible to skip a step. The man in glasses said that all the tests were finished. The study was successful. The results would be later. If desired, you could wait in the dormitory. The heroes headed towards the exit. Choi Young-seong wondered if they would even give him a B rank, and Odaigon thought that human equipment was of low quality. As soon as the doors closed, the man in glasses rushed for the phone. It seemed like he had been waiting for the opportunity to call for a long time. The caller was someone belonging to the Imbitus clan, but the details of the conversation remain unknown to us. After looking at the results of the study, our heroes were quite surprised. Odaigon was given rank B. The gentleman praised him for hiding his abilities so skillfully. Before looking at his stats, the guy shared his concerns that he had invested too much mana and almost revealed his constellation essence. I wonder what rank they gave him. When Choi Young-seong saw the result, his face was so surprised that it was difficult to describe in words. The data card showed that the young man's rating was still at C+, but his age was listed as 58, which was completely at odds with his self-perception. While the hero was pondering how the average amount of mana could increase so much over 30 years and why such an age was indicated, Richard entered the room and asked if they had finished yet. Both our hero and the goblin in disguise looked at the squad leader Hans with bewilderment. They did not understand what he needed. When asked what was going on, Parker replied that he had promised to thank Choi Young-sung for saving his life, and so he was inviting him to stay with him, since the heroes had nowhere to live. "You can stay in my house as long as you want," the guy added, and didn't even wait for the heroes to agree. Odaigon was suspicious and skeptical, but Yongsun was happy and liked the idea. Soon the motorcade of several cars and a limousine drove out into the desert and headed towards Los Angeles. Odaigon telepathically asked the master if he found it suspicious that Parker had suddenly become so polite. The boy asked if the goblin suspected Richard just because he was human, or if there were reasons. Choi Young-seong asked if the avatar remembered the day he slew the planet-eating wolf. The Goblin King nodded and said that the day he met his master was the most important day in his life. "That's right," our hero answered, and added that he too would never forget that day, but for slightly different reasons. He recalled that the goblins had given him a warm welcome, and in gratitude for saving the planet, they had done incredible things. For example, they prepared a bath of acid slimes for a young man to relieve fatigue. And they also begged to accept the newborn children of the goblin nobility as sacrifices. Were these really goblin rules of etiquette, the guy asked. Odagon was shocked that the customs of his people caused the master inconvenience. It was all about the differences in cultures. The hero laughed. Looking at Richard, he decided that he simply wanted to thank him for saving him, and the magician thought that even among this greedy, annoying, pathetic race, there are normal people. Choi Young-sung's face lengthened again, and he once again reminded everyone that he was also a human being, just in case. Choi Young-sung suddenly addressed Richard with a question, so loudly that it could be heard even outside the limousine. Parker asked what was going on and said that he belonged to the family of those very Parkers, if the hero understood what he meant. The guy conspiratorially lowered his voice and said that he was waiting for the leader of the hunters to give him all his fortune. He added that he had overheard someone promising a hefty reward for saving him, and Parker was horrified. Youngsun laughed and said it was a joke. He just needed a secluded corner to rest after the abyss. The motorcade continued on its way. Someone was watching it from the dune. Parker relaxed again and reminded that he allowed them to stay in his house as long as they wanted. This is something he can give to his savior, the boy finished. And Janssen whispered to Odaigon not to look down on him. The disguised goblin telepathically inquired whether the man had been too arrogant in offering only his home, and only temporarily. The hero noticed that on Earth it was always like this. Owning a huge house, you can turn up your nose. At that moment, a red car cut off the limousine and blocked the way. Choi Yong-sung was outraged that it was a trick, and this was how Richard decided to repay the savior. But the guy himself was scared and did not understand what was happening. The driver rolled down the window and explained that some psycho had blocked the limousine's path with his car. Our hero was afraid that this was an assassination attempt and some evil constellation had learned of his essence. Odagon offered to sort things out, but the guy asked to wait a little. He needed to get his bearings in the situation. They both got out of the car to see what kind of psycho had risked stopping them. They were completely calm. Looking at the red car, Choi Yong-seong whistled. Seeing such a car in the middle of the desert was unexpected. The man standing near the car surprised Odagon and his master. Both felt that he was not so simple and possessed enormous power. The heroes looked at each other. Now he walked towards them, adjusting his sunglasses as he went. This man was different, completely different. Still mortal, but one that you couldn't put on a par with humans, very strong and very powerful. That's what he was. Here, our hero caught himself thinking that the man seemed vaguely familiar to him, and besides, he was, apparently, Asian. All the stranger said as a greeting was "you." It seemed like he really was an acquaintance of Yun Seong's to act like that. Parker greeted him by name, calling him Dragon Huang, and our hero whispered in confusion that this simply couldn't be true. The man nodded and asked who the little boy was, who had risked saying hello first. Parker identified himself and received a smile. Little Parker was causing his father a lot of trouble, the man added while Richard was angry. Then he pulled himself together and replied that the reason was that he was a hunter. Dragon Huang praised the guy for his integrity. Now the man turned to Choi Yong-seong, but our hero remained silent and did not say a word. Huang looked at him thoughtfully and noted that he hadn't really hoped for it, but it seemed like it really was that same Yongsun. The guy's jaw dropped. He recognized him. In front of him was his boss from his past life, the leader of the Kyungryong clan. The young man still couldn't believe his eyes. The man smiled and confirmed that he was not a hallucination, but had come because he had heard rumors that the bastard was here. Huang greeted Choi Yong-sung joyfully but arrogantly. It was obvious that he was seriously emotional, but was trying not to show it. The leader of the Kyeonrin clan stood silently for a few more seconds, enjoying the effect produced. All the people got out of the cars and froze too. Choi Yong-seong and Dragon Huan hadn't seen each other for 30 years, but they were once quite close, at least for the guy. The boss was one of the closest people. Richard Parker broke the silence and apologized in a stuttering voice. He was wondering if Yongsun and Huang knew each other. Both nodded. By the way, our hero knew his boss by a different name and was quite surprised that he was now addressed differently. Behind him, the guards whispered, unable to believe that the person in front of them was really the S-rank hunter Dragon Huang. They whispered that he had recently gotten married for the 19th time. The young man was extremely surprised by this information. He could not believe that all this was about his former boss. The hero remembered the boss as an ordinary middle-aged man in a colorful shirt, a hunter who could barely cope with B-rank dungeons, cheerful and life-loving. The chief changed dramatically after the invasion of the constellations. when a huge number of monsters attacked Seoul. The monsters attacked from the ground and from the air, so everyone who could fight fought to minimize the number of civilian casualties. The most massive attacks were from winged creatures, which were not vulnerable to regular bullets, only to magical projectiles, and all the city's hunter clans joined in. Among them was the leader of the great and incomparable clan, Hwang Kyungryong, the boss of our hero, who had just disappeared into the abyss a couple of years ago. The man was one of those heroes who tried with all their might to save the country at the cost of his own life and the lives of his people. Thanks to the dedication of people like him, the Seoul disaster was averted. Kyungryong himself was almost unharmed, but some of his men were seriously injured as a result of the fighting. Standing in the ruins, the man said that they had done everything they could, protected everything that could be protected. He hugged the hunters standing next to him and thanked each one personally. Hwang was truly a worthy man. All the heroes who fought the threat were called heroes, and that was the extent of the country's gratitude. Even in the hospital, they had to pay for everything themselves. One of the hunters seriously injured his legs during the battle, but could not leave the hospital because he did not pay for the treatment, and the insurance did not cover magical healing. No one received the promised compensation for the hunter's treatment from the state, which was very unfair. Hwang laughed and said that at that very moment he was cut off, he moved to America, where the attitude towards hunters is much better. The boss ended up continuing to be a hunter, opened his own company, did a little PR on TV, and that's how it all worked out. Yongsun listened and kept quiet. They were riding in a limousine, and the guy asked how much money Hwang had, that even the rich son was afraid to squeak. The man asked Yongsun if he knew that he lived in Huntershill, the richest area of LA. The guy didn't react at all, just mumbled something. With some tenderness, Hwang noticed that Choi Yong-sung hadn't changed at all, remaining as grumpy as before. Our hero sat, numb with tension, and listened to how you couldn't get a word out of him, the bastard. The man continued that no one else would disappear into the abyss for 30 years, leaving only a letter on a pitiful page. He asked how the training went. Laughing, Hwang continued to laugh and said that he knew before that his protege was obsessed with training, but after the letter, he regretted not taking him to the hospital. He added that some hunters even suggested announcing Yongsun's death, since he knew that only a few people returned from the abyss alive. So our hero learned that the guys from the clan were going to hold a funeral feast for him. This was unexpected. Here the man turned to Parker, calling out to him a little louder than etiquette permitted. Hwang came up close to him and said that he kept forgetting to ask what the kid was doing in his car. The guy started mumbling something about how Yongsun saved his life, and as a token of gratitude, he decided to take him to live with him. The man laughed and said that gratitude was fine. Otherwise, he thought that Yongsun was being taken to the Parker family estate for an autopsy, or something worse. At about that moment, the motorcade entered Los Angeles. America, like the entire planet, had changed greatly in the 30 years that our hero had spent in the abyss. While the young man was looking at the world that had become completely different, Dragon Hwang commanded the driver to go not to the Parker's house, but to his own. Choi Yong-seong continued to look at the city. What struck him most was the technological progress. The streets were full of unfamiliar mechanisms. After the gates from the abyss opened, famous hunters from all over the world began to flock to Los Angeles, just as actors used to flock to Hollywood. The city was also full of casual hunters, people planning to become hunters, and a variety of service personnel in the business. The limousine moved slowly through the streets, and Hwang decided to continue talking about what happened after moving to America. He said he had ordered the FBI and CIA to report to him on every person who returned from the abyss, and they did so regularly, although they were not thrilled about it. They arrived at Hwang's property, and Yongsun complimented them that the house was cool, the size of a stadium. Parker reported that these were utility rooms and a servant's house. Hanson's estate was further inland. Our hero's eyes widened in shock, and he almost fell over. The car braked sharply at the entrance. What the former boss called home was a complex of buildings the size of a small town. In addition to a park, a fountain, a swimming pool, there were a bunch of buildings with a huge skyscraper. Choi Yeon-seong, glued to the window, suddenly asked who those hunters were standing along the road to the house. There were queues of people along the fountains, and Richard said that they all had tickets for entry. The hero was surprised why. Hwang smiled and said with an air of importance that these people needed a ticket to see him once. Looking at the endless hunters with hopeful faces, the man said that they all wanted their chance. The guy still didn't understand what was going on. He kept asking more and more questions to find out what interested him. Huang lifted his glasses, looked closely at Yongsan, and promised to explain everything in detail a little later. Watching a panda devour a bamboo shoot intently on a hunter's estate in Los Angeles, our hero wondered what the hell had happened in the last 30 years. When the animal took another bite into the juicy appendage, the young man decided that he had gone crazy, or perhaps Huang had taken a leisurely stroll into the abyss and back. Continuing to stare at the two pandas in the enclosure, our hero asked if they had been stolen. The owner of the house was offended, explaining that they were a gift from the Chinese government. They begged him to come, and this was a reward. Choi Yun-sung looked at his ex-boss with an even more insane look, trying to understand what the man he once knew well had become now. The young man asked what had the Chinese government so worried. The man slapped his forehead. Our hero was in the abyss and knew nothing. The man snapped his fingers. At that very moment, a whole crowd of employees ran up to them, each one ready to provide a service of any complexity here and now. The women and men stood on either side of the chief, and he asked if all his secretaries were there. Having received an affirmative answer, Huang began to give instructions. He began by ordering that the best teachers be found for him. The list included politics, economics, sociology, law, social education, modern history. Yongsan's jaw dropped in shock. He was ordered to be taught all of this. At this time, a strange conversation took place in Parker's car between Richard and the driver, who asked if they should ask for the dragon's autograph before leaving. The driver added that some people wait months to see him, to which the guy replied that it was because their last name was not Parker. Huang continued to list celebrities, trends, humanities, movies, gadgets, technical innovations, and other things that also needed to be introduced to Yongsan. In the end, the boss simply yelled at the secretaries that the guy had to learn everything that had changed in 30 years. Very cautiously, one of the secretaries asked if it was too much in volume and if he could find out the reason. Huang asked the man's name, and upon hearing that it was the 7th Secretary Jackson, the man said that he had been fired. The secretary's face reflected confusion, but the dragon began to shout that he had hired them for a huge amount of money not to answer stupid questions, but to assign troublesome tasks. One of the secretaries chuckled, and the man asked if his words really sounded like a joke. Everyone immediately stood at attention and shook their heads. Huang asked again if the words sounded like a joke, and someone shouted out that they were not. The boss asked the loudmouth's name and rolled out another complaint. Listening to the 6th secretary trying to justify himself by saying that he had made an unintentional mistake, our hero only shrugged his shoulders. Huang shouted that he didn't need excuses, he needed normal workers, and in the end, everyone ran away to follow the instructions. The former boss turned to Choi Yong-sung and said with a chuckle that they could now have a normal conversation, but the boy only said his clan name, Hyun, for short. Hyun, our hero repeated once again. He regretfully stated that he had become not a man, but real trash, and there was silence. The man was indignant that this was not true. He knew what the secretary's salaries were, to which Yongsan replied that salary was not a reason to quit on the spot. The dragon called the former 7th secretary, who was packing his things, to come closer. Huang asked him how long he had worked and how much money he had received, and the answer was $230,000 for 2 weeks. He looked at Yongsan with pride, but the young man only asked how money was connected to the dismissal. Dragon replied that he warns them when hiring them, that one mistake, and they are fired. The man added that everyone knows that he pays the highest salaries and sets the most difficult requirements. Our hero sighed in disappointment. Then Huang informed the former 7th secretary that he was rehired. A minute later, the former boss asked if it was necessary to behave like that in front of his subordinates, to which the guy replied that he, Hen, could have become an idol and a role model for them, and not been a boor. The man remained silent and lowered his head. It was clear that he was a little sad, but not too much. Soon, cameras in the room where Yongsan studied began recording the beginning of the classes. All of them were recorded so that he could later listen to what he didn't remember right away. The first to arrive was a Stanford professor whose specialty was artifact and cave science, adding that she was also the manager of 2 B-rank hunters and 1 A-rank hunter. Our hero quipped that it was very interesting, but he had lifted 500 pounds in high school, so what? Ignoring the insult, the girl said that she would now briefly tell him what had happened over the past 30 years. Half an hour later, Choi Yong-sung felt like he was sleeping, and that it was all just a stupid dream. All he had to do was wake up. Evil constellations have occupied China, North Korea, Europe, and Latin America, the young man asked again. In the diagram, The teacher showed that his homeland, South Korea, was the only one in the region that had not been captured. However, after this, many Korean hunters went abroad, and many found the United States attractive, the girl continued. Our hero asked whether Dragon Huang had moved to America at the same time, and the teacher confirmed his guess. The young man sighed, vague suspicions swirling in his head, but nothing concrete yet. The guy remembered what the clan leader was like before, kind, a little stupid, but understanding. He even talked him out of going to the B-rank dungeon. What happened that Hyun changed so much? He became Dragon Huang, an S-rank hunter with endless amounts of money, who at 70 years old married for the 19th time. While the guy was thinking, a message came from the kitten that everything worked out great. In fact, maybe he should be taken as an avatar. He can be trusted, the constellation asked. The guy replied that Hyun could be trusted, but he didn't know how to say it, to start with the fact that he walked through the abyss and decided to become a constellation, or what? As an option, you could also spread your arms and invite them under your wing, become an avatar. Very funny. Our hero had already seen the puzzled face of his former boss in front of him. No, he had not yet seen the possibility of offering him to become an avatar. The most likely reaction from Huang to such a proposal would be to ask what kind of drugs they play with in the abyss, Yongsun thought. The boy told the kitten that if he explained everything well, maybe Hyun would understand, but the kitten replied that there was no need to do that. The kitten of lava and magma noticed that the young man was uneasy and asked what was bothering him. Choi Yongseong thought about it and replied that it was true. The clan leader had not given up trying to find him for 30 years. He could be trusted, but he didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the constellations. The next morning, the dragon led our hero to a huge indoor stadium and informed him that it was a training place, something like a backyard gym. Entering inside, the guy froze in place, and the owner of the premises himself froze, but this time from pride in himself. The young man teased his boss that this was not a gym, but a concert hall, to which he replied that his concert hall would be cooler. The man snapped his fingers again, a habit that was starting to really piss Choi Yongseong off, but for now he was trying to endure it and not get upset. After the click, some equipment turned on and orange power lines became visible under the dome and even on the floor. The guy tried to step over one of them. The sensations were very, very strange. The kitten exclaimed that this was the magic of the underside of the world. Janssen asked what it was about. The kitten explained that this magic was popular among the constellations, and mortals did not know how to use it. A mechanical voice announced that the stabilization of the underside of the world was complete, and the boy began to learn how to handle this thing. Huang explained that the underside of the world allows one to imitate reality. Even if one receives an injury here, it will not happen in real life. It is something like virtual reality, but not quite virtual, but magical. Kitten reported that most often, constellations use the underside of the world as a playground to relieve boredom, or to train avatars. The guy decided to ask his former boss which constellation taught him this magic, but he laughed that it was known and available to many people. Then the man thought about it and admitted that the constellation could have originally shared this technology with humanity, having conceived some vile plan. The man muttered that who knows how mean the constellations can be, and the kitten and Choi Yun-sung became very tense. The boy noted that with such a training ground, the hunters would be very well prepared for war, but the dragon did not understand him. He asked what kind of horrors the guy was talking about. What war were they talking about? This was sports equipment, Yongsun in turn shouted. What kind of sport? Are they playing football with this magic? Forming a gun with his fingers, Huang pretended to shoot Choi Yong-sung and said that this was the last century. Our hero looked at him, but did not understand anything. Behind him, images appeared that looked like a video from a projector. Dragon Huang said in a solemn voice that hunting sports are currently at the forefront of the entertainment business. It was a competition where 6 hunters would team up to fight another team of their own, monster slaying, fights, lots of rules, a very spectacular show. The man added that all commentators send messages with a mechanical voice, and points are awarded for killing monsters. Huang asked if the young man was interested, but he remained silent, having received a message that he had entered the underside of the world. The next message warned that one must limit one's power, otherwise the underside of the world could be destroyed. Our hero limited his strength, agility, magic, mana, health, and then he felt very bad, as if his whole body was hung with weights. A message appeared that the skill, strength, and victory over oneself was activated. This was something new and interesting. Little by little, our hero began to understand that it was like training. Performing a task with a limitation of strength, his real strength increases. He began to happily mutter under his breath that he needed to study longer, which surprised Huang a little. The Kitten of Lava and Magma wrote that this is a great chance. The guy asked what the chance is for and received the answer that in the back of the world the constellations do not see him, so he can do whatever he wants. Choi Yongseong didn't like being forced. He told the kitten that he would not reveal his identity to the clan leader and make him his avatar for now. The guy looked at his former boss and sternly explained to the constellation that the dragon had a great life and he didn't want to drag him into all this yet. The young man added that he is not at all suited to the role of a leader controlling avatars. He prefers to participate in battles himself. The kitten wrote a bunch of messages that it was not in the spirit of the constellation to fight on their own, and that avatars would still be needed, but the guy no longer paid attention. He only replied that he had given important information. For Choi Yong-sung, it was always very important to remain honest. At this time, Huang came up and asked why the boy was standing there like a pillar, whether he was really so struck by the seamy side of the world. Looking at the video of the fight, the guy noted that for the hunter, training was taking place as if in reality, the man again corrected that this was not training. "It's a sport," the dragon said, almost syllable by syllable, and then added that it's the most popular sport in the world. The guy asked, puzzled, if hunters didn't train in the dungeon, but just fought each other, to which Huang explained that it was a competitive sport. Our hero clarified that people just look at it, like football and basketball, and laughter rang out. Then the man became serious and said that comparing all these sports was simply ridiculous. Choi Yong-sung looked at him and couldn't understand if it was a joke, or a prank, or maybe an evil irony, or the harsh truth. Huang explained that the closest thing this sport could be compared to was INS, also a hunting competition, but different. In this sport, the strongest hunter was selected through a one-on-one duel. Once you watch INS, other sports fights will seem bland. The clan leader asked if the story stirred the blood, to which he received the answer that it did not. The dragon laughed and said that the young man simply knew that he was the strongest. The young man stood silently for a while, and then slowly replied that in truth, he was a little confused. Choi Young-sung remembered the monsters and his fears about the Constellation War, so he said that he was worried about the danger looming over the earth. Spending all his time training, he was afraid of being late, but he didn't even suspect that he was already late. And what, in the end, the hunters of the earth became athletes, how then they catch monsters, remained unclear. Then a message came from the kitten. The Kitten of Lava and Magma wrote that something was troubling him. The specified sports have long and firmly entered into popularity among the constellations. The kitten suggested that this might be related to the spread of the underside of the world on Earth, and the young man became worried again. Huang was saying something about how many hunters had never even entered the dungeons, and the guy was wondering if this was a trap from the constellations to raise hunter avatars for themselves. Choi Yong-sung asked why they became hunters then, to which he received the answer that for money, of course, and for fame. The line that formed in front of Huang's house was made up of those who wanted to make it in sports and earn enough in a couple of months to live comfortably for the rest of their days. Our hero lowered his head, thinking about what he had heard. But at that time, the former boss asked what had happened to him over the years, how he was feeling in general and all that. The man asked what had bitten the guy that he had fallen into the abyss for training, and whether he had been lured there by deception. The hero crouched down and hugged his knees with his hands. The dragon realized that he had apparently hit the nail on the head, but the guy replied that he would tell about it later. It was a long story. Our hero stood up and said that before he told everything, he would ask for something. The man listened attentively. The guy asked if it was possible to increase the power of the inside of the world, because its power was limited, and it was inconvenient. Huang was puzzled by what kind of power this was, that the usual spell settings were not enough to withstand it. The man was outraged that this room was oriented towards A-rank hunters. So what rank was the guy then? He yelled, to which he received the answer C+. The guy explained that he didn't have the opportunity to demonstrate his combat skills, so he simply smashed the mana measuring device. The dragon assumed that the test results were paid for, and the young man was surprised how this could happen, but did not ask. The former boss looked at Choi Yong-sung kindly and admitted that he must have gotten a little stronger since he was uncomfortable being on the training ground. He realized that this was why the guy went into the abyss, asking him to tell it again. But the guy said that it was difficult. Then he received advice to tell it more simply. Well, let's keep it simple. Choi Yong-sung got tired of resisting and replied that in simple terms he became a constellation. His eyes lit up and a pleasant yellowish glow spread around. Our hero said that it was all for the sake of the earth. Huang continued to look at his former subordinate and friend with confusion and a little wariness. Then the man clarified that for the sake of the earth the young man went to wander through the abyss. There he became a constellation. Did he understand correctly? Choi Yong-seong nodded in relief and added that he had returned to protect his home planet. It turns out that now the kid is much older than himself, the dragon, the man clarified again. For some reason he was very concerned about the question of seniority. The hunter got angry and shouted that he couldn't believe it. Our hero thought that it was quite expected. Huang thoughtfully asked if the young man knew how many people who returned from the abyss went mad. The guy offered to prove his words by demonstrating the level of strength he now possesses. The old friend looked at him over his glasses, and it seemed that he now guessed what had prompted the request to remove the restrictions of the underside of the world. He asked if his guess was correct, to which Choi Young-sung replied that it was, and that he didn't care about the others, but he wanted to share it with Hyun. Taking off his jacket, Huang said that no matter how strong Yong-seong had become, he had hardly ever fought an S-rank hunter. But he had to do this more than once, Hyun said proudly, adding that he was usually the winner. The hunter added that he got the A+ rank almost at his last breath through the skill of leveling up through death. It was a fun experience. The young man also laughed and remembered how his boss used to love fantasy novels, and now he himself seemed to have become the hero of one of them. While making his attack jump, the man noticed that our hero was not far behind him, and besides, he is a fan of combat novels. Finally, Huang announced that he was ready to test his strength against his former junior colleague, and he was determined. And before that, the hunter asked the guy if he had ever encountered artifacts in the form of tattoos. He rolled up his sleeve and demonstrated exactly what he meant, and it looked quite amusing. The young man looked and began to think about how it worked and what reserve of power and strength it could contain. Huang rose into the air, streams of energy that matched the color of the tattoo emanating from his arms, flashes of light showing that he had plenty of power. Choi Yong-seong guessed that these were magical projectiles, and in a second they would all fall on him. The man asked the guy if he was scared and if he could avoid something like that, but our hero was absolutely calm. The chief asked again if the young man was afraid to enter into a battle from which he was guaranteed not to emerge victorious. Our hero repeated that he was not afraid, and that he had no need to dodge the magic projectiles. He raised his index finger. A moment later, a beam of very high concentration energy shot out from the finger. It was not difficult to guess that it was very powerful. This blow was intended for Huang. The man had never encountered anything like this before, so he was a little confused and did not release his projectiles. He barely managed to turn his head a couple of centimeters, otherwise he would have been left without it. So fast and unexpected was the hero's attack. The man said that he had a lot of experience, and over the years he understood that if you don't attack quickly, you will lose. He jumped to the ground and hit it with his hand, forming a power strike. Immediately the streams of energy simply transformed and became streams of real flame. The spectacle was spectacular. It was the spell of the sixth circle, the path of lava. Yongsun was surprised and asked when and from whom Huang learned such a spell, but the former boss misunderstood him and shouted that there was no need to look down on him. Once again, a razor-sharp beam of energy shot through the lava flow, released by our hero, this time orange in color. The enemy managed to reflect it by casting a defensive spell, a very strong one, and again from the sixth circle. In order to use two such powerful spells in a row, a lot of mana was needed. Janssen assumed a fighting stance and began to prepare for a close combat attack. He had already prepared his space fist when he saw his opponent's magic projectiles flying at him again. The young man decided not to dodge, but to show what he was capable of in defense, he concentrated his ki and created a protective barrier. Huang's energy flow hit the guy right in the chest. He stood with an absolutely calm face, without receiving a single scratch. Only his eyes suddenly flashed with radiance, reminding us that our hero is a constellation. The man shouted that he now knew where the fake video had spread on the internet and called on people not to cheat. Yongsun asked what was going on and was told that a video from China in which a guy demonstrated a similar skill had gone viral. Our hero asked if it was fake or real, surprised that even this was being faked now. Here, Choi Yong-seong noticed that using the barrier had greatly depleted his ki supply, a little more, and it would be completely empty. The damned restrictions were making themselves felt. The guy remembered that he needed to control his strength so as not to destroy the reverse world. It was unpleasant and difficult. He had not fought like a human for a very long time. Well, that means it was necessary to show the maximum of the possibilities available under such conditions. The guy concentrated Kai into a blue ball, which slowly grew, hanging in the air. Soon, it was the size of a palm, and it became clear that the hero was holding this ball of Kai energy in his hand and preparing to launch it like a projectile. The ball flew towards the enemy very quickly, leaving waves of energy in the air like on water. Huang didn't lose his head. He understood that if he didn't do anything, he would die. So he used the technique of quick teleportation. But for some reason, the reception failed. The ball continued to move. A mechanical voice reported that the magic was destroyed by a powerful aura, and the fast teleportation was cancelled. All the hunter managed to do before taking the blow was cover himself with his hands, and a message appeared saying that he had received damage. Luckily, this wasn't Huang's only defense, so he wasn't hurt much, but he started screaming how it was possible that his spell was cancelled before the ball hit. The man decided that he had no choice but to strengthen his body through magic. He shouted at Yongsun to come and fight. In fact, he did it in vain. A second later, our hero was holding the hunter's hand with a magic tattoo tightly. With the next movement, the guy twisted his arm back and immobilized the enemy, not giving him the opportunity to move. Choi Yongxiong asked if Huang was crazy to risk getting into close combat with a martial artist, and the man laughed. The head-down dragon added that he was confused because he had never seen a person who possessed martial arts at a high level before, let alone fought. In any case, the hunter added, he admitted defeat and the duel was over. Sitting on the floor and rubbing his hand, the man asked how the levels of divine space martial art were structured and which one Yongsun had achieved. The guy replied that he had reached the highest level, and if he stepped over its border, his capabilities would exceed those of a mortal. The man tapped his forehead as if to suggest that he had been short-sighted and admitted that Yongsun had indeed become a constellation. Huang scratched his head and asked the guy if he himself understood how absurd it sounded, and Yongsun replied that it was absurd that his honest and kind boss had become who knows what. The man raised his hand and shouted that he was successful. The guy retorted that he could say the same about himself. The hunter tried to let off steam by sarcastically asking what the constellation could possibly want from him. Yongsun did not fall for the provocation and calmly replied that he actually wanted to ask for help. Then the guy told about the current situation. He outlined the points that most concerned him, the first being that although the constellations had concluded a truce, the agreement was temporary. This means that new constellations can emerge from the abyss at any moment, he announced the second point. The third was that there was a high probability that the constellations that signed the truce had a cunning plan to take over the Earth by deception, which people were not yet aware of. The guy ended by saying that he himself is at a disadvantage because he has to hide and has practically no avatars, while other constellations on Earth have already collected enough souls. The man asked again what he meant, at a disadvantage, because the guy intended to ask him for help, and this already gives a considerable bonus. Choi Yong-sung said that his former boss had his own life for a long time, which he did not want to ruin with his requests or drag into problems. It was clear from Huang's face that he hadn't thought in terms of this level for a long time, and that's why he was shocked. At this point, the hunter bowed his head and said that the youngest of the clan had been defending the Earth, fighting in the abyss for tens of thousands of years, and he was just trying to be cool. Huang hit the floor with his fist as hard as he could, and it was clear that he was extremely angry with himself. The man said that there was no need to worry, that Choi had no one else to turn to for help, so he promised to do everything in his power. The guy tried to mumble something about how he wasn't obliged, but the dragon shouted that no one had the right to dissuade him when the decision had already been made. Our hero sighed and thanked the hunter. The kitten of lava and magma wrote a message that he was extremely pleased with the result of their negotiations. The guy didn't want a good man he'd known for a long time to be drawn into the intrigues between the constellations. But since that's how it turned out, he had to take advantage of the advantages. The man had to formally accept the offer of the constellation unrivaled avatar of training to become his servant. These were the rules of the Earth, not the abyss. Huang did not want to obey someone younger than himself, but he accepted the conditions. A message appeared that the man's soul was tied to a constellation. If he disobeyed, he would be punished as a servant of the constellation. He became even stronger. Dragon Huang owned many different businesses and properties, and the coffee shop was one of them. Huang, Yongsan, and Odaigon were sitting at a table. The hunter was talking about how he never thought he would make a deal with the constellation. The man lowered his head and sighed that this was practically the same as selling his soul. The hunter asked if after he signed, the constellations would have the opportunity to constantly observe him. The guy confirmed and reminded that his friend could simply not do this. The dragon had no intention of backing down, so he asked what the plan was. In fact, the plan was to hide the fact that Choi Yonseong was a constellation. The man wondered how it could be that the constellation was forced to hide its power. The young man also added that he was going to increase the number of fans and avatars. Secretly, they would be needed when the battle of the constellations began. The man promised to help with this. Just in case, Huang once again clarified whether the guy had fought with the great demon in the abyss and whether he could defeat him. The coffee was getting cold. The young man did not answer and began to drink feverishly. The dragon insisted that one-on-one confrontation was stupid. Hunters always act together. Looking at our hero's face, the dragon suspiciously asked if he wanted to object to him. The guy assured him that of course not. Odaigon pretended to be amazed by the taste of the drink. The man got really excited and said that in a single battle or a group battle, it doesn't matter to him who he fights with, constellations or monsters. He has no equal. Choi Yeon-sung again remembered that the magic of the underside of the world is also mainly used by constellations. What an inconvenient coincidence. During the battles of the constellations, they send their avatars to the inside out and watch the battle unfold. A great cure for boredom. There is a possibility that the constellations specifically popularized hunter battles on Earth as a sport to make it easier to choose avatars. The kitten wrote that it was a spectacular show, and it would be nice for the hero to watch it, but he was completely immersed in his thoughts, while Odaigon was getting acquainted with the drinking straw. Kitten added that boredom is the main problem of the constellations. He is ready to bet that even now several of them are guaranteed to be in agony from boredom. The dragon was a champion hunter in such battles on Earth. Perhaps he would have done well against the avatars of the constellations. The man noted that our hero could also become a champion on Earth if he became the envy of other hunters. They would be more likely to become fans and potential avatars. In other words, it would be useful for our hero to become famous in the sport of hunting, and this is precisely where Huang could very well help. The dragon replied that he could arrange it, but all the strong hunters are always in the sight of the state. They are come for when the A-rank dungeons open. And although there were quite a few popular hunters, every inhabitant of planet Earth knew that there was only one strongest of them. Huang thought that this one could very well be Yongsan himself. He just had to figure out how to demonstrate it in the game, because he had to restrain himself. After thinking it over carefully, Hyun said that he would introduce the clan to Yongsan, but this was no longer the clan that our hero was familiar with. It had been disbanded after the invasion. The man said that there are several clans at once, which are united under a common leadership. The profit is colossal. The influence goes beyond this world. The dragon specified that all the cores and artifacts in the dungeons were bought by this company, support, bonuses, and everything else too. Yongsan took a sip from his glass. He didn't understand why he needed to join a clan, that is, he didn't understand which one exactly and how it happened. The man explained that this would be the best way to hide his power, and it would also open up new opportunities. The guy replied that he had already learned to cope with the power limitation, and now he could fight a monster or a hunter rank without any problems. Remembering how he had taken the young man's kai straight to the chest, Huang shuddered nervously. The man once again offered to send Yongsan to the clan, where he could also find several talented hunters to make his avatars. This time, the hero agreed. The guy thought about it and asked who would take him into a clan with a C+ rank and a martial arts specialization. Hyun agreed that it was a problem. The young man continued to nervously drink through a straw, Huang thought, and suddenly exclaimed that why bother? You just need to raise your rank. He suggested becoming an A-rank adventurer in order to get into the service of the state, and then you can apply for S rank, by the way. There were 10 hunters in the whole world with such a rank, and our old man was one of them. Huang jumped to his feet and yelled that they had to start doing everything they could right now, and that was why they were going to the qualifying round of the game. Our hero did not expect such a flurry of activity and asked whether he really needed to go to this qualifying round. The dragon said that there were so many applicants that without such selection rounds it would be impossible to select worthy candidates. The man thought about it and decided that it would be better to go to the qualifying round in a week, but for now the guy should get his bearings a little. When asked what he needed to get used to, Huang asked if Yeon-sung knew, for example, what a smartphone was. The guy took the device in his hands and heard that with its help, he could find out the news, communicate, and much more. All that was left was to learn how to use this thing. Accidentally opening the newsfeed, Yeon-sung saw a familiar name there, his former coach Bro Chang-sik. became the deputy head of the clan. There were many books and magic scrolls in Dragon Huang's office, but few people saw the man reading. Sitting down in a chair, he ordered the secretaries to bring the equipment. Someone needed to be retested. After some thought, Hyun decided that it would also be a good idea for the young man to have a reliable manager. Looking at the secretaries sweating from tension, the dragon muttered that these guys would not do. Then the hunter had an idea and asked where his daughter was. The men began to fuss and asked which daughter exactly. The long-suffering father drummed his fingers on the table and muttered that the 10th or 11th he couldn't remember exactly, but it was the one with the lousy character. "Ah, you are about Ain Lawrence, the most dashing A-class manager, we will call you now," the secretaries promised in a trembling voice, imagining what the girl would do to them for visiting without warning. While thinking about his own, Dragon muttered that he wasn't sure if Janssen would like Ain Lawrence, since he also had an uneven character. The hunters Ain worked with had a hard time. The girl was very tough and demanding. Besides this, the girl was very well versed in battles, laws, magic, and in principle was mega professional, although quite tough. She could, for example, catch a magic arrow with her bare hands, or recite the number of an amendment to the law from memory. Hunters sometimes asked if they were facing a demon. In such cases, the manager's gaze was much more informative than her sharp tongue. It was better not to anger her. Miss Ain walked into her father's office with a stony face, and everyone around her bowed in greeting. Along the way, she managed to fire the hunter she worked with, calling him unworthy of her time, but the last straw was actually the words about the demon. The servant returned to the careless hunter, who asked what kind of creature the woman was. The secretary began to kick his subordinate with his feet, shouting curses. Didn't the hunter know who he was dealing with? How could he be so stupid? The man hissed angrily that this girl was an A-class manager and a B-class hunter, and that she could turn waste into diamonds. Ain Lawrence, a special manager and hunter, Hyun Leung-hwan's daughter, did not joke around like her father. She was a very serious girl. The qualifying round took place in the same stadium where the fights would later take place. It was huge, and also had the magic of the other side of the world. Choi Young-seong and Oh Dae-gon arrived here accompanied by Hyun's men, but they had to go inside on their own. There were several famous hunters on the selection committee, and their cars were the same type as Hwang's, pompous. But the people who came to the selection round were not pretentious, rather the opposite. They were some kind of rabble mixed with adventurers and magicians. Our hero chuckled. Hunter's habits had hardly changed in 30 years, and he felt cheerful. The employee accompanying our heroes said that this was a qualifying round for C rank, but many lower-ranked opponents had come, so it wouldn't be difficult. The guy thanked her for her trust and said that they would manage on their own from now on. If only Oh Dae-gon would stop staring at his phone all the time, the young man thought. His avatar missed his goblin past, so he constantly played the mobile game. Before going to the qualifying tournament, Janssen asked Oh Dae-gon to stop playing and stay nearby. Choi Young-seong didn't understand the goblin in disguise's obsession with games at all. It seemed like he would soon stop sleeping and eating. The stadium's recreation area looked like some kind of office center or hospital, clean, spacious, and dull. Our hero sat down on the sofa and began to look at those present, trying to understand who would be an opponent and who would be an ally. But his main attention was drawn to the journalists. They were cheerfully discussing the hunters, not at all shy in their expressions, while they themselves looked like office plankton. The photographer and cameraman were a little more attractive. All of these people were involved in the process of recruiting hunters into the clan. In fact, half of these people were sent by Hwang, because he needed to give Yongsun good PR, but the young man didn't know about it. The operators began to get acquainted, and gradually almost all the people in the room were drawn into the conversation. One of those present turned out to be a newcomer. He introduced himself as Cupid and said that he belonged to the Embitus clan. Everyone immediately realized that he was not an operator, but a scout, a damned appraiser. Their faces stopped being friendly. At this time, someone called the scout and started telling him something emotionally. Janssen heard only separate words. Device, ball, smashed. The man in the office for measuring the rank clarified the details, assured that the device was not defective, and this time he was not lying. Right there on the laptop screen, the man from the Embius clan opened information about Yongsun. There were psychological tests, health examinations, information about 30 years in the abyss, and earlier information. If the guy lived 30 years ago, it's understandable why he chose martial arts. It's interesting. We need to recruit him, the men decided. The second one noted that being a martial arts master is very expensive, and the device could be a lie. He doubted it. They didn't pay them money for nothing. They needed to see what the guy was capable of. If he really had that much mana, you could attract him with your magic. The second man yelled at the scout that since he was interested in the guy, he should think about whether to take him or not, and if so, how. He added that he pays a man a salary not for his pretty eyes, but for fulfilling certain duties. Well, it's time to see what the youth from the abyss can do with his martial arts. Choi Yong-seong has entered the arena. It was about the same backside of the world as in the dragon Huang's house, so the hero already knew what to do, and what the features were. Immediately, messages began pouring in that the power needed to be limited, otherwise the underside of the world would collapse. The young man clenched his fist to see how much Kai was concentrated in it, after which the mechanical voice noted that the power needed to be limited even more. Our hero thought that it was logical. Here the selection was for rank C, and at Hyunryeon's house she was set for rank A. The young man climbed onto the battlefield, and reports emerged that strength had been successfully limited, as had agility. Endurance also decreased. The skill of strength in victory over oneself was also activated. The guy clenched his fists in anticipation. He was very impatient to fight. The mechanical voice said that the more restrictions there are, the more the real power will grow when they are lifted, which pleased Choi Yong-seong very much. The opponent was significantly taller and more muscular. He asked if Yongsun was crazy and talking to himself. The guy replied that he was just thinking out loud. With a satisfied expression on his face, the hunter our hero was about to fight said that someone was apparently going to die. The referee shouted that striking before the signal to start the fight would result in disqualification, but after the signal, one could fight in any way convenient. Yongsun began to warm up, listening to the information that if anyone wanted to surrender, the fight would be stopped. Stretching the muscles of his arms, the young man looked at the stands, where there were mostly journalists and stalkers. The operators recorded everything that was happening on cameras so that the details of the battle could be tracked later. Among other things, this C-rank qualifying round was broadcast live, which in itself was not typical. Usually, the B-rank and above rounds were broadcast live. Everyone was shocked when it was announced that Yongsun was a martial artist. He was like an ancient fossil to the audience. Journalists in the recreation area scribbled messages on their laptops. There might be some interesting news. The men began to study the hero's dossier with interest and all, as one, came to the conclusion that he should be written about in more detail. Gradually, a discussion about martial arts arose, and it turned out that men could hardly remember what it was. Our hero was a dark horse, but he knew it very well. How the fight would go depended solely on the guy. His opponent was surprised to hear that the person in front of him was a martial artist. It was also his first time fighting one, which was not surprising. The hunter's strategy was to fly into the air and attack with magic. He had a hidden skill of pursuing arrows. The referee commanded to start on the count of 1. When the 3 sounded, Yongsun was absolutely ready for both defense and attack, but he decided to give his opponent the opportunity to attack first. On the count of 2, our hero's opponent decided that he would deviate from the original plan if something went wrong. On the count of 1, the referee bent his last finger, and the man quickly rose into the air. It started off quite well. The spell was cast quickly and worked well. The hunter was happy that he was faster than his opponent, not even suspecting that it was just an illusion. Yongsun used his teleportation skill, and his fist was already a centimeter away from his smiling opponent's face. The next moment, the smile disappeared. The man received a punch to the nose with such force that it was a wonder his skull remained intact. The opponent flew back, and from the speed of Yongsun's hand, it seemed as if his opponent's face was almost smoking. The man fell to the ground and lowered his head onto his chest. He was in no hurry to get to his feet, giving the impression that the fight was over. The journalists in the stands gasped. They had never seen a duel between hunters consist of just one blow. The referee froze with his hand raised. He wanted to announce that the fight was over, but from shock, the words literally stuck in his throat. Finally, he pulled himself together and loudly declared that the fight was over and that Choi Yong-seong had become the winner. Our hero looked puzzled. He also didn't expect that the powers of the Earth C-rank hunters were so weak. Finally, the guy was officially declared the winner, raising his hand up. While his opponent was being carried off the court, the man was unable to walk on his own. The reporter felt that this was a sensation. The stalker who was supposed to lure Yongsun into the clan widened his eyes and opened his mouth. The next moment, he grabbed his phone to report the results of the fight to his superiors as soon as possible. He shouted into the phone that the appraiser had not made a mistake. that it was a real diamond, and polished at that, and the boss was delighted and agreed that in that case, Yongsun would immediately become their main strength. He added that he didn't expect this from someone practicing martial arts. There might be problems with this later, but now it was necessary to recruit the guy at any cost. Scout finished the conversation and decided that he had to try very hard if he didn't want to lose his job, or even his life. At this time, 2 hunter mages were fighting on the site. The woman cast a shadow of illusion and attacked from an unexpected flank. She was strong. Yongsun watched the fight on the screen, and the moment the hunter used the blast wave release spell took his breath away. At this time, our hero's phone rang, and someone asked if he was the hunter Choi Yongxiong. He answered in the affirmative and the call was ended. A minute later, a clan scout approached the guy. The young man immediately guessed about it. The man praised his attentiveness and added that a good hunter is good at everything. This is immediately noticeable. He handed over his business card. The scout continued to fawn and talk about how today's hunters weren't even close to the ones who worked 30 years ago. The guy said that he used to think the same, but now he's not sure what difference it makes where you train, in a dungeon or on the other side of the world, if strength remains strength. The kitten advised to be careful. Old people's judgments could ruin everything. The scout coughed at this time and continued the conversation. He asked if Yongsun knew why he was here. The hunter replied that the scout had come to recruit. What other reason could there be? The man confirmed his guess and asked if the hero knew about the Ambitus clan. This name was known to Choi Yong-sung better than anyone else, but he couldn't show it so as not to get caught. The scout smiled and said that it was a given that the hunter knew, to which our hero replied that it was the first time he had heard of this clan. The man thought it was a joke and started laughing loudly. The situation looked pretty stupid. The guy started to get angry that he had to explain such things. He reminded that he had only recently returned from the abyss, so he was not very aware of the earthly situation. Scout realized that he had made a mistake and began to hang on about how Yongsun must feel like an outsider and didn't know what to do next. But not to worry, the clan would help him with everything. The man got carried away and started listing the advantages. A guaranteed share for 1.5 people in a raid, support in everything, and training from the best hunters of the highest level. The hero replied that he was used to fighting with his fists, and that it was unlikely that any of the modern hunters could help with this. The scout switched to describing the huge earnings and good living conditions. The young man, with a pleasant smile, said that he wanted to look for a clan with more opportunities and better conditions. Squat reminded that Choi Yon-sung is still only a C rank, and raising his rank is not such an easy matter. "That's how it is," our hero muttered. The man happily asked if this meant that he would sign the contract, to which the guy answered no. The scout, sweating profusely, exclaimed that he would regret this very much later. Choi Yong-sung replied that he doubted it, and then asked why they were promising him such a fee and all the other goodies after the selection round, whether Ambitus was being too generous. The scout took a stance and shouted that their clan's trump card was in their courage. The boy retorted that it looked more like cunning. "What's the trick? What's the ploy?" The man began to justify himself, and the hero drew his attention to the fact that they had already managed to dig up information on him. Yongsun reported that this had happened before, with clans keeping rookie hunters for themselves by bribing the appraisers. The scout objected that this was not so. Then the young man apologized for his words. He did not mean to offend anyone. Then a pretty girl looked into the room and reminded that the hunter Choi Yong-seong should prepare for the next fight. The man from the Ambitus clan said that he would return to the stands. The young man began to stretch his muscles, preparing for the fight. He thought about how to get rid of the scout. Hyunryeon promised to find a new evaluator to correctly set the rank. Rubbing his fists and trying to figure out how much strength was left, our hero decided that he had nowhere to rush and should not stick his head out too much, so as not to reveal his identity. He decided to just show those present what he was capable of as a B-rank hunter at first. The referee came out onto the court. The fight was about to begin. I wonder who our hero's opponent would be this time. The young man decided to limit the power of martial arts and put 90% of his energy into speed. There was a report that a new B+ rank martial art had been formed that needed to be named. Choi Yong-seong decided to call it Light Dispersion Mastery. The guy thought that even more speed was needed. The lava kitten wrote that it was not the speed that needed to be worried about, but the number of avatars and the construction of the temple. This time there was a long-haired blonde guy on the court who looked like an elf. The fight promised to be very interesting. The referee asked if the fighters were ready. Both answered that they were ready. Before the attack, the hero decided to look at the enemy's data. His name was Gregory Martinez. The parameters corresponded to rank C. It was indicated that the guy specializes in close combat. It was very strange that with such a specialization the young man went into battle with a bow, but Yongsan decided that this was not his problem. The referee began to count 3, 2, 1 again, and the hunters took a fighting stance, preparing to begin the battle. When the bell sounded, Martinez first loaded an arrow and fired, a predictable move given his weapon. While the arrow was flying its first centimeters, Yongsan was already within striking distance. He had increased his speed for a reason. The enemy almost fell and became very angry, but he had no choice. He had to continue the fight in close combat. Immediately, Gregory began to cast some kind of spell, which required a little extra time, and that was exactly what he didn't have. But our hero did not attack again. He was interested in the enemy's magic. Several energy fists appeared around him. He had to dodge each of them, and it turned out to be good training. The guy mentally thanked Martinez. The spectators in the stands could not understand what kind of technique this was, and whether martial arts really provide such an advantage in close combat. The hunter who trained Gregory was struck dead. No one had ever avoided all the blows of the energy fists. At this time, the real fist began to work. Yongsan was preparing to make a counterattack, warming up his muscles. The blow was so strong that the enemy flew back like a rag doll despite all his mass. He flew and flew, as if time had stopped, the stands froze, and only the referee held his breath. At that very moment, the news came that Choi Yong-seong had won by technicality, having won twice that day with the first and only strike. The crowd began to buzz, the scout's jaw dropped, and the reporters began to talk about how, apparently, time in the abyss was useful for the martial arts user. The man was almost tearing his hair out with anger. He had to be forced to sign a contract about what he would now tell the clan. The reporter was particularly shocked by the force of the blow. The photographer explained that perhaps they just got weak opponents after all. This was the qualifying round of the entire C rank. Yongsan's portraits appeared on all the news, and in all the newspapers, he was watching from all the screens at once. The crowd watching the live broadcast of the fights across the city became noisy, and people began to take an interest in martial arts. One of the managers watched the broadcast and noted that Yongsan was not bad, but he could not defeat all opponents like that. For example, Eugene Eli, a newcomer to the Strickland clan, was very powerful. Everyone knows that whoever met Eugene is finished. He never went on raids, preferring to fight with hunters. At this time, our hero unleashed his crushing blow on some hunter with a mohawk. His very appearance indicated that the battle was over. As the boy flew a few meters away from Yongsan, a mechanical voice declared the boy the winner, without even waiting for his opponent to try to get up. The next one to be defeated by Yongsan's strike was C-rank Hunter Ralph of the Franklin clan. But the most amazing thing is that Eugene Eli was also killed with one blow. He was lying on a stretcher, and he himself did not believe that such a thing could happen. The people in the stands opened their mouths in surprise. Everyone, reporters, photographers, managers, coaches, and scouts. "He's just crazy," they whispered about Choi Yong-sung. He defeated Eugene Eli himself and didn't even bat an eyelid. In the finale, our hero had to meet Laurels from the Rainbow Clan. The hunter climbed onto the platform with the thought that all of Janssen's blows were the same, which meant that his actions were easy to predict. The boy tried to attack with magic projectiles, but Yongsan dodged all of them without much trouble. Then the hunter tried to use a blocking spell, but it didn't work. It was unexpected while he was flying back from Janssen's blow, Laurels thought. Our hero was declared the winner of the C-rank selection round. He himself thought that it was much easier than planned. It was much more difficult to restrain the power. The spectators in the stands were shocked. The referee once again announced that this hunter uses martial arts. They could not even imagine such a thing. Choi Yong-seong found these shouts funny. He had trained in the abyss for 10,000 years and could now predict his opponent's technique just by his breathing. However, holding the heavy cup in his hands was incredibly pleasant. Nothing like this had ever happened to the guy before. The kitten wrote a message about how the pro had mowed down the noobs, to which our hero asked what kind of words those were and where he had picked them up. As Choi Yong-sung left the stadium, he was surrounded by reporters, but he was not mentally prepared for this, so he moved through the crowd with a stern face. Among the crowd, there were many scouts from all possible clans, and each of them thought about how to lure the hunter to their clan at any cost. But the most interesting thing is that the constellations also became active, mostly the evil ones. All of them also tried to attract the attention of our hero. It was difficult to get an offer from the constellation, but after such a triumphant victory, they began to hunt for Choi Young-sung like a treasure. The kitten didn't expect this either. He wrote a message waving his front paw and immediately arrived virtually to talk to the guy. While the constellations were closely studying our hero, the kitten said that this was precisely why he asked to hide his powers. Although it was too late now, and the main thing was not to screw up again. The warrior constellation, shrouded in madness and blood, warned the kitten not to interfere because he had no earthly agreement. The kitten replied that the contract for the avatar had nothing to do with the agreement, so he could do whatever he wanted. The warrior, surrounded by madness and blood, warned that he could attack. The kitten couldn't think of anything better than to send his opponent far away and invite him to his territory to measure their strength. The squabble was getting heated, but the catch was that none of the constellations actually knew where the kitten's territory was. The warrior, shrouded in madness and blood, warned that he would not forget the insult and would wash himself in the blood of the kitten's avatars. At this time, Choi Young-sung joined the conversation and said that he was not going to become the avatar of some loser. A warrior surrounded by madness and blood threatened a mortal with violence. None of the constellations would tolerate such behavior. Our hero said that it was funny. The constellation couldn't even answer the challenge, while continuing to call itself a warrior surrounded by madness and blood. The rest of the constellations immediately began writing messages in support of the guy, mocking the warrior of madness. Things were starting to get hot. While the young man was thinking that sooner or later he would have to fight this constellation, a message came that the kitten was transferring 10 soul fragments to the mortal. All the constellations were shocked, and our hero asked what kind of clever move this was. The kitten smiled and said that it was part of the strategy. The thing is, the soul fragments were a kind of currency for the constellations, so the kitten was inciting the others to pay Yongsun for his courage. Taking one of the fragments in his hand, the young man, who had always cared only about strength, thought that money was also needed if you didn't want to be looked down upon. Our hero thanked the kitten, saying that he couldn't have done it without him. The constellation nodded and happily asked why he only realized this now. At this time, quite interesting events took place in the house of Dragon Huang, which the hero will learn about a little later. The man in the coffee-colored suit apologized for his mistake, but the dragon, in his usual way, did not let him finish. He ordered to immediately catch the appraiser who examined Choi Yongsun and find out who he was subordinate to and whose orders he was following. The man assured that an investigation was underway. Huang grabbed his head and yelled that he was only interested in which clan the bastard was working for. He was almost certain that it was Embitus's doing. Although Embitus was a large clan, it was not comparable to the Dragon Empire, which was endowed with state powers. Huang wondered what Embitus was up to. They were still just newcomers, although they were gaining strength quite confidently. This was a provocation. There was a knock at the door. A girl looked in and said that the results of the C-rank selection round were known. Both men stood up and the girl reported to the director that Hunter Choi Yong-seong had defeated all of his opponents with one blow. The employee bowed and promised that he would immediately bring an appraiser to assign Yongsun a new rank. If any problems arose, the man would take it upon himself to resolve them. Huang noted that this was the right train of thought. A couple of hours later, the procedure began. The mana measuring ball was again in front of Yongsun. The new assessor reported that the procedure was over and our hero received a new rank B. Huang shouted that this couldn't be and that he needed to be given a minimum of B+. The appraiser countered that B rank was also worthy of admiration and that martial arts users were far inferior to mages in real combat. Hyun started to get indignant again, but Choi Yong-sung stopped him and asked him to be quiet. He was quite satisfied with this result. The guy whispered in his old friend's ear that there was nothing wrong with moving slowly. The constellations were already wary and began to show increased interest in him. Then the dragon calmed down and replied that in principle B also fits their conditions. Our hero asked what they were talking about. The man reminded him that he had promised to get the guy into the Icarus clan, where all the hunters were at least rank B, to which the hero objected that even a martial arts user with rank B would be looked down upon. Huang yelled, "What the hell? Can't you show a bunch of weaklings where they belong?" To which Yongsun replied that if you can prove yourself in a fight, it won't be a problem. Then Dragon Huang remembered that he had prepared a gift for the young man, a weapon that would make him take him seriously. Yongsun was indignant that he looked cool even without a weapon. but the man explained that that was not what he meant. After rummaging through a heavy green bag, Director Dragon Empire finally found what he was looking for. It was a sword in a golden sheath. Looking at the artifact, the hero saw a summary of data that it was a sacred moon sword. It was incredibly durable and had great attack power, and also gave several interesting skills. He took the weapon in his hands and noted with a satisfied voice that the gift was much better than he expected, but there was one nuance. The guy looked back at Huang and asked if it wasn't an A-rank Chinese artifact, to which the man muttered that it was given to him for free, so he didn't know. Choi Yong-seong noted that all criminals say this, to which his friend assured him that the weapon was not stolen, but a gift from the Chinese government. This is a gift when China was attacked by several evil constellations at once, and monsters poured out of the dungeons, the state was on fire, the Dragon Empire came to the rescue. The battle with the 3 A-rank monsters, Ubume, Baiji, and King Meihu, was especially difficult. The guy asked since when Dragon Huang had been helping strangers, to which the hunter replied that he had a factory there and didn't want to lose it. The man also said that he wanted to introduce the young man to someone, a manager. When the hero asked why, Hyun replied that in their time you couldn't even meet a dog without a manager. He added that his daughter would be the manager. Yongsun asked again, "What does that mean?" "It's his cousin's niece." Dragon suggested that he decide for himself and left, waving goodbye. Choi Yong-sung loved to cook. He could chop an onion as well as a chef with many years of experience. The adamantium frying pan was the hero's faithful companion in the abyss, and was also useful to him on Earth. Odaigon helped with small errands, and Dragon Huang's daughter sat at the table waiting for the food to be ready. Finally, the dish appeared in front of the manager, and she looked at it in surprise. It was unclear what kind of meat they were serving her. Choi Yong-sung suggested trying it. It turned out very tasty. The girl agreed, but thought that the guy had a contract with the meat constellation, no other way. She carefully cut off a piece, thinking that, in fact, her job was not to eat everything that was given to her. As Ain Lawrence prepared to put the food in her mouth, she thought that the smell of the dish was quite appetizing. Her favorite dish was brisket, Texas barbecue, but what the young man cooked was much tastier. The girl exclaimed that it was even tastier than her father's dishes prepared with magic, and Yongsun confirmed that he also used a special magic technique, which is why the meat tasted like that. The hero kept silent that compared to Kionrian's food there was a fundamental difference. The main ingredient of the dish came from the abyss. Odaigon whispered that the girl did not like it. But then Ain finished chewing and raised her head, shouting cheerfully that Choi Yeon-seong must become a chef. She offered to become an investor if the guy decided to open a restaurant. The young man replied that he liked Korean cuisine, and the girl was delighted. The young man added that he had boiled some rice just in case, and if Lawrence wanted, he could try that too. Naturally, Ain did not refuse the offer and immediately grabbed the chopsticks in her hands. Let's not forget that her father is Korean. The girl enjoyed the food, and it was noticeable. She muttered that every grain was cooked perfectly, and the magical taste made the dish unsurpassed. Then she remembered that you can't eat so many carbohydrates and said that she doesn't actually eat that much. The guys laughed, saying that a little food won't hurt. The manager is very thin. There had been no such conversations in Huang's house for a long time. The girl joked that she would get fat, and Yongsun and Odaigon teased her about her excellent appetite. Finally, all the dishes on the table were completely empty. It seemed that if it weren't for the rules of etiquette, they would have been licked clean. Ain wiped her face with a napkin, and our hero noted with great pleasure that it was nice that the food was liked. Lawrence suggested that they begin discussing business by listing her responsibilities as a manager. Not only does it control the schedule and movements, the first-level manager also helps develop fighting skills, power control, and much more. Yongsun happily exclaimed that he didn't expect to get a first-class manager, to which the girl shook her head and said that she was a top-class manager. She added that she liked the way Yeon-sung handled real combat, so she and her father decided to form a real dungeon raiding team. The guy exclaimed that he was ready to do it for the sake of protecting the Earth, to which the girl objected that it was for the sake of money and artifacts. Annie stood up and added that the government had completely handed over control of the city to the Dragon Empire so they could do whatever they wanted. She added that the Icarus clan is full of psychos, but they are all quite worthy of the high salaries they receive. Looking into Yongsun's eyes, Lawrence added that if he wanted to join them, he would have to prepare. She handed the hero a business card with her details and said that he could call at any time. The guy thanked her. Once outside the door, The girl exhaled. She felt a lot of tension because Janssen looked too normal, like a person who had returned from the abyss. As her father said, the young man is very self-confident, but he needs to be taught to resist magic users. Walking down the corridor, Ain was already planning the young man's first battle with B-rank monsters. The next morning, Odagon and his master went to the gym, where the goblin in disguise volunteered to grind into dust any member of the Icarus clan who looked at them crookedly. Our hero didn't like such statements, so he asked him to just mind his own business. The guy allowed himself to be called Master, since the clan was full of psychos. It wouldn't alarm anyone, he explained. But if Odagon decided to kill someone, he had to ask permission. Placing a huge dumbbell on the floor, our hero announced that he intended to conduct a test. He sat up straight on the sports bench and explained that he would now try to concentrate on meditation. The boy closed his eyes and concentrated. His goal was to connect to the level of the constellations and watch them play the avatar battles. He wanted to study his future opponents, see how many of them there were, and what they could do, but he couldn't do this right away. All he managed to do was spy on a skirmish with a kitten of magma and lava and a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Then the hero wrote a message that he was looking for a constellation to fight. There was no reaction in response, and the kitten explained that constellations of the same level should react. Since when two avatars fight, the losing constellation must pay compensation. They prefer equal opponents, and the name of the training master is unknown to anyone. The guy thought that there was still a lot he couldn't do. He needed to quickly gather avatars and start training them to make a name for himself. He also thought that even in the games of the constellations, there is no information about the virtuous goddess of Libra. Is she alive at all? The next morning, our hero headed to the Icaros clan training base. It was a new experience. The bespectacled officer gave the boys a short tour, showing them where the dormitory was and where the individual training rooms were. When asked why there are so many training halls, the man replied that each hunter has his own skills and abilities, which is why they train differently. The attendant left, and Choi Young-sung announced that he intended to go straight to the gym and start training. Odagon replied that he had something more interesting to do and showed his phone. Recently, the goblin in disguise had been abusing mobile games. Our hero sighed and thought that something was wrong with his avatar, but it was unclear whether anything needed to be done about it. The muscle strength training room amazed the young man. Firstly, it was huge and had a lot of exercise machines, and secondly, it was empty. When the guy walked in and stopped at the door, looking around the room, he noticed only one person who was training. It was a girl in a purple suit who was enthusiastically lifting a huge barbell in the bench press. The guy looked at her with respect. After all, 5 tons was a solid weight even for a melee hunter who tanks and must be powerful. When the barbell returned to the stand, a characteristic sound was heard. The weight of the equipment really corresponded to the figure of 5 tons written on it. The girl finished the exercise, stood up and began to wipe her face, wet with sweat, with a towel. She looked at the young man cheerfully and noted that she had not seen him before. Perhaps the newcomer had some business with her, the huntress asked. The guy muttered that no, he was just amazed by her training, to which the girl laughed that flattery wouldn't work. She extended her hand and said that her name was Elizabeth Gutierrez and that they would get along well. Choi Young-sung gave his name and shook her hand, adding that he completely relied on his new acquaintance to get along with her. The handshake was confident and very strong. Our hero felt physical strength comparable to his own. He had never met girls with such strength before. Well, he had to stand up for himself. The girl pulled her hand back in fear and exclaimed that she had never met a person stronger than herself. Elizabeth assumed that Janssen was also a melee mage like her, but the boy shook his head. Our hero explained that he was a martial arts user, and for the first time this information did not cause disdain on the heroine's face, but rather respect. The guy noticed and asked her what she was surprised about, to which Elizabeth replied that she had never seen a martial arts user and did not expect him to be that strong. Our hero thought about the fact that while he was wandering through the abyss, 30 years had passed. There was no need to make hasty conclusions. The girl assumed a fighting stance and said that if martial arts were not so useless, she intended to study them, because she would use any chance to become stronger. Her fists began to thrust forward one after another, as if demonstrating the seriousness of her intentions. She said she had studied boxing, jiu-jitsu, and all sorts of other fist fighting. It wasn't very nice to have monsters breathing in your face. The guy replied that it works with both hunters and monsters. The girl said that she ranks 19th in the battles of hunters in the ranked league, the coolest one. Elizabeth Gutierrez decided to test what her new acquaintance was capable of and invited Choi Young-sung to follow her and fight. The hunters' training hall was equipped for both individual training and sparring with each other. The blonde-haired guy had just finished punching a punching bag and looked on in surprise as our heroes entered the room. He asked Elizabeth who this guy was, to which the girl introduced the newcomer and said that he was a martial arts user. She said this proudly. The blonde adjusted his hair and said that he was glad to meet him. His name was Anthony, although the hunter probably already knew this. Youngson shrugged, and the hunter began to explain that he had cleared the dungeon in the shortest time possible, setting a record, and had also risen to B rank in record time. Elizabeth explained that the newcomer had been in the abyss for 30 years, and the blonde man said that he would explain something to him before leaving. He is the ace of the clan's aces, and the clan's rules are simple. You have to trust Anthony and do whatever he tells you to do. Our hero watched the hunter leave and asked the girl if he was crazy. She replied that it was better just not to mess with him. That's all. Gutierrez reached for her weapon and laughed, saying that it was time to stop talking and fight. The young man himself was already shifting from foot to foot, anticipating an excellent fight. He generally didn't like wasting time. The opponents came out onto the court and stood opposite each other. Elizabeth's weapon was an impressively sized sword. The girl took the blade by the hilt and suggested that they begin the duel as soon as possible, her eyes burning with impatience. Youngson cheerfully asked why she was so interested in martial arts, took a stance, and promised to teach the huntress a thing or two. He gave a sharp kick and shouted that one should never come close to a martial arts master. Elizabeth didn't even have time to fully draw her sword before she received a powerful blow, but she didn't fall. She really was very strong. The girl raised her weapon into a fighting stance and said that martial arts are quite interesting. Our hero noted that she had excellent reactions, but no matter how fast the magic was, it was still inferior to his specialty. Gutierrez wondered what would happen if she simply seasoned the sword strike with magical power. She swung with all her might and attacked the young man, putting an extra dose of magic into the blow. Choi Yeon-seong noted that the attack speed was not bad for a magic user, and thought that it would be a good idea to recruit the huntress as an avatar. However, he himself did not remain in debt and dealt the girl one of his signature moves, a milky kick. Elizabeth barely managed to stay on her feet, but she did, and it seemed she really was a very worthy opponent. The girl decided to use defensive magic and began casting a spell. Before she could finish what she had started, she received another blow. This simply could not have happened. What kind of speed could disrupt the spell? Youngson explained that he only uses his muscle power to strike, so he can be much faster than a magic user. Saying that she was not finished yet, the girl launched into another melee attack. And again, our hero's blow did not allow her to even come close. He asked if Elizabeth liked martial arts. The boy reasoned that after demonstrating his fighting abilities, it would be easier to recruit Gutierrez as an avatar. The girl had such a face that the guy was afraid that he had gone a bit overboard with the blows, but he had to start somewhere. But Elizabeth turned her face to him, and the hero saw a shining smile. She uttered only one word, more. After another series of blows, the huntress found herself lying on the floor. Choi Young-seong asked if she had had enough now. The girl stood up and said that he was really different, and she wanted to try it one more time before she left. The young man agreed, but noted that everything was fine with her. She just chose the wrong opponent. The guy folded his fingers, warming up his hands, and said that he really liked this kind of persistence. Instead of one time, several followed. Gradually, the public began to gather around. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. So shocked that they couldn't even control their facial expressions. The fight was truly magnificent. Finally, the huntress's sword drew a line across the floor with force, and she could no longer rise without leaning on the weapon. However, she had no intention of stopping, and so she punched the floor to urge Janssen to attack again. At this point, Elizabeth's face was already so tired that the young man was ready to stop everything right here and now. But it was impossible to show this. It was necessary to maintain the appearance, so Youngson promised that now the most interesting part would begin. After a while, they changed their clothes and rested. The girl greedily drank water. The training had completely exhausted her. Elizabeth leaned back on the sofa and said that she hadn't been this tired for a long time, and our hero asked her what she thought about martial arts. Gutierrez replied that she was not interested in them. She would knock Youngson down on her own. She just needed a little more training. The guy objected that with the help of martial arts, she could remove the flaws, to which the huntress replied that she did not want to, and that it was a matter of pride. The girl explained that it was pride that did not allow her to accept help from an enemy, poking her finger at the young man, and said that, of course, she would greet him, but that he should not expect more. Waving goodbye, Elizabeth turned around and walked towards the exit, leaving our hero standing there in bewilderment. The kitten wrote a message that he should have treated his opponent with more respect and taken care of the girl, to which Yongsan replied that he couldn't have lost on purpose. The next day, a general training session was scheduled for all the hunters of the Ikaros clan. Everyone had to gather in the hall at the same time. Odaigon and his master arrived a little earlier, as they did not know the local rules, and the others began to arrive after him. The first to arrive were an insecure guy and a huge bald man in a green jacket, his complete opposite. Then a girl in a pink suit and a fair-haired young man in dark glasses, similar to those of blind people, appeared. To the surprise of our heroes, Richard Parker appeared after the beauty. He also did not expect to meet hunters from the dungeon here. The guy greeted him in a completely even voice and said that he was glad to meet him. Janssen asked how he ended up in Ikaros, and Parker replied that there were reasons for that. While Odaigon continued to stare at his phone, our hero began to think about why Richard was here, and whether his family really didn't have its own clan. The last to approach was the clan mentor, trainer, A-rank hunter Ernest. He loudly asked if everything was in place. Everyone present stood at attention, that is, everyone except the newcomers who had not yet had time to get their bearings. The man greeted and introduced himself. He noted that he saw new faces and wished everyone to become worthy hunters. The coach looked around at those present and said that he asks this question every time, but wants to hear the answer again. "What is the main weapon when meeting a monster?" Ernest asked. Choi Yongseong loudly replied that this weapon was Yu, which earned the hunter's approval, who said that the answer was absolutely correct. Unwavering faith in himself is what helped our hero throughout his life. This is what allowed him not to go crazy and not perish in the abyss. The other hunters began to giggle, thinking that this was a great misconception. They had their own opinion on this matter. The guy who came first laughed especially loudly. Coach Ernest added that self-confidence is a very powerful weapon, and our hero's self-confidence commands sincere respect. Odaigon took a liking to the Ikaros clan's mentor, thinking that he was a powerful being who could be useful in his training. Richard Parker thought that the main weapon against the monster could also be a strong team, and he told the coach about this. Ernest agreed with him, confirming that teamwork was also much more important than special magic or a good weapon or anything else. Even an S-rank hunter would not go into a dungeon alone. The man added that any person of any rank is weaker than a monster. No one knows what might await him in a raid. Even as he said these words, Ernest began to cast a spell, and now he raised his hand up, releasing beams of energy. The hunters, even those who were not newbies, gasped in surprise. They had not expected this at all. The mentor enjoyed the expression of horror on their faces and announced that there would be a pair training session today. Choi Yongseong looked back at his avatar and thought happily that he was lucky to have Odaigon nearby. But then he looked the other way, feeling someone's gaze on him, a sticky and assessing gaze. It was Anthony, adjusting his hair and muttering, as if the newcomer was a little nervous. The guy loudly declared that there was no need to be nervous. His body was capable of solving any problem with the help of unrivaled magic. Our hero did not want to be paired with this weirdo, because he was a constellation, was much stronger. But he resigned himself. Anthony continued to praise himself. Ernest spread his arms out to the sides and said since everyone was divided into pairs, we can begin. He used a spell of the art of illusion of the highest level. Something vaguely resembling a magical portal appeared behind the coach and his assistants. Soon a huge mouth with many teeth appeared from there. One could think that it was some kind of Tyrannosaurus. But that was not the case. A wyvern materialized behind the trainer, a strong monster, defined as B rank and above. Odaigon continued to hang on the phone. Janssen thought that it wasn't as big as expected. The other hunters began to count in horror how many wyverns continued to appear from the portal. The trainer made sure that the newbies did not hesitate and gave the command to dodge, directing the monsters straight at the hunters. Everyone reacted differently. Some put up protective shields, some tried to dodge. The monster's strength was in its breath. Anthony calculated the radius of the breath and was confident that his magic would allow him to withstand the attack without taking any action at all. Then he changed his mind and cast a third-level acceleration spell, dashing away from Choi Yongseong. Our hero thought that since they were magically linked into pairs, he would be dragged along. What a bastard. He had to use a blow to the acupuncture point to stop Anthony. The wyvern's mouth came close to the boys at a deadly distance. I wonder what strategy the boy will use. Choi Yong-sung hugged his partner, and together they made an incredible jump upward. The monster flew past. Most of those present didn't even notice that the two hunters had risen so high to escape the monster's fiery breath. But Parker and the trainer noticed. The young man asked if martial arts really allowed one to develop such speed. Ernest replied that Janssen was the strongest of the representatives he had seen. The coach added that it was probably the influence of the abyss. The hero's power was incredible regardless of rank. He was very strong in close combat. Anthony yelled that he didn't understand why Yongsan was acting on his own and not following his instructions, to which our hero replied that his partner was too slow. This caused a wave of indignation and a whole list of new commands and instructions that had to be obeyed immediately. Anthony kept yelling that the newbie should listen and do what he said. It was so ugly that even Elizabeth asked what was going on. The coach snapped his fingers and announced that as long as they stopped there, the training had gone well. All those who dropped out were ordered to leave the site. The remaining hunters continued their general training. Ernest announced that the next attack would be even more difficult, so anyone who was not confident in their abilities could also not participate. Choi Yeon-seung thought that he was confident in his own abilities, but not so much in his fellow students. At that moment, a strange sound was heard from somewhere below, and our hero managed to understand that someone was teleporting. It was Anthony, who emerged from somewhere under his feet and announced to Yongsan that he was breaking, and at a very inopportune time. Then the guy made another incredible jump upward, throwing his partner over his shoulder, accompanied by his loud cry about the impudent newcomer. At that very moment, in the very place where Anthony had stood a second ago, a huge monster in the form of a sandworm with 3 mouths appeared from under the ground. A mechanical voice announced that it was an ancient sand monster, a stone eater living underground. It attacks suddenly, catching vibrations, devouring its victim with lightning speed. The trainer snapped that if they couldn't react even to such a threat, then they needed to change their profession. Hunters don't behave like that. Choi Yong-seung had already landed near the monster, and was thinking that he had expected something like this from the Ikaros clan's training, and the guy liked it. During a short break, all the participants in the training fell onto the field's turf as if they had just overtaken a train. Our hero and Odaigon remained on their feet, still holding the phone in his hands. What kind of gambling addiction is this? However, some hunters also decided to take a walk. And from behind the young man, a cheerful voice was heard, asking to ask a question. B-rank hunter Smallwood High Mountain asked how the boy knew the attack would come from underground. The hero replied that he understood from the sound, to which the hunter muttered in surprise that martial arts are very cool if they teach you to catch even such quiet sounds that no one notices. Janssen offered to help, but Smallwood politely declined, explaining that he was just curious, and the coach gave the command to prepare for the next round. The clan's training continued. The next task was a 3-man evasion, and Elizabeth was added to Yongson's team. It was an explosive mixture. During the magic resistance training, the young man once again demonstrated the advantages of martial arts by summoning a shield from his ki. Then the hunters mastered the skill of restraining their comrades who had fallen under the influence of an illusion magic spell. Soon most of the guys were ready to fall to the ground from fatigue. But Ernest announced in a cheerful voice that the warm-up was over, and after a short rest, there would be clearing of the dungeon. The thoughts of all the hunters were surprisingly unanimous and boiled down to the fact that their trainer was a damned psycho. Janssen happily asked when they would be going into the dungeon, and Smallwood High Mountain explained that it would be modeled on the inside of the world. The guy suggested that this was a usual training for the clan's hunters, and received an affirmative answer. Smallwood added that in the abyss, he had probably seen worse. Hunter asked what team Yeon-sung supported, and the hero, thinking that he was talking about baseball, replied that he was a fan of the Twins, to which High Mountain clarified that he was talking about the sports game Dungeon Escape. As Huang said, football and basketball were no longer of interest to anyone. When they talked about sports, they meant exclusively hunting sports. It was terrible. Having looked closely at his opponent, the young man realized that he also preferred close combat. It was necessary to study his data. All of Smallwood's stats were very high, higher than anyone else present, especially his intelligence. Our hero thought he was stronger than he seemed. While he was thinking about how to lure the guy into his avatars, he asked to teach him martial arts, explaining that other hunters were in no hurry to share their knowledge. Yongsan decided to stir up interest in himself and replied that he could teach. But if you don't try, nothing will come of it. Out of 100 who want to, only one succeeds. Smallwood followed him and asked why everything was so complicated and took so long. He knew that progress was slower than in magic, but he hadn't expected it to be that much slower. Our hero noticed that the guy had a good knowledge of martial arts. He replied that he was a fan as a child, but there was nowhere to study them. He looked closely at Choi Yong-sung and repeated once again that there was nowhere and no one to study from. Can you imagine? Our hero realized that the fish had swallowed the bait. He agreed to train High Mountain, who was overjoyed. A few minutes later, in the training area of the Ikaros clan stadium, a timid voice asked how much longer. It was Smallwood, red and sweaty from the exertion, who was asking how much longer he had to squat. Yongsun put his hand on his shoulder in a fatherly way and asked him to keep quiet, so that it would be easier to feel the flow in his body. Our hero commanded to hold the pose and began to knead the cheeks of his ward. It cannot be said that he was delighted with what was happening. Choi Yong-seong asked if magic users didn't use mana to strengthen their body, to which High Mountain replied that they didn't draw mana from their own resources, but from outside. Our hero thought that this was somehow too complicated, because you can just start the circulation of mana. Smallwood replied that martial arts are even more difficult. The young man asked the student to continue no matter what happened. He asked what might happen. The answer was a warning about the possible rupture of blood vessels. And yet the guy decided to trust Choi Yongsun and closed his eyes for maximum concentration on the process. And then he felt energy filling his body. A mechanical voice announced that he had mastered the mana cultivation technique at level C+. Our hero did not expect the experiment to be successful, but he managed to hide it from the guinea pig. Meanwhile, Smallwood asked if there was another way to master martial arts. The answer was clear and categorical: no. After a while, a mechanical voice announced that the boy had received the skill of a strike shrouded in mana. He was very pleased with himself, reporting that the sensations were simply incredible, not at all like those from simple blows. Choi Yong-sung thought that it was, of course, good that everything ended in success, but the skill was still at a too low level. Soon, all the hunters were told that the break was over and were asked to gather in the inner hall for general training. When they said that the main training session was about to begin, our hero began rubbing his hands with impatience. Ernest took everyone outside and began to explain fairly simple rules. 6 hunters would form a group and go into the dungeon. The task was to clear it out as quickly as possible. Everyone present froze in anticipation of the verdict. Whether they would be in the first group or not, many were angry. Janssen noted the ferocity in the hunters' eyes, and Smallwood explained that only those who made the first team and performed well would go on the actual raid later. Our hero asked if he himself was a member of the first team, to which the guy replied that he was not on a permanent basis, but embarrassed, added that he sometimes went on raids. High Mountain clarified that he was not weak at all and had nothing to be ashamed of, and Youngson patted him on the back again, a little arrogantly. Soon, the Ikaros clan coach announced that the formation of groups was beginning. He was serious and a little tense. The first team included Elizabeth, Parker, Janssen, Smallwood, Anthony, a hunter we don't know yet, and one more guy as a replacement. Noticing that Odaigon was studying the list and did not see himself there, our hero thought that it was strange that he did not intersect with the Avatar at all during training. Realizing that they were only together during their vacation, our hero wondered whether it was an accident or a deliberate plan. Elizabeth looked at who had joined her company and grabbed her head, muttering that the cleanup was doomed. Choi Young-sung added that he felt a little offended. He had just returned from the abyss and was not yet accustomed to society. Richard Parker, the third son of the Parker family, was classified as a rookie. Well, what about Team Hans, he thought. Anthony Schneider has been described as a guy who has no team spirit whatsoever, and that seems to be true. Hit-taker Moneymaker was given the nickname of a sneak, and Simulwood was labeled as the only sane one. Anthony proudly declared that there was no need to worry, and that he would clean everything up himself. And Elizabeth was doing just that. The girl was worried that after a raid in such company, she would be kicked out of the first team. Smallwood noticed that Schneider was considering taking the leadership position and asked if everyone would be comfortable with that option. Janssen asked Gutierrez about Anthony's abilities, and the girl replied that the guy was versatile, good both in close combat and at long range. She added that if you don't take into account his character, you can envy him. He has collected many rare skills and mastered them to perfection. Our hero decided to look at Schneider's statistics. Before that, he had not planned to take him as an avatar. But after catching Elizabeth, he changed his mind. Anthony was quite smart and strong, and also had the skills of protecting the mind and narcissism. Who would have thought that such a combat skill existed? Since when had Yongsan seen skills, the guy thought and tensed up. A message came from the kitten that the more often he looked at the statistics through the eyes of the constellation, the better this skill worked. The hero nodded. Our hero also noticed that both Schneider's defense of reason and narcissism clearly surpassed the level of development of rank B. Yongsan decided that both of these skills were aimed at maintaining mental self-control, which was interesting. At this time, an unpleasant voice was heard, asking if anyone here needed friends. The guy called himself Whittaker, but both Smallwood and Elizabeth tried to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Choi Yeon-sung asked his friend what was wrong with him. The girl explained that the guy only knew about money and divided people solely by benefit. Whittaker explained that he is not so bad. He just uses the principle of mutual concessions. That is, when you get something, you have to pay an equal price. Our hero thought about it and admitted that there was some sense in it, to which High Mountain replied that it was only at first glance and that one should not be deceived. The hunter explained that when he was on the first team, Whittaker never left his side, but when he dropped to the second team, he blacklisted him, and the guy was angry like a child. Whittaker said that even though he's only a B rank for now, he's a very solid healer, so teaming up with him isn't such a bad idea. Yongsan thought that he didn't really need such services. He even said it out loud, and the faces of those present reflected bewilderment. Our hero explained that he was already good at fighting, to which Whittaker noted that he just hadn't tried it yet. Hiller did not calm down and responded to each refusal with even greater pressure, which began to irritate. When the guy realized that he had no chance here, he made such an indifferent and disdainful face that it was very difficult not to burst out laughing when you looked at him. Whittaker walked away, muttering that Yongsan had not yet fully grasped reality after so many years in the abyss. He would soon understand everything, but it would be too late. Soon the group entered the dungeon of the Crossroads trial. Elizabeth was first. The girl carefully examined the territory. The girl said that she had never even heard of this dungeon before, and after looking at the plan, she noticed that it would be quite difficult not to cross paths with the opposing team. It was relatively small. Gutierrez offered to divide 2 weeks' worth of food and equipment equally among everyone, but Anthony said he was not going to carry anything. He reluctantly took the backpack, but decided to go first. When he was reminded that it was better to let the master of close combat go first, Schneider said that he was not afraid of anything. The blonde reminded her that she had promised to obey orders, to which Elizabeth countered that only when those orders weren't nonsense was she stronger in close combat. Anthony countered that he was the best, but the mere ability to compare herself to him already made the girl a great hunter. Gutierrez clenched her fists and hissed that she only dreamed of hitting him, and hard. Anthony said that he would go first, and the others should stay behind to support him. Smallwood drew his attention to the fact that one of the hunters had already gone ahead, ignoring his words. It is not difficult to guess that it was Choi Yongsan. He was almost running, and shouts came after the young man demanding that he stop. Here he gave a warning cry that there was a stone chameleon nearby and everyone should be careful. Our hero struck his first blow, and the rest of the group rushed after him. Everyone wanted to take part in the battle. But there was no need for help. Someone had long since gained experience in fighting various monsters. Blowing on his steaming fist, our hero asked why they were stuck. They couldn't move forward quickly like that. Anthony activated the speed boost skill and warned the newbie not to move. There was still danger ahead. This was another stone chameleon that decided to hide in the shadows, and it was not as easy to spot as the first one. Schneider used Hashan's acceleration and charged at the monster with all his might. The hunter didn't have time to reach the chameleon. Someone was faster and used a ranged weapon. It was Yongsan, using China's national weapon, the sacred moon sword, and it turned out that the blade could release streams of energy over vast distances and at incredible speeds. The thing is that our hero slightly modernized the subspace necklace he received from Onyx, attaching it to his belt. Now he could very quickly get any item. This was the first test of the sword, and the guy was incredibly pleased, having assessed the weapon on its merits. Things would go better with it, he thought. Anthony pounced on the hero, shouting that this was his opponent, and he should have struck him down first, to which Choi Young-sung replied that an ace like Schneider should be saved for more dangerous monsters. The blonde was dumbfounded. This was perfect logic. There was nothing to even object to. He had to shut up. He asked if Yon Sung would let him fight such a monster when it appeared, to which he received the answer that it depended on the situation. At that moment, our hero rushed into the attack again, and the rest of the hunters had no choice but to follow him. This time, the young man released a stream of energy directly from his index finger, which was also quite convenient, but of course it did not provide the same power as the sword. So the guy destroyed the next stone chameleon again using a Chinese blade. Schneider even opened his mouth in surprise. He had never seen a person with such a quick reaction. Janssen moved through the dungeon. Leaving behind defeated monsters, the rest of the squad simply followed. Anthony began to get nervous. He kept repeating to himself that this body has strength, it will not lose. He came closer to our hero and said that he wanted to show him what he was capable of. Elizabeth screamed that they had left them no work and asked where the two boys had rushed off to. The girl was angry and hissed that in this regard only Anthony worried her, who knew that there would be two psychos. There was a tense atmosphere in the operations room. From where the organizers were watching the clearing of the dungeon, Ernest stood with his arms crossed over his chest. One of the staff members called out to the coach and asked if he was going to keep Anthony Schneider in the first team. The man replied that Anthony had many advanced skills and excellent data, but he was not a team player, so he could be a problem. He added that the youngster's progress had also slowed down a bit, but removing him from the team could have the opposite effect. The trainer asked to observe the hunter a little longer, and then he would personally make a decision on this matter. At this point, the employee behind the monitor asked Ernest to look at what was happening. It went beyond the scope of their previous conversation. Many monsters were approaching the team. Anthony assessed the opponents as small fry. Elizabeth said that with the neutralizing magic of Kvitakar they would break through without any problems if they acted together. Each of the hunters received his assignment, and they were all ready to do the work for which they were responsible. Choi Yongseong commanded Gutierrez to take on the three on the right. Anthony rushed into a frontal attack. The hero took on two monsters, the rest covered the flanks and rear. The healer cast a neutralizing spell. Our hero was pleased that everyone was working together. It seemed he had managed to organize the process, taking into account the characteristics of each hunter in the team. Anthony was jubilant. He managed to get his chameleon first. Yongsen reminded him that it was too early to relax, and there were still 10 more to go. Elizabeth worked on the flank. The girl grumbled that she would not follow the orders of a newbie, but at the same time she did everything that was necessary perfectly. Ernest watched what was happening with a satisfied look, and then noted that this is what is called teamwork. Isn't he right? Soon all the stone chameleons were destroyed, and the team could safely move on. Smallwood noted that they had done a clean job. Elizabeth muttered that with such a composition she had not expected such a result. Anthony was also jubilant. He thought Yongsen's idea of entrusting him with the rear and then sending him to the forefront of the attack was brilliant. Our heroes continued to explore the dungeon, quickly moving forward. Everyone was in a great mood. The stone stalactites and stalagmites looked rather gloomy, and it seemed that something much more terrible than a chameleon would emerge from the shadows. Gutierrez suggested taking a break to restore mana. Let's not forget that everyone in the group except Janssen was a mage. Everyone agreed. Smallwood and Whittaker volunteered to stand guard, but at that moment Choi Yongsen extended his hand to him and stopped him. Our hero ordered everyone to be on guard because the detachment was surrounded by the enemy and would now be attacked. Elizabeth protested that this was nonsense, but Anthony suddenly and abruptly asked her to shut up and do what Yongsen said, and the girl